CD。这个吗？他不是说要泡2-3个小时？你说不是、啊？我是说我们要装这个吗？你说不是、啊？我是说我们要装这个吗？我们也可以把它卖掉。要吗？要。那你就把它卖。如果我们有初夏，就把它卖。如果我们有初夏型的，是不是就可以直接把它卖掉？怎么样？有什么想法？因为我开的这个就卖不掉啦，是吧？就把它卖。如果我们有初夏型的，是不是就可以直接把它卖掉？要装绿这个吗？他不是说要泡2-3个小时？你说不是、啊？我是说我们要装这个吗？我们也可以把它卖掉。要吗？要。如果我们有初是吧？就可以直接把它卖掉。我们有初夏型的，是不是就可以直接把它卖掉？怎么样？有什么想法？是吧？如果我们有卖，我怎么知道？卖个8折啊！全新不然要1.2折吗？这种又没有用过，又没有干嘛，还得打折啊？打10.2折好了。全新没用过，所以我们要在3年之内把6个用完，应该是没问题啊。就是如果我们有那个初夏型的，是不是这个就不需要？看你喜欢它过滤出来的味道的水吗？没有啊，我觉得没有什么特别。烂的水过滤出来还是烂的水啊，只是把比较烂的成分过滤掉而已。但水本身是烂的，它怎么可能？那可能全魔术全世界都没有好的水。你本质它的矿物质就凹陷了。哦，怎么样？引起了哇，这种没有钱吗？它要过期了，所以我们要在3年之内把6个用完，应该是没问题啊。就是如果我们有那个初夏型的，是不是这个就不需要？看全新没用过，这合金凹陷了。看你哇，这种没有期限吧？这种有效期限5年啊，那要过期了。所以我们要在3年之内把6个用完，应该是没问题啊。就是如果我们有那个初夏型的，是不是这个就不需要？看出来的味道没有啊，我觉得你的水过滤出来还是烂水啊，只是把比较你本质它的矿物质就烂的成分不会，你本质。好，那我先把之前那种美那种美啊，美要干嘛？美啊，不会听他在那里瞎掰你也相信。美要干嘛？那种美呀，美要干嘛？美呀，不会听呀。那种美就可以直接把它卖掉。那种美呀，美要干嘛？美呀，不会听他在那里瞎掰你也相信。好，那我先把它丢房间。所以我觉得它那个机器说会滤芯时间到会亮灯，其实因为它会滤芯放上测东西呀。你就按一下，它就继续又可以用了。那应该是机器上面会有。没有，你再按一下又可以继续用。就是好，时间到它就亮灯，告诉你要换新的。对啊，是 OK 的。那你刚刚因为它有那么厉害，那个里面它难道它是无线可以侦测吗？哇，难怪那么贵。不行。开来，然后再把它贴回去，然后我现在要再把它拆开来。 上行顺热，桌上型顺热净饮机，顺热净饮机。桌上，桌上型顺热净饮机，顺热净饮机，
清净饮水机，
就是净然后饮水机，净饮机，然后机，
清净饮水机。
就是净然后饮水机，净热温烧水机，净热温烧水机，净热温烧，净热温烧水机，净热温烧水机。对啊 ，Made in China。对啊 ，Made in China。哇什么？哇什么？我的信。哇什么？我的信。东西哦，水槽啊，水槽啊，神奇的水槽。没了。哇，这个线也太短了吧！哇，这个线也太短了吧！这个线才80公分而已吧？1公尺吗？68，1公尺而已，这太短了，怎么
还要用延长线？
那你还要去伸一条延长线呢？
那你不是有一条延长线？你上次要用延长线？
那你还要去伸一条延长线呢？
那你不是有一条延长线？你上哇，这眼睛怎么那么大裂？
哦，因为灯开太暗了啊，还开不够亮啊。我只要先测试而已啊。
怎么会不够长？
桌上灯会拍到啊。哦，因为灯开太暗了啊，还开不够亮啊，看不到。为什么会不够长？桌上太暗了啊。灯够长，我放桌上灯拍。灯够长吗？还是自己？哦，这个是。OK。哇，还真有声音诶！哇，还真有声音诶！还真自听吗？哦，所以他自听有声音，你自己听。现场没听到，你自己会听有声音吗？有。哇，当线哇，还真有声音诶！还真自听吗？哦，所以他自听哇，还真有声音诶！还真有声音诶！还真自听吗？哦，所以他自听有声音，你自己听。现场没听到，你自己会听有声音吗？有。哇，什么的声音啊？哇塞，他自听有声音啊！
东西，
好吧，你别紧张，我会整理啊。你好好看电视。
行。
哦。
哇，好，来。
哇，水槽啊！你先自听吗？哦，所以他自听有声音，你自己听。现场没听到，你自己会听有声音吗？
有。
哇，什么的声音？ 好，这边有声音哦，这声音啊！哇塞，他这边有声音啊！你别紧张，有声音你自己，所以他这边有声音你自己听，现场没听到，你自己听声音啊！有，哦，这声音啊！哇塞，这边有声音啊！你别紧张，我会整理啊！你好好看电视。哦。哦，不然的水槽是塑胶的，不然的水槽是塑胶，不然的水槽是塑胶，不然的水槽是塑胶的，我以为不然的水槽是塑胶的，我以为是金属的，结果是塑胶的，钻石嘞！哇，钻石嘞，还镀金嘞！哇！磁吸。你又来玩啊？你又来撕开模啊？这种小事情，哇！你要一起参与这个神奇仪式啊！小事情，哇！你要一起参与这个神奇仪式，你要一起参与这个神奇仪式，你要一起参与这个神奇仪式啊！
就有小人物来做就好。
小人来不行啊！哇！还有奶嘴塞啊！还有奶嘴塞啊！哇！还有奶嘴塞啊！哇！奶嘴塞！还有奶嘴塞啊！哇！奶嘴塞！撕开荧幕吗？你要还是你要当？
他也可以不用撕啊。
还是你要当？
他也可以不用。他也可以不用撕啊。
还是你要当台湾人都不撕开？哦，你要当正港台湾人。香啊，我们来，水箱啊，我们来，新开水箱。
旁边应该没有粘住吗？
怎么？
旁边应该没有粘住吗？
怎么拉不起来？没有啊，没有粘住啊。没有粘住啊，这怎么拉不起来？哇，我拉断了，你来呀，你一起参与把它拉断了。哇！
旁边应该没有粘住吗？
怎么拉不起来？
旁边应该。
人，正港台湾人。
旁边应该没有粘住吗？
怎么拉不起来？没有啊，没有粘住啊。没有粘住啊，为什么拉不起来？哇，我拉断了，你要来呀、你要一起参与把它拉断呢、哇，塑胶。鸡呀，哎这，水啊，这样才刺，为什么被塞在你啊？他怎么塞的？他怎么塞的？他为什么被塞在里面？哇，这是2层的，啊，所以它，哦，所以你不要过滤就不要放这一层哦。
对呀、你也可以不用放啊，对呀、
它是这样设计的吗？所以你如果不想要过滤，你就可以不要放这一层。
对呀、
哇塞，帮你设计好了，所以它不附滤水是正常的啊，不放滤芯是正常，不放滤芯是正常的。你看，你这样子就可以先把滤芯
你就可以把这个再卖掉啊。
这个没有人要买啊，这个怎么卖？你看，你这样子就可以，这个怎么卖？你就下面放马克杯，然后下面就可以这样过滤啊。
对呀，你买个滤芯就可以过滤了。
这个没有人要买啊，你就下面放。
对呀。
你就下面放马克杯，然后下面就可以这样过滤啊。
对呀，你买个滤芯就可以过滤了。
是啊，本来就是买个滤芯就可以过滤啊，跟空气清净机一样。
所以你房间那个可以放的就可以过滤了。
是啊，可是我要热水啊，我没有要喝冰，我要常温水。
你就把水加热，放下去过滤啊。
哇，那这个要先洗一洗，是不是？
当然喽。 洗也要拍呀、
洗头拍。
你说我在洗哦。
是啊，可是我要热水啊，我没有要喝冰。
哦。今天那个可以放你。
我要喝冰温常温。
洗也要拍呀、
洗头拍。
你说我在洗哦，你看，多干净啊！对，多拖一层。
洗头拍。
你说我在洗哦。
清就可以过滤啊，跟空气清净机一样。装水喽，叮叮。我装不进去呢。它这个提把这边都是塑胶的。
对啊。对啊。
坏。就摔到地上就马上坏，就摔到地上就马上坏，就希望不会摔到地上。
就不要把它拿起来呀、拿装水过来倒就好了。
然后它这盖子上面有告诉你，请加入干净的饮用水源。所以就你加自来水就是你的问题啊，你自己把它搞坏。
自来水也是干净的啊。
干净的饮用水源，不然要加马桶水。干净的，他没写，他可能说明，他可能说明书里面有写啊。干净的饮用水。
看说明书。
说明书不用看啦。
说明书也要读一遍。
听完就对了，哇！
读一遍。
听完就对了，哇！
说明书也要读一遍。
听完就对了，哇！水哦。对呀，你要喝几度的水？对呀，你要喝几度的水？这样才极能的关系，这样才极能减碳。
里面的可以门都关起来呀、啊。
哇，这里要来，我们先来喝常温水。哎，不对啊，我都还没有过水。
啊，怎么过水？
就是先。哇。哎，不对啊，我都还没有过水。
啊，怎么过水？
就是先让水。哎，不对啊，不对啊，我都。对呀，你要喝几度的水？哎，不对啊，我都还没有过水。
啊，怎么过水？
就是先让水流过整个管线啊。
啊，还有这个，先要做这个动作。
啊，不是正常都这样吗？你新的
有这个按钮吗？
没有啊，就是先让水群。
啊，过那个管线，你不就是出水，它就过那个管线了吗？
啊，那怎么出水就没水了？我少做了什么事呢？
啊，没看说明书哦。说明书他一定要先告诉你说，第一次要先干嘛干嘛。还不赶快把说明书拿出来。
啊？是这样吗？啊，这有水啊！说明书还没看就有水。我先来45。哎，不对啊，我都还没有过水。就是先让水流过整个管线。
过水。
就是先让水。对呀，我都还没有过水，就是先让水流过整个管线啊。
啊，还有这个，先要做这个动作。
啊，不是正常都这样吗？你新的
有这个按钮吗？
没有啊，就是先让水群。
啊，过那个管线，你不就是出水，它就过那个管线了吗？
啊，那怎么出水就没水了？我少做了什么事呢？
啊，没看说明书哦。说明书他一定要先告诉你说，第一次要先干嘛干嘛。 还不赶快把说明书拿出来？
啊，是这样吗？这有水啊！说明书还没看就有水。
常温水不就直接过滤出来的水而已吗？常温水不就直接过滤出来的水而已吗？
这就是流经里面的管子啊。
只是把里面管子洗干净。
对啊，对啊。
所以第一杯要先倒掉。
对啊，对啊。当然喽。
常温水就直接拿去。
哇！
直接拿去水的那个过滤器装水，直接喝就好了。
不是啊，我要洗吧，别紧张，还没有给你
刚刚发生什么事？撞车了！撞车了！撞车了！撞车这么开心！哇，被 Spider 跟 Norris 撞车了！
啊，我们先来45。
哇，被 Spider 挂点，
他看喂。
爆胎了！你看轮子，后面轮子爆胎呀！
喂，你看这样才刺激嘛！
哇，他们两个第一名，
还加5秒哎。
对啊，因为他线外3次啊。哇，他们2台都爆胎耶，因为2台相撞啊。
他怎么还第1名、第2名？
没有，还是往后倒啊。所以等于他们第1、第2名2个都挂点了。
不一定哦，还有10。他这个会有。
应该继续换胎啊。
人家1圈追5秒啊，没问题的。可以快啊！我们要来喝45度水。7圈呢？6圈呢？
应该继续换胎啊。
人家1圈追5秒啊，没问题的。可以快啊！我们要风扇。快啊！我来喝45度水。我们所以它加热会有风扇。哇，各位。所以它加热会有风扇的声音。
因为它很热，要瞬间加热，要散热。
45度水，给你温水。怎么样？是温的水啊，帅吗？怎么样？45度的水。给你温水。怎么样？是温的水啊，帅吗？怎么样？温的水？你从来没喝过温的水吧？帅吗？怎么样？温的水？你从来没帅吗？水吧。
挂点，他不喜欢洗澡水。
没有问题。OK， 没有问题。再来。OK， 没有问题。再来。温水是55度哎。温水是55度哎。是什么？帅吗？温水是55度哎。是什么？反正就有99、85、55、45，常温。而且冰水是15度啊！他刚刚一直说10度是怎样？他在那里瞎掰。15
度。哦，我就是这样撞到，我看到了。
没关系，这个网用仔。泡牛奶，刚刚是泡牛奶啊。可是好几次都可能熬自己。
那这样才又开始，那现在才
好吧，表演喝水吧。温水，来喝水。哇，饮不见了。好吧，我们切温水来。哇，好吧，好吧，我们切下来。哇，饮不见了。温水，快自己来喝水。你要看我表演喝水吗？温水啊。
他是一开跑第1圈还没跑完就已经弄了。
见了。快自己来喝水。你要看我表演喝水吗？温水啊。
他是一开
看我表演喝水吗？
第1圈还没跑完就已经第1页了。
手太黑了吧？
第1页。
是，我是
子啊。
哦，它还有 UV 啊，它的 UV 不能关掉。
它就是你一按它就有 UV 了。哇，我手意外获得要第1名。
撞烂。
最后3圈。所以 Morris 帮了我手，把 Verstappen 给干掉，也是厉害啊。所以就是要找一个人故意去把它撞坏了。
55度，
它就有 UV 啊。
感觉55度，感觉55度，平常喝的温度，我平常都喝55度的水。
所以你以后就只要按55度的就可以了。
没有啊，我泡茶就要会按99度。哦，你要喝55度的水？
不要。
啊，喝55度的水，你体验一下。
你可以晚点，你待会。
你说我？对啊。喝55度的水。现场有听到声音吗？
现场太吵了。
可是这个其实蛮大声的，没有特别注意。现场有听到声音？现场有听到声音吗？
不会发现，现场太吵了。
没有特别注意。
那你不用特别去听，就不会发现。
你把电视关掉，所有东西关掉，你就听到呜。它那个风扇频率算比较高诶。
你应该是顺热启动，它就会风扇就会响。但是顺热启动它就，你应该是。
可是也没有那个制冷啊，那制冷比较大声。
就是可能第一次开始，他不是说要几分钟，
因为他说半个小时，他制冷要半个小时。你看风扇这里，像是浴室，感觉像是。哇，80度了，下一个。哇，两边去更吵了。哎呦，然后这个呜，它整台机器像恐龙在叫。哇，85度，这不能喝吧？这不能喝吧？哇，这不能，哇，这个很我们没有温度计可以测。有温茶了，那我去拿茶叶，我们来泡茶。那我去拿茶叶，我们来泡。我去拿茶叶，泡茶了，那我去拿茶叶，我们来泡茶。当然了，打针大家都可以用啊。这就是打针的厉害。OK， 哇，泡茶了。摄影机的厉害。OK。哇，泡茶喽！我还有好久。泡茶啦！
行李收行李那是简单的事情。
99度，哇！度，泡茶啦！
行李收行李那是简单的事情。
99度，度，哇！
拿出来。拿出来。
但它这样热水，这样子整个面板都会变湿湿的。
什么东西？哦，因为太热了啊。什么东西？哦，因为太热了啊。凭什么？哪里
？99度，开始，开始。段是1，所以第一段是150，第一段是150，所以第一段是150 CC。哇！这是泡茶神器，你要来喝茶吗？
它是出水，3个出水量是。
我记得是150，然后就不知道了。
那马克杯是多少
？350之类的吧，应该是第2段的。啊，我帮你看说明书啊。
你最常用应该是这个，我会早上喝。
杀菌360。
上喝水就可以倒这个。
对呀对呀，杀菌360度过流式 UV 杀菌，可以杀菌率达到99.9%。
摩托车往掉下去。
杀菌率达到99.99%，这么嗨！流式 UV 杀菌可以
掉下去，
还有20期限，他说这整个使用期限是10年。电脑阀头软水机，对啊，这个唔知方向，唔知是谁方向。哦，饮水商品5年啊，这是使用期限，他是叫你5年这个就要丢掉了，有没有？听好了，第一个150。对啊，就一杯啊，喝马克杯就是第3个，所以你要300，第3个300，所以最多才300，所以你要喝马克杯应该就要直接开到第3个。
300就差不多一马克杯7分8分。
帮你看说明书啊，听好了，第一个150，第二个230，第3个300，所以最多才300，所以你要喝马克杯应该就要直接开到第3个。
300就差不多
开到第3个，7分8分。对啊，就一杯啊，所以你要喝马克杯就是第3个。对啊，你看我现在150才对啊，才一滴滴，大概是3分满4分嘛，对啊，所以3格就是满的嘛，对啊，就一杯啊，所以你要喝马克杯就是第3个。对啊，你看我现在150才对啊，你要喝马克杯就是第3个。才滤芯过滤水量为60公升，你看我现在150，而且滤芯过滤水量
60公升，
反正我没有要用
，60除以15次
，15次，哦，你说这个整箱，
对啊，你就是可以过滤15次，
那怎么那么少？漂亮的茶叶，太赞了吧！因为我的微芯过滤水量为60公升，漂亮的茶叶，太赞了吧！因为我的灯光有问题吗？可是我感觉看起来很漂亮。哦，你说这个整箱？
对啊，你就是可以过滤15次，
那怎么那么少？喝茶，奖励，好对，太开心了，
你可以24小时，
太开心了吧？太赞了，开心了吧？太开心了，
你可以24小时工作了，
太赞了。哇，30度好冷，然后他就抱一个阿嬷，那怎么那么少？抱一个阿嬷，新加坡人来台湾会冷死。哇，30度好冷，然后他就抱一个阿嬷一样。
30度，新加坡也差不多。
那你40度吧？那他们的
差不多跟台湾
不是，他们的温度，然后重点是比较，他们的太阳比较暴力啊，这个晒到人会哇超刺的。马上超赞！我想要喝一滴水，这样妈妈就不会直接跟我说，热水器调温度低一点。
反正你那个跟我没关系，我热水瓶会跟你没关系。
气调温度低。
反正你那个跟我没关系。
这就是我的热水瓶啊。可是出水量很慢，这个动力要多少？500 cc 啊？多少？没有玩要泡，你来多少？那拿去泡面吗？哇，那我有这个来去泡面，太帅了，太开心了！你这样子来，哇，你这样子都被我喝光光了。哇，320，所以你这样子来一个。哇，320，所以你这样子来一克，哇塞，来一克这样子一次就可以泡完一整碗，太爽了吧？320，对啊，他最强第3段是300啊，所以就差不多啊。你这样子一次就可以，然后我就可以去做其他事情，然后回来就有一碗泡面，哇，太嗨了！不用啊，因为它出水量慢慢来啊，所以它会一直维持在100度吧。我已经测过了，所以你如果150 cc， 你就要差不多40秒啊。测过了，所以你如果10 cc， 不要，我已经测1分钟啊，不用了，1分钟大概。要加水，起来应该比较快吧？这拿起来应该比较快吧？这下面不是有吗？那下面就有防滑垫啊。就直接烧起来啦！哇塞，就直接烧起来，就直接烧起来啦！就直接烧起来啦！哇塞，喝茶。
你会泡面泡下去也好喝的。
没有啊，因为我比较早喝啊。可是我可以小分量泡啊，我不用一次泡一大杯。可是我可以小分量。没有啊，因为我比较早喝啊。可是我可以小分量。 可以小分量泡啊，我不用一次泡一大杯。杯时间，续杯时间，噔噔噔。
哎，这个没看过，
前面没看过。
对呀、这也不知道是哪一集的。这已经快结束了。
所以它是有两个风扇吗？你感觉这边，所以它是有两个风扇吗？所以它是有两个风扇吗？扇，那个红。
快结束了。
所以它是有两个风扇吗？它那个轰轰轰是随着煮沸的声音吗？哇，这个腾腾。上面热腾腾，上面是烧的，行吗？再续杯，哇，上面是烧的，热，上面是烧的，上面热腾腾的，上面是烧的，是因为制冰吗？上面是烧的，上面是烧的，因为制冰吗？上面是烧的。没有啊，我没有一直用，我制冰我没有在用啊。所以它制冰上面会热热的，所以上面不能放东西呀、修的，是因为制冰吗？热腾腾的，上面，哇，它上面是修的呢，哇，它上面是修的呢，上面热腾腾的，它上面是修的，是因为制冰吗？没有啊，我没有一直用，我制冰上面会热。制冰我没有在用啊，所以它制冰上面会热热的，所以它制冰上面会热热的，所以上面不能放东西嘞。它上面是修腾腾的，冰上面会热热的，所以上面不能放东西呀、泡茶神器呀，泡茶神器呀，对，完美泡茶机。泡茶神器呀、对，完美泡茶机。所以上面不能放东西呀、泡茶神器呀、对，完美泡茶机。你说不是、啊，我是说我们要装这个吗？ 我们也可以把它卖掉。我们有初夏型的，是不是就可以直接把它卖掉？
有美呀、
美要干嘛？
变美呀、
不会，听他在那里瞎掰你也相信。可香，他把它拆开来，可香。他把它进，可香，他把它拆开来，然后这样。你说不是、啊？我是说我们要，不是、啊？我是说我们要装这个吗？我们也可以把它卖掉。我们有初夏型的，是不是就可以直接把它卖掉？
有美呀、
美要干嘛？
变美呀、
不会，听他在那里瞎掰你也相信。可香，可香，可香，他把它拆开来，然后再把它贴回去，然后我现在要再把它拆开来。桌上型顺热净饮机，
清净饮水机，
就是净，然后饮水机，净热温烧水机，对啊，Made in China。水槽啊，直接水槽。哇，这个线也太短了吧！哇，这个线也太短了吧！这个线才80公分而已吧？1公尺吗？68，1公尺而已，这太短了，怎么
还要用延长线？
那你还要去伸一条延？它已经有声音嘞。
要用延长线。
它已经有声。
长线。
它已经有声音嘞。它已经有。这太短了，怎么？太短了。太短了，它已经有声音嘞。他已经在制冰吗？哦，所以他制冰有声音耶，你自己听。现场没听到，你自己过来听。
有声音啊，有啊。哇，东西。
咚的声音啊！哇，所以他制冰有声音啊。
东西。
我把它关。啊，你别紧张，我会整理呀、你好好看电视。
不行。
哦。这水槽是。这水槽是塑胶的。我以为是金属的，结果是塑胶的。
钻石哎！
哇，钻石哎，还镀金呢！哇！磁吸，还有奶嘴塞啊！哇！
它也可以不用撕啊。
还是你要当台湾人都不撕开？还是你要当台湾人都不撕开？哦，你要当正港台湾人。
旁边应该没有粘住吗？
怎么拉不起来？没有啊，没有粘住啊。没有粘住啊，为什么拉不起来？哇！我拉断了，你要来呀、你要一起参与把它拉断啊。它怎么塞的？ 它为什么可以塞在里面？哇，这是2层的啊，所以它所以你不要过滤就不要放这一层哦。
对啊，你也可以不用放啊。对啊。
它是这样设计的吗？所以你如果不想要过滤，你就可以不要放这一层。
对啊。
你就下面放想要过滤，你就可以不要放。
对啊。
它是这样设计的吗？
对啊，你也可以不用放啊。对啊。
它是这样设计的吗？你就下面放不要放这一层哦。
对啊，你也可以不用放啊。对啊。
你就下面放马克杯，然后下面就可以这样过。你就下面放马克杯，然后下面就可以这样过滤哦。
可以啊，你买个滤芯就可以过滤了。
是啊，本来就是买个滤芯就可以过滤啊，跟空气清净机一样。装水喽，叮叮。装不进去呢。它这个提把这边都是塑胶的。就摔到地上就马上坏。然后它这盖子上面又告诉你，请加入干净的饮用水源，所以就你加自来水就是你的问题啊，你自己把它搞坏。
自来水也是干净的啊。
干净的饮用水源，不然要加马桶水。干净的，它没写，它可能说明书里面有写啊。干净的饮用水。
看说明书。
说明书不用看啦。
说明书也要读一遍。
听完就对了。哇！对呀，你要喝几度的水？看呐，对呀，你要喝几度的水？不对呀，我都还没有。看呐，不对呀，我都还没有过水，就是先让水流过整个管径啊。还有这个先要流过整个管径水。
还有这个先要做这个动作。
它不是正常就这样吗？你新的
这个按钮吗？
没有啊，就是先让水先。
过那个管线，你不就是出水，它就过那个管线了吗？
怎么出水就没水了？我少做了什么事呢？
就没看说明书哦。说明书它一定要先告诉你说，第一次要先干嘛干嘛，赶快把说明书拿出来。
这样吗？有水啊！说明书我没看见有水。说明书我没看见有水。
常温水不就直接过滤出来的水而已吗？
这就是流经里面的管子啊。
只是把里面管子洗干净。
对啊，对啊。
装车。
有水。
常温水不就直接过滤。装车。
看见有水。
装车。
看见有水。
装车。
我没看见有水。
装车。
看见有水。
装车。
撞车这么开心，撞车这么开心。
哇，被 spray 成个 Norris 撞车了。
别快啊！我们要来喝45度的水。哇，各位，所以它加热会有风扇的声音耶。
因为它很热啊，要瞬间加热，要散热啊。
45度的水，给你温水。怎么样？是温的水啊，帅吧？温水是55，45度的水，给你温水。怎么样？是5度哎，温水是55度哎，为什么？反正就有99、85、55度哎，为什么？反正就有40，反正就有99、85、55、45，常温。而且冰水是15度啊。好啊，我们接下来要来，哇，荧幕不见了，温水，快，鸡鸡来喝水了。
我开头那么后面。
你要看我表演喝水吗？55度。好啊，我们接下来要来 55度。哦，它有 UV 啊，它的 UV 不能关掉。
它就是你一按它就有 UV 啊。
55度，感觉55度。哦，它还有 UV 啊，它的 UV 不能关掉。
它就是你一按它就有 UV 啊。
55度，感觉55度才是我平常喝的温度。所以我平常都喝55度的水。
所以你以后就只要按55度的就可以了。
55度的水。没有啊，我要泡茶就要，你要喝55度的水吗？
我不要。
啊，55度的水。可是这个55度的水，可是这个其实蛮大声的，没有特别注意。
那你不用特别去听，就不会发现了。
没有，你把电视关掉，所有东西关掉，你就会听到呜。它这个风扇频率算比较高哎。下一个85度喽。两个一起更吵哎。还有呜，然后真的呜。它整台机器像恐龙在叫。哇，85度，泡茶啦！那我去拿茶叶哦。哇，85度，泡茶啦！那我去拿茶叶，我们来泡茶。哇，泡茶！哇，泡茶喽！99度，哇！
拿出来。拿出来。
这样热水，这样子整个面板都会变湿湿的。
什么东西？哦，因为太热了啊。
开始，呜呼，99度，哇！
拿出来。
但它这样热，
出来。
但它这样热水，这样子整个面板都会变湿湿的。
什么东西？哦，因为太热了啊。
开始，呜呼！所以第一段是150cc，哇！这是泡茶神器，你要来喝茶吗？
它是出水，3个出水量是。
我记得是150，然后就不知道了。
按马克杯是多少
？350之类的吧，应该是第2段的。啊，我帮你看说明书啊。350之类的吧。应该是听好喽，听好喽，150之类的吧。听好喽，第一格150，第2格230，第3格300，所以最多才300。所以你要喝马克杯，应该就要直接开到第3格。
300就差不多一马克杯7分8分吧。
对啊，就1杯啊，所以你要喝马克杯就是第3格。
300就差不多。
它写滤芯过滤水量为60公升。
60公升。
反正我没有要用。
60除以4，15次。
15次？哦，你说这整箱？
对啊，你就是可以过滤15次。
那怎么那么少？那新加坡人来台湾会冷死。我说哇，30度好冷哦，然后他就会包的跟阿嬷一样。
30度，新加
那里40度吧？不是啊，他们的
差不多跟台湾现在夏天的温度。
他们的温。我想要喝一滴滴水，这样妈妈就不会一直跟我说啊。哇，这样超赞耶！我想要喝一滴滴水，这样妈妈就不会一直跟我说啊，用热水器调温度低一点。哇，320哎，所以你这样子来一克，哇塞，来一克这样子一次就可以泡完1整碗哎，太爽了吧！
320你。
对啊，它最强第3段是300啊，所以就差不多啊。你这样子一次就可以，然后我就可以去做其他事情，然后回来就有一碗泡面了，哇，太嗨了！这拿起来应该比较快吧？就直接烧起来啦。可是我可以小分量，好啊，我不用一次泡一大杯，续杯时间。可是我可以小分量，好啊，我不用一次泡一大杯，续杯时间。来啦，续杯时间。噔噔噔。
这个没看过。
咸鱼没看过。
对呀、这也不知道是哪一集的。这已经快结束了。
所以它是有2个风扇吗？哦，它上面是修的呢，上面是热腾腾的。
这已经快结束了。
哦，它上面是修的呢，上面是热腾腾的，所以它制冰上面会热，所以它制冰上面会热热的，所以上面不能放东西呀、泡茶神器呀、对，完美泡茶机。不是、啊，我是说我们要装剧本。我们也可以把它卖掉。我们有出下型的，是不是就可以直接把它卖掉？
有美啊！
你要干嘛？
美啊！
不会听他在那里瞎掰，你也相信？不行，把它拆开来，然后再把它贴回去，然后现在又再把它拆开来，然后跟桌上写顺热饮净饮机、
清净饮水机，
这是净，然后饮水机、净热温烧水机，对啊 ，Made in China。水槽啊，水槽，哇，这线也太短了吧！这个线才80公分而已吧？1公尺吗？1公尺而已，这太短了，它已经有声音哎，它已经制冰吗？哦，所以它制冰有声音，你自己听。现场没听到，你自己不会听有声音吗？有，哇，什么的声音啊！哇塞，它制冰有声音啊！
东西，
好吧，你别紧张，我会整理呀。你超好看电视，哦，不然水槽是塑胶的，我以为是金属的，结果是塑胶的。
钻石哎，
哇，钻石哎，还镀金哎。磁吸用奶嘴塞啊！哇，还是你要当台湾人都不撕开？哦，你要当正港台湾人。
旁边应该没有粘住吗？
怎么拉不起来？没有啊，没有粘住啊。没有粘住啊，这怎么拉不起来？哇，我拉断了，你来呀，你一起参与把它拉断啊，它怎么塞的？它为什么可以塞进去？哇，这是2层的，所以你不要过滤，就不要放这一层。
对啊，你也可以不用放啊，对啊。
你就先放马克杯，然后下面就可以这样过滤啊。
你买个滤芯就可以过滤了。
是啊，本来就是买个滤芯就可以过滤，跟空气清净机一样。装水喽，叮叮。我走不进去。它这个提把这边都是塑胶的，就摔到地上就马上坏。它这个盖子上面有告诉你，请加入干净的饮用水源，所以就你加自来水是你的问题啊，你自己把它搞坏。
自来水也是干净的啊。
干净的饮用水源，不然要唱马桶水。干净的，他没写，他跟说明书里面有写啊。干净的饮用水，
看说明书，
说明书不用看呐。对啊，我都还没有过水，就是先让水流过整个管线啊。
还有这个先要做这个动作，
它不是正常都这样吗？你新的
这个按钮吗？
没有啊，就是先让水群。
它过那个管线，你不就是出水，它就过那个管线了吗？
它怎么出水就没水了？我少做了什么事呢？
没看说明书哦。说明书他一定要先告诉你说，第一次要先干嘛干嘛，还赶快把说明书拿出来。
这样吗？它就有水啊！说明书我没看就有水。
撞车了，撞车这么开心，我还没吹，他跟 Lawrence 撞车了。
可以快啊！我们要来喝45度的水。哇，对。所以它加热会有风扇的声音耶。
因为它很热，要瞬间加热，要散热。
45度的水，给你温水。怎么样？是温的水啊？帅吗？反正就有99、85、55、45，常温。而且冰水是15度吧，55度。哦，它还有 UV 啊，它的 UV 不能关掉。
那就是你一按它就有 UV 啊。
55度，感觉55度才是我平常喝的温度。所以我平常都喝55度的水。可是这个其实蛮大声的，没有特别注意。
那你不用特别去听，就不会发现。
你就把电视关掉，所有东西关掉，你就听到呜。它那个风扇频率算比较高哎。下一个85度喽。哇，2个一起更吵了。哎呦，然后这个呜，它整台机器像恐龙在叫。哇，85度，那我去拿茶叶，我来泡茶。哇，泡茶哦，99度，哇，
拿出来。
但它这样热水，这样子整个面板都会变湿湿的。
么东西？哦，又开了。
开始。所以第一段是150cc。这是泡茶神器，你要来喝茶吗？
它是出水3个出水量是，
我记得是150，然后就不知道了。然后就不知道了。听好喽，第一格150，第二格230，第三格300，所以最多才300。所以你要喝马克杯，应该就要直接开到第3格。
300就差不多马克杯7分8分吧。
对啊，就一杯啊，所以你要喝马克杯就是第3格。那写经过应该就要直接开到第3格。
400就差不多。
应该就要直接开到第3格。它写滤芯过滤水量为60公升。反正我没有按录。
60除以4。15次。
15次。
15次。
哦，你说这个很香。
人可以过滤15次。
那怎么少？那新加坡人来台湾会冷死。多么30度好冷啊！然后他就抱着跟阿妈一样，马上超赞。我想要喝一滴水，但妈妈就不会直接跟我说，你要水气调不能更低一点。哇，320所以你这样子来一个好，哇塞，来一个这样子一次就可以泡完一整晚，太爽了吧？320。对啊，它最强第3段是300啊，所以就差不多啊。你这样子一次就可以，然后我就可以去做其他事情，然后回来就很后面，哇，太来了，这拿起来就比较快了，就直接烧起来啊，去杯时间。
对啊。这个不知道是哪一集的。已经快结束了。
我不是天，真的是。
这个没看过。
先没看过。我不是修。我不是修。
这个没看过。
先没。修的呢，士兵上面会热。哇，它上面是修，上面会热的，放东西呀、泡腾腾。
这个没看。
哇，它上面是修。哇，这。前没看过。
没看过。这个没看过。
前没看过。哇，它上面是修的呢，上面是热腾腾的，所以它制冰上面会热的，所以上面不能放东西呀、泡茶神器呀、对，完美泡茶机。不是我。是说我们要装这个吗？我们也可以把它卖掉。我们有出价钱的，就可以直接把它卖掉。你要干嘛？我会听他在那里瞎掰，你也相信？先把它拆开来，然后再把它贴回去，然后现在再把它拆开来，桌上是顺热冰，然后再把它贴回去，然后现在再把它拆，把它贴回去，然后现在再把它拆开来，桌上是顺热冰，静饮机，静饮水机，这是静，然后饮水机，静热温烧水机，对啊 ，Made in China， 水槽啊。水槽，哇，这些也太短了。水槽啊，水槽，哇，这些也太短了。水槽，哇，这些也太短了。这个线才80公分而已嘛，1公尺吗？1公尺，这太短了，还有这些也太短了。这个线才80公分而已嘛，1公尺吗？68。太短了吧？ 这个线才80公分而已吧？1公尺吗？68，1公尺，1公尺吗？68，1公尺而已，这太68，1公尺而已，这太短了。他已经有声音哎，他已经在制冰吗？哦，所以他制冰声音你自己听，现场没听到，你自己过来听。有声音吗？有。他制冰有声音你自己听。哦，所以制冰有声音。哦，所以他制冰有声音你自己听，现场没听到，你自己过来听。有声音吗？有啊。哇，咚的声音啊！哇塞，他制冰有声音啊！东西，好吧。哇塞，他制冰有，哇塞，他制冰有声音啊！东西，好吧。啊，你别紧张啊！东西，好吧。啊，你别紧张，我会整理呀。你好好看电视。不行。哦，不然这水槽是不行。不然这水槽是塑胶的，我以为是金属的，结果是塑胶的。
钻石嘞！
哇，钻石哎，还镀金呢。慈禧没有奶嘴塞啊！哇，还是你要当台湾人都不撕开奶嘴塞啊！哇，还是你要当台湾人都不撕开？哦，你要当正港台湾人。
旁边应该没有粘住吗？
怎么拉不起来？
旁边应该有。
是你要当台湾人都不撕开？哦，你要当正港台湾人。
旁边应该没有粘住吗？
怎么拉不起来？没有啊，没有粘住啊。嗯？没有粘住啊，为什么我拉不起来？哇！我拉断了，你要来呀、你要一起参与吧。没有粘住啊，为什么我拉不起来？哇！我拉断了，你要来呀、你要。哇！我拉断了，你要来呀、哇！我拉断了，你要来呀、我拉断了。我拉断了，你要来呀、你要一起参。我拉断了。我拉断了，你要来呀、你要一起参与把它拉断呢、它怎么塞的、啊？它为什么可以塞在里面？哇，这是2层的啊，所以它所以你不要过滤，就不要放这一层哦。
对啊，你也可以不用放啊。对啊。
你就下面放马放这一层哦。
对啊，你也可以不用放啊。
你就下面放马克杯，然后下面就可以这样过滤哦。
对啊，你买个滤芯就可以过滤了。
是啊，本来就是买个滤芯就可以过滤啊，跟空气清净机一样。装水喽，叮叮，空气清净机一样。装水喽，叮叮。我走不进去了。它这个提把这边都是塑胶的，就摔到地上就马上坏。然后它这盖子上面又告诉你，请加入，这边都是塑胶的，就摔到地上就马上坏。然后它这盖子上面又告诉你，请加入干净的饮用水源，所以就你加自来水就是你的问题啊，你自己把它搞坏。
自来水也是干净的啦。
干净的饮用水源，不然要加马桶水。干净的，他没写，他可能说明书里面有写啊。干净的饮用水。
看说明书。
说明书不用看啦。不对啊，我都还没有过水，就是先让水流过整个管线啊。
还有这个，先要做这个动作。
不是正常都这样吗？你新的
有这个按钮要做这个动作。
不是正常都这样吗？你新的不是正常都这样吗？还没有过水，就是先让水。对啊，我都还没有过水，就是对啊，我都还没有过水，就是先让水流过整个管线啊。
还有这个，先要做这个动作。
不是正常都这样吗？你新的
有这个按钮吗？
没有啊，就是先让水全。
过那个管线，你不就是出水，它就过那个管线了吗？
那怎么出水就没水了？我少做了什么事呢？
没看说明书哦。
我少做了什么事呢？
出水，它就过那个管线了吗？没看说明书哦。 他一定要先告诉你说，第一次要先干嘛干嘛，还不赶快把说明书拿出来。
这样吗？这有水啊！这有水啊！这有水啊！这有水啊！吗？这样吗？这有水啊！说明书还没看就有水。
撞车，撞车这么开心，哇！撞车，撞车这么开心，撞车，撞车这么开心，撞车，撞车，撞车这么开心，哇！被 spray 弹根，撞车这么开心，哇！被 spray 弹根肉是撞车了。
别快啊！我们要来喝45度的水。我们要来喝45度的水。别快啊！我们要来喝45度的水。别快啊！我们要来喝45度的水。度的水。哇，各位！所以它加哇，各位！所以它加热会有风扇的声音耶。
因为它很热，要瞬间加热，它要散热啊。
哦，45度的水。哦，45度的水。哦，45度的水。呼呼。给你温水。怎么样？是温的水呀、啊，帅吗？反正就有99、85、55、45，常温。而且冰水是15度啊，55度哦，它还有 UV 啊，它的 UV 不能关。而且冰水是15度啊，55度哦，它还有 UV 啊，它的 UV 不能关掉。
它就是
还有 UV 啊，它的 UV 不能关掉。
它就是你一按它就有 UV 啊。
55度，感觉55度才是我平常喝的温度，所以我平常都喝55度的水。可是这个其实蛮大声的，没有特别注意。
那你不用特别去听，就不会发现了。
没有，你把电视关掉，所有东西关掉，你就会听到呜。它这个风扇频率算比较高哎。啊，下一个85度喽。85度喽。哇，两个一起更吵哎！哇，两个一起更吵哎！还有，然后这样呜，还有，两个一起更吵哎！哇，两个，哇，哇。两个一起更吵哎！还有，然后这样呜，它整台机器像恐龙在叫。哇，85度，那我去拿。哇，叫，恐龙在叫。哇，85度，那我去拿茶叶，我们来泡茶。哇，泡茶喽！99度，哇，泡茶喽！我们来泡茶。哇，泡茶喽！99度，哇，
拿出来。
但它撞热水，哇，
拿出来。
但它撞热水，这样子整个面板都会变湿湿的。
什么东西？哦，因为太热了啊。
开始，所以第一段是150cc。哇，这是泡茶神器，你要来喝茶吗？
它是出水，3个出水。
所以第一段是150cc。哇，是150cc。哇，150cc。150cc。150cc。 哇，这是泡茶神器，你要来喝茶吗？
它是
茶神器，你要来喝茶吗？
它是出
你要来喝茶吗？
它是出水3个出，
你要来喝茶吗？
它是出水3个出。
只是150，然后就不知道了。听好喽，第一格150，第二格230，第三格300，所以最多才300。所以你要喝马克杯，应该就要直接开到第3格。它写滤芯过滤水量为60公升，
60公升，
反正我没有要用。
60除以4，15次。
15次？哦，你说这整个箱？
对啊，你就是可以过滤15次。
那怎么那么少？那新加坡人来台湾会冷死。我说哇，30度好冷哦，然后他就会包的跟阿嬷一样。哇，这样超赞耶！哇，这样超赞耶！哇，这样超赞耶！哇，这样超赞！哇，这样超赞耶！我想要喝一滴滴水，这样妈妈就不会一直跟我说啊，用热水器调温度低一点。120哎，所以你这样子来一克，哇塞，来一克这样子一次啊，用热水320哎，所以你这样子来一克，哇塞，来一克这样子一次就可以泡完一整碗哎，太爽了吧
320，
对啊，它最强一整碗哎，太爽了吧太爽碗哎，太爽了吧
320，
泡完一整碗哎，太爽了吧
320。
对啊，它第3段是300啊，所以就差不多啊。你这样子一次就可以，然后我就可以去做其他事情，然后回来就有一碗泡面，哇，太嗨了！这拿起来应该比较快吧？就直接烧起来啦！续杯时间，续杯时间，续杯时间。续杯时间，续杯时间，就直接烧，就直接烧起来啦！续杯时间，
这个没看过。
哇，它上面是，哇，它上面是修的呢。上面热腾腾的，所以它制冰上面会热热的。它上面是修的呢，上面热腾腾的，所以它制冰，哇，它上面是修的呢，冰上面会热热的，所以上面不能放东西呀、泡茶神器呀、对，完美泡茶机，完美泡茶机。对，完美泡茶机。不是、啊，我是说我们要装这个吗？我们也可以把它卖掉。我们有初夏型的，是不是就可以直接把它卖掉？
那有美呀、
美要干嘛？
美呀、
不会，听他在那里瞎掰你也相信？不香，要把它拆开来，然后再把它贴回去，然后我现在要再把它拆开来。噔噔，桌上型顺热净饮机，
七进饮水机。
就是净，然后饮水机，净热温烧水机，对啊 ，Made in China， 水槽啊，直接水槽，哇，这个线也太短了吧！这个线才80公分而已吧？1公尺吗？68，1公尺而已，这太短了，它已经有声音嘞。他已经在制冰吗？哦，所以他制冰有声音耶，你自己听。现场没听到，你自己过来听。
有声音啊，有啊。
哇，是嗡的声音啊！哇塞，他制冰有声音啊！
东西。
好把它关啊！你别紧张，我会整理呀、你好好看电视。
不行。
哇塞，这水槽是塑胶的耶，我以为是金属的，结果是塑胶的。
钻石哎！
哇，钻石哎，还镀金呢！ 磁吸，还有奶嘴塞啊！哇，还是你要当台湾人都不撕开？哦，你要当正港台湾人。
旁边应该没有粘住吗？
怎么拉不起来？没有啊，没有粘住啊。嗯，没有粘住啊，为什么拉不起来？哇，我拉断了！你要来呀、你要一起参与把它拉断呢、它怎么塞的？它为什么可以塞在里面？哇，这是2层的，啊，所以所以你不要过滤就不要放这一层哦。
对啊，你也可以不用放啊。
你就下面放马克杯，然后下面就可以这样过滤哦。
对啊，你买个滤芯就可以过滤了。
是啊，本来就是买个滤芯就可以过滤啊，跟空气清净机一样。装水喽，叮叮。我装不进去呢。它这个提把这边都是塑胶的，就摔到地上就马上坏。然后它这盖子上面有告诉你，请加入干净的饮用水源，所以就你加自来水就是你的问题啊，你自己把它搞坏。
自来水也是干净的啊。
干净的饮用水源，不然要加马桶水。干净的，他没写，他可能说明书里面有写啊。干净的饮用水。
看说明书。
说明书不用看啦、对啊，我都还没有过水，就是先让水流过整个管线啊。
还有这个，先要做这个动作。
啊，不是正常都这样吗？你新的
有这个按钮吗？
没有啊，就是先让水全。
过那个管线，你不就是出水，它就过那个管线了吗？
那怎么出水就没水了？我少做了什么事呢？
没看说明书哦。说明书它一定要先告诉你说，第一次要先干嘛干嘛。还不赶快把说明书拿出来。
这样吗？它就有水啊。说明书还没看就有水。
撞车，撞车这么开心！哇，被 Spider 跟 Loris 撞车了。
喂，快啊！我们要。
撞车这么开心！哇，撞车这么开心！撞车这么开心！撞车，撞车这么开心！哇，被 Spider 跟 Loris 撞车了。哇，被 Spider 跟 Loris 撞车了。
喂，快啊！我们要来喝45度的水。哇，各位，所以它加热会有风扇的声音耶。
因为它很热，要瞬间加热，它要散热啊。
哦，45度的水，给你温水。怎么样？是温的水啊，帅吗？反正就有99、85、55、45，常温。而且冰水是15度啊，55度。哦，它还有 UV 啊，它的 UV 不能关掉啊。
那就是你一按它就有 UV 啊。
55度，感觉55度才是我平常喝的温度。所以我平常都喝55度的水。可是这个其实蛮大声的，没有特别注意。
那你不用特别去听，就不会发现了。
here. INFJ. INFJ, what the F? Holy fuck, this is trash. 文艺作品 What the fuck is 文艺作品？
Hey guy, I want to start this video by telling you about something very dumb that I did recently, and I'm going to preface the story by saying that this was entirely my fault. There are probably 50 things I could have done differently to avoid what ended up happening, but I didn't, and that's on me. So I got a new car last month. For most of my adult life, I've been driving a 2012 Honda Civic that I bought from CarMax in 2015. I'll never forget the day I rolled up to my job at Popeyes and felt like the coolest guy in the parking lot. Took the Max part of the sticker off so it just said car on the back. Had a lot of fun back then. And even though this car was very reliable for pretty much the entire time I had it, it was starting to show its age, and I got to a point where I kind of just wanted something that felt nicer to be in. So I splurged a little bit, traded it in for one of the coolest sports cars on the market right now, a 2021 Hyundai Sonata. Now that's not the dumb part. There are so many things about this car that are massive upgrades over what I had before. There's a rear view camera, there's blind spot indicators, I don't have to plug my phone in anymore to play music, it beeps at me if I move 1 inch in either direction on the highway. It's a great car. But there are also things about cars made in the past decade that aren't necessarily better, they're just different. For one, why as a society did we get rid of the Prindle? I have spent the past 15 years of my life building the muscle memory of yanking around my car's joystick to tell it where to go, and now it's just buttons? And I don't have the muscle memory for that. I'm starting to develop some due to time passing, but for the first couple weeks I owned this car, I would have to stop looking this way so I could look down and see where the backwards button is. So that brings me to my story. 6 days after I bought this car, I was leaving a U-Haul storage facility and the exit gate was open. Now I've been there enough to know that sometimes, even though the exit gate is supposed to close, it'll just not. So I gave it a couple seconds, decided, yeah, it's gonna stay open, and started driving forward. And you will never guess what happened the exact moment I made that decision. Yeah, gate started closing. So naturally, I'm like, uh-oh, this gate is going to hit my new used car. I should move out of the way. So I hit the reverse button, start accelerating, and my car moves forward. Now, if you've ever been operating a motor vehicle that starts moving in the opposite direction that you intended it to, you probably know about the panic that sets in. And I was running out of time. I could feel the gate inching nearer and nearer. So in the heat of the moment, I very wisely decided to do the exact same thing that didn't work the first time. I hit the reverse button, hit the gas pedal, and once again, my car moves forward. At this point, the only thing I've managed to do is get more in the path of the gate. And before I could try my foolproof strategy a third time, it crashed into the side of my car and the alarm went off and it made a big old scratch that'll probably cost a couple $100 to get buffed out and repainted. I don't know the exact amount yet because I'm too embarrassed to tell anyone what happened. Anyway, I've had about a month now to process this, and I'm of two minds. On one hand, it is kind of hilarious that I waited 9 years to buy a new car and I couldn't even get through 1 full week without fucking it up. I would love to see the security footage of me stopping in front of a closing gate, quickly accelerating, stopping, accelerating again, stopping again, before getting out and yelling, God damn it. It probably looked really fun. But then, on the other hand, I am kind of like, well, what the fuck happened? Because, like, I know that I hit the reverse button 2 separate times, and both times my car just decided not to do it. I tried recreating this exact scenario in a parking lot to pinpoint exactly where I went wrong, and my best guess is just that I hit the accelerator and the reverse button at the same time, which triggered the car's computer to be like, hey, you can't do that. You're gonna hurt the transmission. Let's hurt the side of the car instead. And like, it's a good thing that there's a mechanism in place to prevent the car from changing gears when you're moving too quickly. If I hit the reverse button while driving 70 miles per hour down the highway, I actually would want my car to ignore that. I'm pretty sure there was a similar mechanism in my old car. The difference is, though, that if this exact scenario happened while I was driving that one, there would have been physical feedback to tell me it was still in drive, and maybe I would have been less likely to floor it twice. In order to get the same confirmation from a button, you have to press it, look down at the dashboard, find the part that indicates what gear the car is in, process that information, and then react accordingly. And even if you can do all that very quickly, it still takes longer to send that information to your brain than if you can just feel where your hand is. And again, I'm the dumbass here. There are so many things I could have done differently. If I had just immediately accelerated as soon as I got to the gate, I would have made it through with time to spare. I also could have taken 3 extra seconds to just type my code in. I even could have stayed in bed all day and never gone anywhere near this gate, and that would have been a better decision too. But unfortunately, I didn't do any of those things. I did this, and I'm gonna have to live with that for the rest of my life. But my funny little mishap got me thinking about all these things I've seen over the past couple years of people getting screwed over by like modern features in their cars, and it made me want to do some research about it. And my takeaway is that while it would be untrue to say that cars have gotten worse, I do think they've gotten dumber. I looked up why cars made the shift from the Prindle stick to just buttons, or a touchscreen on the ceiling, or a wheel that's right next to the volume knob that hopefully has never caused a hilarious but unfortunate accident. And it turns out the main reason is just that the stick is not necessary anymore, because you're not physically changing the gear, you're just telling the car's computer what to do. Which, like, I get it, you know, I'm not here to stand in the way of progress. I just think that if you have to create a new problem in order to fix something that wasn't really a problem to begin with, you're not being as innovative as you might think you are. Without a doubt, my biggest personal gripe with how cars are made now is touchscreen dashboards. Almost 80% of new cars in 2022 had some kind of touchscreen display built into it. It's just the norm now. And on the surface, it seems like an improvement. I mean, obviously this is more advanced technology than this. Gross. I bet this one doesn't even have 12 different menus I can flip through to try to figure out how to get my turn signals on. It just doesn't make much sense to me when there's already such a massive increase in distracted driving and accidents and deaths that happen because of it, that they're adding this thing into cars that you literally have to look at to be able to use. There's a Swedish magazine that ran ran this test a couple years ago where they had people drive 12 different cars down the highway and timed how long it took for them to complete the same series of tasks in each of them. And the winner by far was a 2005 Volvo. Now, this doesn't mean that 2005 Volvo is the best car. It just means that for basic tasks like changing a radio station or turning the AC on, physical buttons that you can memorize the location of are the quickest and safest way to do those things. You don't have to look away from the road to be able to find where the button is. I think ideally modern cars are built with the right combination of actual buttons for basic tasks and a touchscreen for more advanced features, most of which you don't really need to use while driving anyway. And it does seem like some of the companies that maybe over-embraced this technology a few years ago have started to peel back and find a happy medium. But what absolutely drives me crazy is cars that have consolidated the entire dashboard into one giant iPad. Windshield wipers? We put it on the touchscreen. Want to turn the air down a little bit? We put it on the touchscreen. I think the irony of these kinds of interfaces is that they give the illusion of luxury. This certainly seems like the more innovative option until you realize that the main reason they're so prevalent in cars now is because it is the cheapest way to build one.
It actually costs a lot of money to engineer all of these buttons and switches and to have the wiring. Doing all of that in software is a lot cheaper.
It is more expensive to produce actual knobs and buttons than it is to just throw every function onto one screen, make it compatible with Apple CarPlay, and call it a day. And then when something goes wrong, it's just a software problem. We'll figure it out. Or maybe we have to replace the entire thing and it's going to be $4,000. Who's to say? And I didn't even mention the fact that if the screen does end up malfunctioning in a car that's entirely reliant on it, it's not just a minor inconvenience. It means you can't drive the car until it gets fixed. Some of the extra hoops I've seen people have to jump through in order to accomplish basic tasks now are mind-boggling. You know how sometimes you have the AC on, but it ends up blasting right into your hand, so you have to reach over and change the direction of the vent? Well, that's fucking dumb, okay? That's how a caveman would do it. It makes way more sense to go on over to the car tablet, find the AC control button, select the air vent you want to change, and then drag it where you want it to go, all while barreling through a school zone. While watching a bunch of videos of car dashboards, I happened upon this 1989 Toyota, and there's something so beautiful about it. With that subtle burgundy interior, the tasteful thickness of those buttons. Oh my god, it even has a seatbelt. But I'm aware that I'm over-romanticizing the past a little bit, because if I truly wanted a car that looked like this, I could have just bought one. Like, I do want modern features. I do want a car that's able to do the things that my phone can do. But if these things are implemented in a way that forces you to look away from the road in order to be able to use them, I think we should reconsider how we got here. At this rate, it's only a matter of time until cars start shoving ads in our faces. This car ride is brought to you by Opera, the smarter way to browse the web. Oh, I was being kind of facetious about that. I've never been more organized online since I started using Opera. The fact that it'll automatically sort my different tab rabbit holes into their own islands so I'm not constantly overwhelmed by the uninhibited whims of my own brain has legitimately changed my life. Wait, can I really not skip this? Not only does Opera have a free ad blocker built directly into the browser, but they also have a free VPN included with no additional fees or extensions you need to download. When I told my grandpa, he couldn't believe it. You know, back in my day, you had to pay good money for a VPN. Yeah, they're just giving them away for free. I'm just trying to use the GPS, man. And on top of being more functional and more secure, I think Opera just looks better. I love that you can have an animated wallpaper as the background of your homepage. I love that you can pin the sidebar if you want to keep an Instagram or TikTok page open, or have it close automatically if you're trying to get work done and need to keep the endless scroll at arm's length. There's even a battery saver feature you can toggle on and off that'll help you get the most out of your laptop before having to get up and finally charge it. That does sound pretty useful, actually. Upgrade the way you use the internet. Download Opera for free using my link in the description. If you scroll too far, don't worry, it's also in the pinned comment. Thank you to Opera for sponsoring today's video. Wow, I'm convinced. I'm going to download Opera on my computer and smartphone today. Now, where am I? Oh, great. Hi, honey. Yep, I drove into the ocean again. Cars have been around for about 100 years now, and it kind of seems like maybe we figured out the best way to make them and ran out of ways to meaningfully innovate. But that doesn't really work when you're trying to get people to buy a new one every single year, so you have to find something you can add to make it seem like there's been a big improvement. Things like door handles that retract into the car, which I guess is cool. I don't know if I've ever thought of the handle sticking out 3/4 of an inch as being an issue, but I'll admit it adds some sleekness to the car, and it's not like it's making things worse, right? What's that? If it gets too cold outside, the handles don't work anymore? Yeah, no, I can see how that might not be great.
Tesla fixed this problem with the software update last October. You can just press this to pop the door open when the door handles are frozen.
Great news, everyone. We've updated the app so you can now get into your car during the winter. So consider that problem solved.
But didn't you create the problem in the first
We're
place?
actually not taking any questions at this time. My favorite thing about these door handles is no matter how many times I get an Uber driver that's in a Tesla, I don't know how to get inside. I'm sure it's very simple, but clearly I'm struggling enough as it is. One thing I haven't seen as many people talk about, but has driven me crazy for the past few years, is headlights are getting brighter, right? Like, that's not just me. I cannot tell you how many times I've been driving down a 2-lane road at night and a car passes me with headlights so unbelievably bright, I cannot see anything for like 10 seconds. Hopefully I'm still in my lane. I guess I'll find out soon. Now, this is one of those things that's a double-edged sword, right? Because in theory, brighter headlights should make driving safer because visibility is improved. But I feel like it has to negate a little bit of the safety when those headlights don't just hit the road and instead shine directly into the eyes of oncoming drivers. I looked it up, and the two things that are causing this are, one, manufacturers using LEDs now instead of the softer and yellower halogen bulbs from the last couple decades. LEDs tend to be brighter and more compact, so they hit even harder when you're staring down the barrel of one.
Oh, this one for sure.
But the other reason for this is a byproduct of something that I think is in itself a problem, which is that cars are so much bigger now than they've ever been. So if you're driving a sedan in the opposite lane of a brand new Suburban, those lights are going to have to go through your eyeballs in order to hit the road. There's something a little paradoxical about the safety of cars now, where they are much safer than they've ever been, while also posing more of a threat than they ever have. A brand new truck may have great safety ratings because it's twice as big as every other car around it, but now every other car around it has to worry about getting demolished by a truck that's twice as big as them. Pedestrian deaths in America have skyrocketed over the past decade, and I don't think it's a coincidence that that's happening while cars continue to get taller and heavier for mostly no reason other than because they can, because there's no regulations stopping them from doing it. And if a truck being way bigger than it needs to be is what convinces someone to sign up for a $1,200 a month car payment, why would those car companies have any incentive to stop? It's created a cycle where I think a lot of people feel like the only way forward is to fight fire with fire. Everyone else has a giant car, well, I guess I need to get one for myself. I remember seeing this post a few months ago where this guy talked about how lucky he was to have been driving in such a gargantuan SUV when he got in an accident because he and his family were able to walk away unharmed. And obviously, that's great that they're okay. This could have ended very tragically, and I'm happy that it didn't. But for someone to see this and their takeaway to be, see, this is why everyone should buy the biggest SUV they can, because it's the only way to keep your family safe. You're not taking into account the fact that in a lot of cases, these giant trucks trucks and SUVs are the danger.
Since the introduction of SUVs, there has been a massive increase in what are called front overs. A person, usually a child, getting run over by an SUV by a driver who can't even see them. Over a 10-year period, over 500 American children were killed by being run over by SUVs.
I mean, shit, why stop here? I think every American citizen should drive around in a military-grade tank. Yeah, we might run over a few more kids, but as long as they're not my kids, who gives a shit? Now, of course, I cannot make a video about cars that are bigger than they need to be, and dumber than they need to be, and more dangerous than they need to be, without talking about the one that lies squarely in the cross-section of that Venn diagram, the Tesla Cybertruck.
Welcome to the Cybertruck Unveiled. It is literally bulletproof. Ultra hard stainless steel. Really hard. Of course, we'll come with autopilot center. Franz, could you try to break this glass, please? Oh my God.
So this awesome car, which looks like when you first boot up a video game and not all of the textures have loaded in yet, was announced a couple years ago as starting at $40,000. Fast forward to today. Anyone who is driving one of these right now, the bare minimum that I've seen any of them spend, 100 grand. One of the biggest reasons for this absolutely bonkers price jump is this $20,000 foundation fee. That's right, there's an additional fee tacked on that is almost as much as what I spent on my entire car. So you're probably dying to know what that bonus gets you. Well, some people who paid for it don't even seem to know.
$20,000 for it being a foundation series. Now, I don't know what that really means or anything, but yeah, I paid it because I wanted the truck.
So at first I thought it was just that it says the word foundation on it, which would be really fun. But apparently most of what that fee is meant to be attributed to is the self-driving feature that you would otherwise have to pay a separate monthly fee to access.
Of course, we'll come with autopilot center.
Now, one tiny little thing to note about this feature is that it is not available yet, and no one can even hazard a guess as to when it will be. So as it currently stands, the only thing this $20,000 fee gives you is priority access to a car that's littered with problems.
Oh shit, oh, we already broke it. All right, so my Cybertruck is completely broken. My foot is on the floor and it's not moving.
This gear selector at the top, it just dropped down. Something's going on with the windshield. What? I got all these warnings I've never seen before. I'm trying to open up the trunk. It won't respond. I'm going back and forth trying to close it. It won't close. It won't close. It won't close. When the tailgate's down, the camera's showing you the street. I have had enough.
At this point, I think I know more about manufacturing than anyone currently alive on Earth.
I have to say, I have really enjoyed watching videos lately from people who may or may not be in denial about the absurd amount of money wasted on this stupid car. They'll make these update videos where they complain about so many things they hate about it, and then be like, and that's why it's a perfect car. And I have no regrets.
This car is definitely worth the hype. This thing right here is a fingerprint magnet. I just got my car washed yesterday and there's still water spots. I noticed that my roof was starting to come off. Their navigation system sucks. It's resting on the inside. It was like this when I picked it up. I definitely think it's worth $100,000.
So included with the foundation series, you get all weather floor mats, and if you look right up here, there's a little Cybertruck logo.
Wait, did you say floor mats for all weather? Well, never mind then. They should have charged an extra $50,000. Sorry, I should be more sensitive. These people are going through enough right now. It's bad enough their car is falling apart, but they're also getting relentlessly bullied. Cyber clown trucks for stupid. Give it to the stupid clown to spend their life away. And this guy just said gay truck. That's like a truck owner's worst nightmare. I will say one thing I do really love about this car is that the rear view mirror doesn't work. Its view is completely obstructed most of the time. I mean, if you want, you can just look down at the screen at the rear view camera, but that also becomes useless if it gets even a little bit dirty. And isn't driving through dirt kind of the whole point of having a truck? That's all they do in commercials. Now, if off-roading is the thing you want to do in this truck, good luck, because it doesn't seem to know how to do that.
My friend in the 4Runner wanted to take that incline challenge, and he killed. The Subaru also went up that incline. The Cybertruck did not make it up that incline. And once we got to about the middle of the incline, it would stop. We tried airing down to 30 PSI, but it still did not make it up the hill.
Also, you're not gonna believe this, but part of his car broke while he was doing this. How does this keep happening? To be fair though, look how easily it navigates this puddle of mud. I mean, if I tried to drive through that in my old Civic, I literally would have drowned. But this truck can do things that I've never seen any vehicle do before. Yes, technically, this road is paved, but they're still in the woods. That's gotta count for something. This truly is the all-in-one vehicle. You can drive out in the middle of nowhere and sleep there if you want. It even comes with its own tent that you can attach to the back of the truck for an additional $3,000. Now, considering you can get a pretty big tent for like $100, you'd probably assume that this thing is decked out with premium features. No, it's just a tent. A 1-inch thin mattress, a couple of straps, a zipper that barely works. But since it's an official Tesla product, you know you're getting that signature high-quality engineering.
Oh, that's broken.
It even comes with a bicycle pump, so you can spend 10 minutes manually blowing it up. For $3,000, you should be able to hit a button and watch this thing assemble itself. It is crazy to me how much they're able to overcharge for the most basic shit. Cosmetically, this stainless steel, absolutely gorgeous. It does pick up the occasional fingerprint if you touch it at all, but as long as you don't get in the car or anywhere near the car, you've got nothing to worry about. And if it does get a little spotty, not a problem, just take it through a car wash. But if you do that, make sure you put it on car wash mode first, otherwise it'll break the truck and void your warranty.
The Cybertruck does not work anymore. Listen to the noise this thing makes. That has a weird popping sound. So what did I do different? Today I went to the beach, took it through the car wash, make sure all the sand's off, then I pulled it in the garage, and nothing.
This thing is practically invincible. You can hit it with a hammer, you can hit it with a shopping cart, but if it gets any bugs on it, you need to clean that off immediately or you will ruin it forever. The Cybertruck is also famously bulletproof for some reason, although I'm not really sure why they've made that one of the primary selling points.
When you shoot a normal truck, the bullets go in one side straight through and out the other side. You cannot hide behind the vehicle to be safe, so it's something to keep in mind.
Keep in mind for what? Who are you marketing this car to? John Wick? The things they chose to prioritize while making this truck are baffling to me. Who gives a shit that it's bulletproof if the material they had to use to make it that way makes it so razor sharp you cut your hand every time you open the door? Who cares how strong the interior is if it can't even get wet? They're calling it a car made for any planet. Guys, why don't we start with making it work on this one? As far as safety goes, I've seen conflicting reports about this. There's a crash that happened between a Cybertruck and a Toyota Corolla, and if you look at the photos from the accident, you might think, wow, this truck is invincible. It barely got a scratch on it. Meanwhile, the guy in the Corolla is probably seriously hurt, right? No, he's fine. The problem with this rigid outer body is that cars are designed to crumple in an accident. That's their way of absorbing as much force as possible. If your car doesn't crumple, that force will be passed on to the passengers inside of it. So while the Cybertruck may look like the world's most indestructible car, a lot of people who know more about physics than I do aren't so sure this is a good thing. I think what Tesla has done the most successfully with this truck is make it so their target audience doesn't care care about any of these problems. I've seen people online who are actively enduring nightmare situations still go out of their way to defend this company. Cybertruck broke down on my first road trip with my family, lost the back motor and was unable to drive, had to get it towed 2 hours back home. First year problems. Always good to wait a year or two on a brand new model. I know this is an early 3/Y owner, but man, come on, I had to grab the Cybertruck. No, you didn't, and it definitely seems like you shouldn't have. I found this guy on Twitter whose experience perfectly encapsulates the Cybertruck launch. His truck broke pretty much immediately. He got that patented flashing red critical service error, couldn't even drive it, had to pull over. Since then, it's been in the shop for weeks with no word on how long it's gonna take to fix. There's apparently at least 10 different things wrong with it. Wire harness needs replacement, ripple in windshield, driver seat rubbing on center console, headliner sagging, chip and foundation series dashboard trim, mobile connector provided with Cybertruck not charging the truck past 6 amps, front misalignment, one side is higher, rear side arch misalignment sticking up. It could be another month before this guy gets his $100,000 car back. In the meantime, they're making up for all the trouble they've caused him by letting him borrow a regular Model 3 Tesla, which he himself described as being filthy with a strong, unpleasant odor that has persisted even after he went to the trouble of cleaning it inside and out. And it is fascinating to watch this guy, who has been absolutely fucked by Tesla, continue to go to war on Elon's behalf. People often criticize what they don't fully grasp, but the moment you take the wheel of a Cybertruck, everything changes. You'll quickly discover that all other trucks pale in comparison, becoming obsolete in a Cybertruck's shadow. Hey guys, it's been like 2 weeks since you took my car. Are you almost done fixing it? Or? They've got it all twisted. Instead of comparing the Cybertruck to other trucks, they should compare the other EV trucks' features and capabilities to those of the Cybertruck. Then it becomes clear just how superior the Cybertruck is and how the other trucks are stuck in the dinosaur era. Hey, my car has been in the shop for its entire life so far. Do you think I'm ever gonna be able to drive it again? While other trucks are busy playing catch up, the Cybertruck is already in the future, being the undisputed champion. Hating on the Cybertruck might get you more engagement and clicks, but I'll never fake it to make it. I love my Cybertruck. Really wish I could get my truck back this weekend. Still no update. Dude, if I was this guy, I would be furious. He has every right to be pissed off here, but he seems to be more mad at the people telling him he's been scammed than at the company that actually scammed him. I spent so much time this month watching videos of people driving this car and talking about this car and hating on this car, but at the end of the day, it's not fair for me to fully judge something that I've never even seen in person, let alone actually driven. Sure, I can pick and choose clips that fit the argument I'm trying to make, but can I really condemn something I've never even stepped foot inside? No. But then I found out there's an app you can use to rent other people's cars for a day, so I spent $700 to pretend I own a Cybertruck. Love that sound. This is my nightmare. Everything on the screen, nothing's here. I don't like how many buttons I have to press to like turn the AC off. For a truck as big as this is, I don't love how sensitive everything is. The steering wheel, you barely have to turn it. You don't need to brake. I instinctively, when I'm slowing down, I want to take my foot off the accelerator and brake, but it brakes when you let go of the accelerator, so it's like really jerky. I guess I would get used to that if I drove it more often, but so far it's just like, I feel like I'm really drawing a lot of attention to myself. Going to a Costco parking lot, probably a bad idea. Everyone is turning and looking.
When I drive, I do not want to be perceived or looked at.
That guy right there is stopping to look at us right now.
Another Tesla's looking at us.
He's like, my big brother. When we got inside Costco though, something weird happened. People stopped looking at me. I had to get out of there as soon as possible. Look at all these normies. Only I'm in the Cybertruck. Okay, so many steps to open the mirror. They have something called karaoke. Me, took me, shook me, feeling me, singing from heart. Like a lot of reviewers said, you cannot use this rearview mirror. It is just complete darkness in there. It is very smooth to drive. It doesn't feel like you're driving a giant truck, but I kind of wish it did. If you forget that your car weighs 7,000 pounds and you're driving it like it doesn't, like I just feel like it's way too easy to accelerate as fast as you can and slice someone in half, which I'd rather not do. It was a beautiful spring day outside, so the next thing on my agenda was a romantic picnic in the park with my lovely wife.
What's wrong? You hardly touch your cereal. We don't want cinnamon toast crunch like banana instead.
I've driven a little bit now. I'm pretty sure every time I've parked and gotten out so far, I've left the car on because I don't know how to turn it off. There's not like a button or anything. But I finally figured out, it's very intuitive. You hit this, and then was it safety, right? And then you scroll all the way down, and you want to scroll past Joe mode. Don't put it on Joe mode. Then you just hit power off, and then that's it. And that's how you turn off the Cybertruck. Getting the truck to fit into my garage was a lot closer of a call than I expected it to be. If I did own this car, this would be quite the fun little adventure to get to go on every single day.
And that's how you park a Tesla Cybertruck in your garage.
Despite all my issues with the truck, the more I drove it around the city and felt the enamored stares from mesmerized bystanders, I was reminded of what the guy I rented it from told me. You'll feel like a celebrity. And god damn it, he was right. I've never felt more popular. What is that freaking Brad Pitt over there? Nope, just little old me driving the best truck in the world. Please, no pictures. I'm a regular person just like you. I like the way this car makes me feel. I don't care how much it costs. If it's not solid gold, I don't want it.
Hey, can I talk to you for a sec?
Sure, but make it quick.
Ever since you've been driving that car, you've been acting kind of weird.
How exactly do you mean?
You're like a completely different person now.
Oh, I see. You're jealous.
What?
You're jealous because I own the world's most awesome car.
You don't own the car. You're renting it for one day.
Oh, tell me how I knew you'd bring that up.
Because it's true, Drew.
I'm sorry, I can't deal with this right now. I need to go clear my head. I'm gonna take a nice scenic drive dangerously close to the edge of a cliff. We interrupt this slow motion car montage with some breaking news. Somehow the Cybertruck just got even dumber. Tesla has officially recalled all 3,800 of the vehicles due to a problem with the accelerator pedal. Turns out the pedal has a cheap plastic cover over it that's been fastened on so poorly, it's sliding off, getting lodged under the piece in front of it, and causing drivers to go as fast as this stupid car can go.
It held the accelerator down 100%. Full throttle.
This is a real thing that's actually happening. We here at Channel 300 News urge you, if your husband is about to drive one of these death traps near or around a cliff, you must go stop him. His life could be in danger.
Honey, I just saw on the news.
Who's a big, strong truck? That's right, you are. I had to give the truck back last night. It was one of the hardest moments of my life. Technically, I still had a few hours left on the rental, but Amanda said she felt weird or something. I don't know, it's all a blur. Final thoughts on the truck. I think it should cost $1 million, and I wish it had 2 accelerator pedals and no brakes so I could drive twice as fast and never have to stop. Please subscribe.
去图书馆逛逛，然后去新闻大楼楼顶吹风。最喜欢摄影课。Holy fuck. Free picture. What the fuck? Free pictures.一颗电池，传还有音。的荧幕的四内Hi, my name is Kai. Hi, my name is Kai. 今天要来跟Hi, my name is Kai. Hi, my name. Kai. 今天要来跟大家分享一下。要来跟大家分享一下这个 Magic PR 的新产品啊，但是这个 HBO。
计问台的这个裁判，裁判群应该有。
好，欢迎召回民众。好，裁判。
Hello，嘿嘿嘿，有。
好了，我先跟你讲一下我写的东西。
好。
看你们看得懂。第一个就是南北区合并成一部，就不要分两部分。
是直接就把它合起来就好吗？还是怎么样？
就把它合起来。
就反正就把北区的结尾拿掉，然后把南区的合上去就对了。
对。
OK。
就这样子。然后那个片头那一张，就是 WGP 金融战略网这个明白介绍赛这个地方，那个我会请 Alice， 是 Alice 给你的嘛，对不对？
哎，对。
那个地方我会请他再加上南北区锦标赛。
好。
对，这张会换，他会要弄好再给你，是第一件事。
好。
第二件事情的话，还是在刘美惠教授那个刘美惠的会错了，是
OK，
应该是我这边错的。
OK。
这哪里要改？
好。
然后第四个就比较重要，就林副市长跟支持，你知道，他讲到说未来的世界就看你们的，对不对？就这个地方，因为我知道你的影片里面好像他讲到后面这地方，可是镜头并不是他嘛。所以我们就带到刘美惠那个教务长嘛，对不对 ？OK， 这个地方我们觉得就全部就是他讲到这边的话，那个镜头还是带那个各校的那个建议，各校不是有布条的镜头嘛？然后到最后未来的世界就看你的，就接到那个奖杯那个地方，你知道吗？就25秒，从2到24秒，25秒那个地方就奖杯地方，就是不要刘美惠，刘美惠要25秒，就刘美惠的镜头。
我看一下，那是北区的嘛，是不是？
对，北区的北区。看一下。
北区锦标赛比赛决策，未来台湾跟世界是看你的哦。北区锦标赛比赛开始。
那你说要怎么改？
对，就这地方结束才接刘美惠。但刘美惠，我不晓得你刘美惠那边的那个
决策，未来
我要给你参考一下。
台湾跟世界是看
他的149秒到53秒里面，他有去祝各位同学今天都能够得到大奖。我觉得这样也就可以了。那你不晓得
那个你说那个刘美惠她的镜头你在讲，你说那个是把它挪到后面，就是奖杯后面，是不是？
对，就把它
比赛
放到那个林奕华讲完话再接的。林奕华不是讲林奕华讲的话，对。但是呢，你给我们的片子里面，这一句话的镜头，这个画面是刘美惠。
就是把刘美惠的画面放到她讲完话后面。
对。这时候画面的话，你可以拍，因为我觉得你在拍各校，未来是就看你就好像各校啊、学生的那个学校的名称啊，我觉得那种感觉还不错。
好，那我就把整段挪到刘美惠讲完话之后再放这些。 哦，对对对，
决策。
OK，
要这样子，你不能接错了。
没问题。
OK，然后呢，3秒到1分8秒删除，其实就是北区的最后那2图拿掉就对了，因为要接着南区的。
让我看一下哦。
对，1分03秒到1分08秒，其实就是就是那个木款的那2张。
哦，对啊，就是把对啊，就是去尾，然后接上就可以。
对，接南区的这样就可以了。
好。
片尾这个很重要，片尾一定要放正好是闭幕式的支持，一定要找一小段和，这样才会有头有尾。
好。
不然我就颁奖章就结束了。
没关系，你找一下，看哪一段适合，我就把它放进去。
好，我来找看。
好，那我就赶快把它用好。
就这样子。
好，行。
那我找。
然后找完再跟我说。
好，没关系，我会尽快我来找给你。
OK， 好。拜。
然后你那个钱还没问题吧？2万5有拿到了吗？
还没啊，还没搞定啊。
还没搞定，为什么？
就是发票那边还在搞啊，所以就没关系啊，反正就是一定会搞好啊，只是时间的问题而已。
不行啊，你要早点搞好，因为那个钱从教育局那边来的，我们也不能让龙山国中那个钱一直卡在他们学校啊。
OK， 反正就尽快会把它搞定啊，对啊。
对，反正你现在公司已经成立了嘛，
对。
用你的工作是比较好一
点。
好。
OK，
就这样子了。
好，感谢。
前面那几个你都应该可以处理了，现在那个郑浩老师那一段我来找意见。
对。
好。OK，谢了。好，拜拜。好的。
Freaking Insta。
要来做一个正确的决策。教育呢，其实跟我们是息息相关的，让我们知道怎么样来做一个正确的决策。未来看你们了哦，怎么样来做一个，让我们知道怎么样来做一个正确的，看你们了哦，让我们息息相关的，让我们做一个正确的。知道息息相关的，让我们知道怎么样来做一个跟世界看。未来的决策，未来台湾跟世界是看你们的哦。决策，未来决策，未来台湾，让我们看你们的哦。看你们的哦。
北区锦标赛。北区锦标赛比赛开始。
决策，未来台湾跟你们的哦。 决策。未来台湾跟世界是看你们的哦。
我邀请所有的。我邀请所有的选手。
跟世界是看你们的。
从此哈，在各位同学们，今天都能够拿大奖，玩得愉快。各位同学们，今天都能够拿各位同学们。
教育呢，其实跟我们那金融教育呢，其实跟我们是息息相关的，让我们知道怎么样来，让我们。
Thanks for your explanation. Step. So about the minimum step size. So about the minimum step size. If I upgrade to a head plus in the future, I will actually downgrade the stability because the step size is way lower. This doesn't make any sense. And I definitely didn't reach the minimum step size in the video I show you guys. If this is not the hardware problem of my device, I'm going to make the full review about these issues I found out. We're not going to waste both of our times. Talking about these non-fixable problems. Thanks for helping out. Holy shit, it's 6 o'clock. Awesome. Fucking awesome. Awesome.
Everybody keeps saying, Drew, you can't restock your merch. You don't know how. You're too stupid. So I made a Twitch account in 2018 with the intention of streaming regularly. And in the 4 years since, I have streamed once. I keep telling myself I'll go back to it, but as with everything else in life, I remember it's just so much easier not to, so I don't. But today,
that all changes thanks to the help of one man, Tyler Ninja Blevins. If you don't know who Ninja is, he's sort of the Michael Jordan of having blue hair. If you do know who Ninja is, you probably expected me to say he's the Michael Jordan of Twitch streaming, but that would imply that he's one of the very best at it. And I don't know if that's true. I think at this point, there are tons of people doing an equal or better job of representing how fun.
都来啊！Oh shit.
Fun and exciting Twitch can be, Ninja might just be the only streamer that, like, your grandma has heard of because she saw him on Ellen. Since there's such a large portion of the general population that had no idea what a Fortnite stream was when their kids told them it was their new favorite thing to watch, I think someone had to be anointed as, like, the face of it. And Ninja is a high-energy guy, he's very good at video games, he made himself super marketable, and he used to stream all the time, which made him constantly accessible. He was the right dude in the right moment, playing the right game, and to his credit, he totally embraced it. Not everyone in that position would have said yes to as many things as he did. Sometimes it's actually okay not to do everything that's offered to you, because you never know when you might end up unsuccessfully trying to cheer up a bunch of cold, wet New Yorkers by flossing like your life depends on it. I'm not seeing enough movement! As far as I can tell, Ninja is just a guy who got way more famous than he ever needed to be. And apart from his weird creator beefs and notoriously bizarre tweets, I don't really have too strong of an opinion about him at this point in my life. Anyway, all of that brings us up to a few months ago, March 2022. Ninja launches his exclusive masterclass. With years of clicking and yelling now under his belt, Tyler is finally ready to share the secrets that led him to the top for the low, low price of one annual membership to masterclass.com. For the record, this is a 1-month class, but in order to take it, you have to be subscribed to the website for an entire year, which will cost you $180. A small price to pay once you find out they have classes from both Clintons. So you already know the drill. I'm going to sign up for this class, and I'm going to regret it. Full disclosure, I signed up for this already. I'm filming this intro after the fact. Can someone tell me why the fuck I bought the Duo version? Did I think I was gonna be watching him on 2 devices at the same time? What would that even accomplish for me? So anyway, I spent $240 on this class. Most people will choose to spend a little bit less. One of the first things he gives you at the start of the class is a PDF document with all sorts of gaming and streaming lingo. I cannot overstate how helpful this glossary is. There are some extremely advanced terms on here that would have thrown me for a loop had I heard them casually used throughout one of the courses. You know, things like keyboard, YouTube, mouse. Apparently that's the thing that you click with, but I don't know. I'm still new to this. The true beginning of this class is a section that has equipment for all different budgets, links on where to buy everything, and honestly, that's a pretty valuable resource to have all in one place. But I can't help but laugh whenever he says something like this.
You only need one monitor. If you can afford more than one, then that is definitely recommended. But if you can't afford 2 monitors,
if you can't afford a second monitor because I made you spend the cost of one on this class, then you know what? That's on me. That's my bad. Sorry about that. That's kind of the irony of this whole section.
I recommend that you spend a good amount of money on your gaming PC.
Relative to other hobbies, streaming can be very expensive to start out. Even the lowest end computer that he recommends is about $1,000. And you still have to buy a microphone, a webcam, a mouse, and keyboard, 2 things we just learned about earlier. He really tries to stress how every dollar is so important when you're starting out. So it's like, I don't know, maybe save 180 of them for equipment and then just watch an OBS YouTube tutorial for free. Speaking of which, I love this line.
It's plug and play for a reason. It may seem a little scary, but it's not. There's tutorials everywhere on the internet.
Ninja, I don't know if you know this. You're filming a tutorial. Don't outsource the work to someone else. Just tell me how to do these things while I'm here in the class that you're teaching.
In the second clip, you will already immediately see the evolution of my streaming personality. What's going on, guys?
It's so funny to hear him describe the things that he does well in like an analytical way.
See, I'm wearing my hat. I'm clearly doing a funny voice.
And obviously you probably notice as well that I will often make silly faces. So sometimes I'll do one of these, you know, or maybe I'll hit him with one of these. And that's just one of those funny ass things you can do.
And, you know, of course, it's entertaining to watch.
This makes me laugh and laugh so hard.
This next clip I'm going to show you is kind of me evolving a little bit as a content creator.
Hello, everybody.
What do you guys notice that has changed? My background has changed. I had a better chair.
Okay, so evolving as a creator means buying a more expensive chair.
My light setup was totally different, way more appealing.
All right, well, I thought maybe he was going to talk a little bit more about like evolving your personality, but it seems like his advice is just to, you know, spend more money on the wall behind you. Hey, he's the master, and this is his class.
Things in the background were more appealing. You know, you have the gaming fridge, of course, with the energy drinks in there. That's always fun to look at.
Yeah, I have a lot of fun looking at that fridge. Hey man, we're gonna go wear suits to the new Minions movie. You trying to come? No can do, big guy. I have got my day filled. Oh, wow. That fridge is really fun to look at. I know.
In the very first one, it was just my full screen webcam. The next one, I was reacting to a clip that I had, and, you know, I was wearing a...
Dude, big guy, I have got my day filled. Oh, wow. That
fridge is really fun to look at. I know.
In the very first one, it was just my full screen webcam. The next one, I was reacting to a clip that I had, and I was wearing a hat.
All right, there we go. If you want to get better at streaming, put on a hat. That's probably why my friend Chris is so good at streaming. That dude has so many hats.
My headphones were upgraded. My hair was blue.
Now we're getting somewhere. These are actionable steps. Wear a funny hat and dye your hair. Fuck. If you're like me and you're not exactly sure why that matters so much, he does actually have some pretty insightful commentary about it.
People really wanted me to always have my hair blue, and it just became a part of my brand. There are a couple of categories.
Oh. Okay, I guess that's it. Absolutely great editing there. Gotta love the cut right as he's opening his mouth to say more. I couldn't believe, actually, how many times he mentions his blue hair in this class.
Okay, so we have Ninja blue hair, right? I dyed my hair blue, and everyone thought, okay, now blue-haired person, me dyeing my hair blue, and my hair was blue.
It's almost like he's convinced himself that one of the secrets to his success is that he dyed his hair a funny color. Well, since it seems to be such an integral part of his brand, maybe we should check in on a stream now and see how it looks.
Listen, just know that I will set my alarm at 5 a.m. so I can see all of your guys' morning wood. Yeah.
I forgot to look at his hair. I think most people's experience with this class will be that it's very front-loaded with content. He's got a little over an hour about the basics of what you need to just hit the go live button. And then the next section is 23 minutes long. He starts flying through these short lessons that are like, practice the game that you like. And also don't stream too much, but don't not stream too much.
Good luck.
He even spends 2 of these very crucial minutes just rambling on about one specific Dead by Daylight trick he saw once. And it's like, dude, could you have written something down for this?
It's called like a 360.
Why does it seem like half the class is him going, oh shit, what else?
And then you just do it.
No scopes. No scopes are cool. So, you could do one of those. Before you even have time to process anything that he said in section 2, we're already breezing right into section 3, which is less than 23 minutes long. It's so visibly short at first glance that they had to pad it out by copying and pasting 2 lessons from the previous section. Share your streams with the community and engage with each other. And now, do it again.
Listen to your chat. The next time they come in, if they say something about their dog, maybe their dog isn't feeling well, and they come in the next day and you're just like, hey Jack, what's up buddy? How's your dog, man? You probably just secured that viewer for life.
Ask people if their dog is sick. He's got a section about how to deal with trolls, which is definitely something to be wary of if you're gonna be doing anything in a live setting. I love that this is the only example of an insult that he could come up with on the spot.
Like, if someone says, hey Ninja, your hair is looking really blue today, kind of weird. I'd be like, yeah, that is kind of weird.
Dude had one thing on his mind that day.
Blue hair.
I really liked when he went on this long explanation of how to ban people and specifically described each and everything to do, but they never showed his screen. I mean, you can kind of see it in this shot, but it's a little blurry. Oh, here, now they're gonna show it.
So this user, I'm going to demonstrate how to ban and unban them. It is literally as simple as pressing 2 buttons. So you have their username, you click ban,
Ninja,
and you simply just unban.
I can see what you're doing, buddy. This happens multiple times. It kind of makes me think that they just forgot to record his screen while he was doing this section, and instead of attempting to recreate that B-roll, they just gave up and put nothing there. It's so bad. That's not even Tyler's fault, but it does show a general lack of caring from everyone involved. There are times where the crew is either pranking Tyler with the editing or they just don't give a shit. This is a real clip from the masterclass.
Takis, gaming is intense, but Takis are seriously intense.
And that's not the original commercial. He doesn't shit and fart in the actual ad.
Call out your regulars and loyal viewers. They'll keep coming back. What up, this? How you doing, bro? Fufo, I think that's your one sub.
Make sure to always talk to your chat. After all, they're your friends. Welcome back, Dick Lord. Thanks for the 6 months. How's your dog doing, by the way? You don't have it? Then get one so I can talk to you.
You now have a lot of pressure on you to set good examples. It is going to be up to you to instill good morals, or the morals that you have, into your audience. Not promote harassment and not promote, being negative.
You're trash. You're awful. You're so stupid.
Just when I thought some of his advice was starting to dip in quality, he drops this banger.
I have a Fortnite skin. It is no surprise that the best titles can grab potential viewers who are scrolling through channels.
Yeah, so, if you want to get a lot of views on a video, just get Fortnite to make you a skin and put you in the item shop. And then just tell people about it. Guaranteed millions of views, dude, and it works every time. You gotta try it. Actually, a lot of the final section of this class is about these completely unattainable things you could do to get bigger.
I always express my personality in gaming, but wanted to break out into other forms of media and entertainment to expand my audience.
Welcome to the Daily Show. Thank you for having me.
Don't just be a streamer, go on TV.
I wanted to be known in Hollywood, so I went on shows like Ellen and The Tonight Show and The Masked Singer, and was eventually cast in movies like Free Guy.
Come on, get your name out there. Be in a movie. I know it sounds crazy, but it makes a big difference.
Collaborations are a great way to get more people to your stream, and it's very exciting for your viewers.
And of course, you gotta play Fortnite with Drake. You may think, I don't need to do that, but don't underestimate how big that could be for your career.
Starting out, you might not get to game with a celebrity.
But Ninja, you just said I could. Where he could have at least stuck the landing a little bit with some solid marketing tips. The branding section at the end just annoyed me because of how unspecific everything is. It's basically just a long list of Tyler's accomplishments, most of which you're probably already aware of if you spent $200 to take a Ninja class. He continually stresses the importance of branding, which I agree with, but doesn't give you any tangible steps on how to do it. And I don't expect this class to suddenly transition into a graphic design lesson, but if this is Masterclass's definitive how-to stream course, they could at least go into some detail about the basic stream assets that you need to make. Your subscriber emotes, your channel banner, your alerts, the screen that says starting soon or be right back. All those things you can put in to make your stream unique to you. He barely even mentions any of those things. He's kind of just like, look at my logo.
Isn't it a cool logo? Joke's on you, it's not even my fucking logo anymore. I made a worse one. Also, why even include a section about brand deals? This is a 30-day class. No one starting a stream from scratch is worried about doing a brand deal before they've even streamed for a month.
This is something that's going to be online forever and hopefully teaching people how to become amazing professional streamers for decades, for a millennia to come.
Yeah, dude, 1,000 years from now. 1,000 years from now, people are still going to be watching this class.
Voila.
I think that a good portion of the beginning of this course is helpful to someone who wants to start streaming and they have no idea what to do. But it is very clear to me that not nearly enough care or attention was put into this for it to be worthy of the cost. Also, like, I don't think Ninja is just this undeniably affable guy. He's just really fucking good at Fortnite. And you can't teach someone to be as good as he is. You especially can't teach someone to be really good at a brand new game and be better than everyone else at it before they've all caught up to you. Because that was kind of the initial wave of the early days of Fortnite for him. So to be someone who already has a net worth of like $50 million, and then you charge all your most hardcore fans off the promise that maybe they'll be famous like you, it's bullshit, man. This sucks. What I did genuinely enjoy the most about this was the community aspect of it. Like I said, there's a point where Ninja kind of puts the burden on you to support each other's streams, but for the most part, people did. And that's cool because it's pretty easy to get selfish when you're starting something and you're like, you know what? That's great. I see that you're streaming. I love that for you, but could someone watch my streaming? So it was cool to see people go out of their way to compliment someone's setup or answer a question that someone had. It's funny to me that potentially the most valuable part of the class is the one part that Ninja has no involvement in. There's so many cool people taking this class with all different kinds of content. I saw a Lego building stream. I saw a couple that streams at Disneyland. But my favorite streamer by far was this kid, Plushy Orca.
If we don't get this dub, I'll eat a spoonful of mayonnaise. No spoonful of mayonnaise for me.
Tell me that that's not the most badass clip you've ever seen. To their credit, the class does have its own TA that goes around, you know, interacting with people's posts, but it's never anything super specific to that person. What's your favorite piece of decor? What's your favorite conversation piece? What's your favorite piece or prop? Are you working on building connections in other communities? Are you working on building connections in other communities? Tom, are you building connections? Let's go. Anything else? Anything else? Anything else? And before you ask, the TA is not Ninja himself. Not that I would expect him to be, although it would be really funny if he was commenting on these in third person. No, the TA is a mysterious and unknown entity. One who's really only there to make the community section seem more valuable than it actually is. The one silver lining with this course, if you spent almost $200 and you got to this point and you're like, that's it? Is that you're still able to watch a shit ton of content on Masterclass. It's just a matter of whether that's something that actually has value to you, because it might not. You might have noticed Marquez Brownlee just launched his own course about video creating and posting, and I feel like this class is just so much beefier than the one I just watched. He has a 21-minute video entirely dedicated to lenses. If you've ever watched his content, you know that he's extremely tech savvy, and he also has a much more natural teaching cadence with the way he lays out information. Whereas Tyler, I assume, was just riffing things off the top of his head, which is probably why he constantly trailed off into silence.
Streaming just gave me the platform to, and I think that's how, you know, but I mean, my recommendation is,
but you know what? It's not fair of me to just sit here and criticize Ninja without taking his tips and tricks into the real world. So for the next 3 weeks, I will be following his advice to a T as I create my own Twitch channel and try to build it from the ground up with no promotion whatsoever. Now, obviously, I don't want this Twitch account to link back to me in any way. If someone finds my channel, I want it to be entirely organic. So I'm going to try to create a persona that's both generic and yet still true to my own brand. I can't believe that name wasn't already taken. After some light branding and a little bit of finagling on OBS, I hit start on my very first stream ever. And I forgot to enable VODs beforehand, so there is no record of it. And of course, I had one of the most insane Fortnite wins I've ever had. I somehow escaped so many near-death experiences and made it all the way to the end, and then I won because the last player left just died. I didn't shoot him, I didn't see him, he must have just walked into the storm, I guess, because I won without doing anything. And you can't even see my reaction to it. Once I realized that I had nothing important to do for the rest of the day until my wife came home in a couple hours, I went live for another first stream. This time I had old school RuneScape open while I spent 8 minutes trying to figure out how to get a chat overlay on stream. If you're wondering, I learned how to do that from a free YouTube video, not the class that I paid for. But right as I was settled in and satisfied with my work, the unexpected happened. Someone showed up. The possibility of this happening was so minuscule in my mind that I was not prepared for this at all. I actually almost panicked and ended stream. What if I panicked and ended stream? But I stayed on for a few minutes and had a short conversation with her. She told me she plays RuneScape too and was literally just scrolling through the OSRS tab on Twitch, and she clicked on my stream because my name was Scoliosis King. So 1 point for my awesome branding. What a great day. But obviously I still wasn't satisfied, so before my third stream, I did a little bit of work to make the viewer experience better. I put the Finding Nemo DVD menu on the TV in the stock photo I found. I made a couple playlists for different moods I might find myself in, and then I started stream with my microphone off for 2 minutes. You know, and that's the thing about going live in front of 0 viewers. There's no stakes, no pressure, no one to tell you that your audio levels are terrible.
Oopsies. For stream number 4, I made sure to test the audio levels beforehand, so that was good to go. And then I put on a hat. I guess you could say I was learning. Even though no one technically watched the stream or, even tuned in at any point, I felt good about my growth as a streamer. I was kicking ass in the game. No spoonful of mayonnaise for me. I was being relatable. Y'all ever drink water before? I felt like if I just stuck to it, things would turn around eventually. And then my next stream took all the wind out of my sails. It was a combination of things. I was doing one of my least favorite Slayer tasks in RuneScape, a game I've already been getting kind of bored of lately. I am bored of this game. I was really tired that day, and the repetitiveness of what I was doing certainly didn't help. When there's no one there to bounce energy off of, it's really hard to maintain energy. And you feel like you should the whole time, just in case someone pops in and you have like 2 seconds to lure them in, and you never know when it's gonna be, so you have to always be ready. Thank you so much to everybody who watched today, which from the looks of it was nobody. But even at this point, I tried to stay optimistic and keep focusing on improving the quality of my stream. I thought I had a pretty funny idea for the alert that would play whenever I got a new follower or subscriber. The thing is, like, that doesn't matter if no one's doing either of those things. So I took matters into my own hands by blowing the dust off the Stream Deck that I bought in 2020 and never opened. With this device, I could repurpose all of the sound effects I've saved on my computer over the years, including this fart compilation that I forgot was over a minute long. For my 7th attempt, I put everything that I had learned thus far together and had what I think was my best stream yet. Thanks for jumping out of the bush so I can see where you were, dude. I was energetic. I was being a little goofball.
Just being a goofball.
I was making wacky faces left and right, just like the master himself. But yet again, I looked over and no one was there to watch. It was frustrating to feel like I was finally starting to hit my stride creatively, but it wasn't making a difference because no one was finding my stream. At this point, I had utilized just about every tip that Ninja had given me, and then some, and still it wasn't working. I knew that something drastic had to change, but what?
My crazy hair, like crazy blue hair. Blue-haired person. My recommendation is dyeing my hair blue.
I'm not seeing it. Blue.
I probably could have just bought a wig. Too late. Didn't think about that in time. So at this point, you're probably wondering, Drew, did you really spend 4 hours in a hair salon just because Ninja mentioned his hair a few times? And also, did you have to download Instacart this week because you're too embarrassed to go to the grocery store? Yes to both. But the reason I dyed my hair is because I had something crazy in mind for the culmination of my journey. I was going to do a 24-hour stream. This was a big leap for me. Up until this point, I had only streamed for like an hour or two at a time just to dip my toes in the pool. And now I was going to jump upside down into the ocean. So with my wife away for the weekend and my hair the color of toothpaste, around 12:30 p.m. on Saturday, I began what I assumed would be the most successful night of my Twitch career. I was wrong. I got off to a pretty hot start, honestly. I was feeling good. Turns out the beginning of a 24-hour stream is the same as a regular stream because you haven't done the 24-hour part yet. Really, this is no different than what I normally do. I'm just playing video games. No one's watching me. I'm talking out loud to myself. Well, I shouldn't say no one is watching. There was a point early on where a spam bot came in and advertised something. Sure would be great if they showed Ninja's screen during that lesson on how to ban someone from your chat, because then I would know how to do it. It was several hours before any real person joined. It was my follower, Samantha. She didn't like my hair, so that's not good. Now, before all this, I had recently begun a pretty regimented meal plan, and I didn't want to lose all my progress just because of this video. So I made sure to use sound alerts to build reminders into the stream.
It's oatmeal time. It's time to eat some oatmeal and suck my own dick.
A fun surprise happened about 3.5 hours into the stream. A new viewer showed up. I got a new person. Welcome in. I've streamed so many times. I've only had one chat. I was confused by his message, though. He said, 24 hours? Really? Like he doesn't believe that I could do it. You don't know anything about me, dude. You don't know what kind of resolve I have. Then he told me that I look really bored and that I should chew on something. You know, it's not my fault that I have resting bored face, because my face does this. That was his final message in the chat. He never came back. When 4 o'clock rolled around, it was time for my yogurt.
It's yogurt time. I'm talking Oiko's 000. I hope it sends me to hell.
And it was around this time when the cracks were starting to form. The regret that I felt from blowing it with Chucky earlier was really sending me on a downward spiral. I started listening to Doodlebop songs. I took multiple Doodlebops quizzes. I found out I was Rooney. 6 hours in, I made me as Ninja on The Sims. And I designed him a beautiful house with no privacy except for one curtain by the kitchen toilet. He also had a basement stream room filled with trees and portraits of faraway landscapes, places he couldn't go to because he was on house arrest for tax evasion. I forgot that I accidentally made him really mean though, so every time he tried to talk to someone, it would turn contentious immediately. The only thing he ever wanted to do with him was get into a fist fight. I figured he was just lonely and didn't know how to express himself, so I put in an online order of a cat. A guy from the adoption agency brought him out to me, and I got him confused with a different cat that I spent the next 2 hours talking to. So the guy took the cat that I was supposed to adopt, and the cat that I was talking to walked off my lot, and I never saw him again. So that was when I stopped playing The Sims. A third of the way there, my one follower Samantha suggested GeoGuessr, and this was perfect for the state of mind that I was in. A few weeks ago, I was watching this guy Banthony refuse to end his stream until he hit a state streak on GeoGuessr of 100. It ended up taking him 150 hours to do it, but when he finally did, it was one of the greatest moments I've ever seen on Twitch.
I can't look. I can't look. I can't look. I can't look. Yes! Yes!
Yes! Yes! Not to brag or anything, but I'm pretty good at GeoGuessr too. My state streak is 5. At this point, my focus was solely on marching forward. No one else had popped in at all, so I was just trying to kill time. I got over 2 hours out of Roller Coaster Tycoon. I even beat one of the hardest scenarios in the game without breaking a sweat. I am a gamer god. Why is no one here to appreciate it? Around 4 a.m., I was starting to get a little tired, so I began a new playthrough of Wolfenstein 2 on the hardest difficulty. This is how you go down, Nazi. All things considered, went all right for a bit, until I hit what proved to be an impenetrable wall. So I mumbled something incoherent, exited out of the game, and went on a short break of 3 hours and 42 minutes.
I didn't go to sleep, and I don't want to go back to sleep, or I don't want to go to sleep for the first time.
I guess I thought about it, and I was like, no one even knows that I'm here. If I go to sleep right now, it's not like anyone will say, Drew, hey, buddy, wake up, you gotta finish your stream. They wouldn't say anything, because no one even knows that I'm doing this. As I drifted off to sleep on my couch that's not quite long enough to hold a human-sized man, I started to have crazy dreams. The viewer count was climbing fast, 100, 1,000, 10,000 people all here to cheer me on and say POG and whatever KEKW means. I got to show them the game I invented. It had a perfect score on Metacritic. It was Harry Potter themed. I don't know how I got the rights to that. Everybody applauded my effort and congratulated me on a job well done. And then 3 hours later, I woke up and no one was there, obviously. If people weren't joining the stream before, they weren't gonna pop in now and wait an indefinite amount of time for me to return from my hiatus. At this point, the stream was just a Spotify playlist gone rogue and my Be Right Back screen that I was probably using a little inaccurately. But I went and grabbed my cold brew from yesterday out of the fridge and popped on some GeoGuessr while I slowly woke myself up.
Oh no. It transported me back to the past. I gotta find Doc.
Even in this mental state, I managed to reach a new record-breaking state streak. That's right, 6. Time was melting away, and as the sun moved further and further towards the center of the sky, I knew that the prison sentence I had forced upon myself would soon be complete. With about 90 minutes left of stream, I decided that I would get a Fortnite dub right as time expired. A lofty goal, I know, but I was up for the challenge. Just kidding, this is some of the worst Fortnite I've ever played in my life. Turns out video games are way harder when your brain doesn't work. With a little under 30 minutes left, my boy Eddie popped in, and it was a glorious moment. 4 years ago, my Twitch career began alongside him, and even though I followed that up with roughly a 1,500-day break, it felt so poetic to be right back where I started. And during our second of 2 games together, he died because he went to ping an enemy, and his controller made him take a selfie. But not even yet another quick loss could bring me down at this point. I was so close to being done, who gives a shit? Fuck this stupid game. When it was time to get my dub right as the clock hit 24, I realized that wasn't going to happen, so instead I jumped off a cliff. And live. The stream is over. I never have to do this again. I'm never going to do this again. Fuck you, Ninja. So let's recap. I streamed for about 40 hours on this account, and during that time, roughly 25 people came in at different points, but almost none of them stayed for more than a few seconds. 3 people actually typed a message in the chat, but one of them was a bot. But after spending $150 to dye my hair and delivering 24 straight hours of high-octane content, except when I fell asleep, I grew all the way from 1 follower to 1. I still have 1 follower. Big shout out to Samantha. You were there from the beginning. You were the only one there at any point. So even though things didn't exactly work out for me, I don't think Ninja's class is entirely useless. He taught me how to set up OBS. Everything else, like all of the specific overlays I wanted to do, using the Stream Deck for sound effects and scene changes, I fucking Googled all that. And it was free! There are a handful of people in Masterclass who don't speak much publicly, so if you're like a massive fan of them, it would probably be worth it to hear Mariah Carey, for instance, talk about singing. I'm not trying to learn how to sing, but it'd probably be pretty cool to hear her talk about it, you know? But even if you are the world's biggest Ninja fan, I promise you, you have not run out of Ninja content to watch. He's probably streaming right now. And if you want to learn how he streams, pay attention to what he does and take notes. That's it. He's good at his job. He's been doing this for a long time. I think an aspiring streamer could learn a lot just from watching him. But you don't need to pay him $180 to tell you, you know, sometimes I talk in a funny voice. Out of all the jobs on Masterclass, his is the most publicly available. Like, I can't just walk into a kitchen and look over a chef's shoulder to see how they made something. I don't know the process of writing poetry just because I read a finished poem. I don't know what goes into getting a series picked up just because I watched the show. There are plenty of classes on here where that kind of inside look is something that's unique and valuable. But Ninja is showing you how to do his job every time he does his job. Because that's part of the job. You can't stream if you're not showing people. I lost my mind. My hair is blue and I lost my mind. I'm gonna take a walk. Babe? There's a guy in our kitchen? Don't worry, it's just me. And I'm here to cook today's sponsor, HelloFresh. Having food delivered straight to your door is one of life's greatest luxuries.
This is my pops. Pops, this is Ray. Ray, this is my pops. Pops, this is Ray. Ray, that's Pops. Ray, where your pops at? Taiwan. Shout out Papa Ray. Dad, slide down, Dad. Yo, Ray, this is my this is Ray.
Ray, this is my pops. Pops, this is Ray.
Ray, that's Pop. Ray, where your pops at?
Taiwan.
Shout out Papa Ray. Dad, slide down, Dad. Yo, Ray, this is my pops. Pops, this is Ray.
Ray, this is my pops. Pops, this is Ray.
Ray, that's Pop. Ray, where your pops at?
Taiwan.
Shout out Papa Ray. Dad, slide down, Dad. Yo, Ray, this is my pops. Pops, this is Ray.
Ray, this is my pops. Pops, this is Ray.
Ray, that's Pop. Ray, where your pops at?
Taiwan.
Shout out Papa Ray.
Dubs in the chat in New York.
Father's Day.
What happened? Damn, what? I just look at the price. How much is this? How much is it?
20,000.
20,000.
No, put it back. No, I got it.
20,000.
This is a good tool. We won't just keep wearing this shit every year.
Dubs in the chat in New York.
Father's Day.
What happened? Damn, what? I just look at the price. How much is this? How much is it?
20,000.
20,000.
No, put it back. No, I got it.
20,000.
This is a good tool. We won't just keep wearing this shit every year.
Dubs in the chat in New York.
Father's Day.
What happened? Damn, what? I just look at the price. How much is this? How much is it?
20,000.
20,000.
$20,000.
No, put it back. No, I got it. Yo, my homie said that you was trying to catch a two-piece, bro.
Who's your boy?
My Bel Alfredo, he sent me here, bro. He said he was trying to catch a two-piece. I hit you with a combo right now, my boy.
Do it then.
Is that what you want to do?
Do it.
You want a two-piece?
I'm right here with
you. Want a fucking two-piece, my boy?
Do it.
Okay, my boy. It's extra crispy.
Oh,
I got you with the... Yo, my homie said that you was trying to catch a two-piece, bro.
Who's your boy?
My Bel Alfredo, he sent me here, bro. He said he was trying to catch a two-piece. I hit you with a combo right now, my boy.
Do it then.
Is that what you want to do?
Do it.
You want a two-piece?
I'm right here with
you. Want a fucking two-piece, my boy?
Do it.
Okay, my boy. It's extra crispy.
Oh,
I got you with the... Yo, my homie said that you was trying to catch a two-piece, bro.
Who's your boy?
Oh my God! It's actually my... 1, 2, and 7, love.
Kobe, make a play.
Oh my God! Thank you, God. God, pay me $100. I want to okay? Oh my God! Oh my God, okay? You can't f me! Oh my God! This is Taiwan! No way! 1, 2, and 7, love. This we are here. Oh my God! It's actually my... 1, 2, and 7, love.
Kobe, make a play.
Oh my God! Thank you, God. God, pay me $100. I want to okay? Oh my God! Oh my God, okay? You can't f me! Oh my God! This is Taiwan! No way! 1, 2, and 7, love. This we are here. Oh my God! It's actually my... 1, 2, and 7, love.
Kobe, make a play.
Oh my God! Thank you, God. God, pay me $100. I want to okay? Oh my God! Oh my God, okay? You can't f me! Oh my God! This is Taiwan! No way! 1, 2, and 7, love. This we are here. Oh my God! It's actually my... 1, 2, and 7, love.
Kobe, make a play.
Oh my God! Thank you, God. God, pay me $100. I want to okay? Oh my God! Oh my God, okay? You can't f me! Oh my God! This is Taiwan! No way! 1, 2, and 7, love. This we are here. Oh my God! It's actually my... 1, 2, and 7, love.
Kobe, make a play.
Oh my God! Thank you, God. God, pay me $100. I want to okay? Oh my God! Oh my God, okay? You can't f me! Oh my God! This is Taiwan! No way! 1, 2, and 7, love. This we are here. Oh my God! It's actually my...
This guy was trying to show off his car when the worst luck happened.
What the?
This guy was trying to show off his car when the worst luck happened.
What the?
This guy was trying to show off his car when the worst luck happened.
Oh, it's.
Oh no, I'm about to escape from my angry son.
This is racist.
I understand, like, oh my.
Bro said, I should say something crazy back. Yo, let me get a damn bucket of chicken wings. Let me get watermelon. I need to say some racist stuff back, bro. Bro, Kevin said they got canceled. He's not even on Twitter, bro. This is racist.
I understand, like, oh my.
Bro said, I should say something crazy back. Yo, let me get a damn bucket of chicken wings. Let me get watermelon. I need to say some racist stuff back, bro. Bro, Kevin said they got canceled. He's not even on Twitter, bro. This is racist.
I understand, like, oh my.
Bro said, I should say something crazy back. Yo, let me get a damn bucket of chicken wings. Let me get watermelon. I need to say some racist stuff back, bro. Bro, Kevin said they got canceled. He's not even on Twitter, bro. This is racist.
I understand, like, oh my.
Bro said, I should say something crazy back. Yo, let me get a damn bucket of chicken wings. Let me get watermelon. I need to say some racist stuff back, bro. Bro, Kevin said they got canceled. He's not even on Twitter, bro. This is racist.
I understand, like, oh my.
Bro said, I should say something crazy back. Yo, let me get a damn bucket of chicken wings. Let me get watermelon. I need to say some racist stuff back, bro. Bro, Kevin said they got canceled. He's not even on Twitter, bro. This is racist.
I understand, like, oh my.
Bro said, I should say something crazy back. Yo, let me get a damn bucket of chicken wings. Let me get watermelon. I need to say some racist stuff back, bro. Bro, Kevin said they got canceled. He's not even on Twitter, bro. This is racist.
I understand, like, oh my.
This kid made a lightweight plane prototype and he's about to show us how it works. And at first it goes extremely slow, but soon it picks up the pace. The way this works is because the contraption weighs only 1.4 grams and has a 0.4 gram motor. But the craziest part about this, the plane flew in the air for a total of 22 minutes and 58 seconds. This kid made a lightweight plane prototype and he's about to show us how it works. And at first it goes extremely slow, but soon it picks up the pace. The way this works is because the contraption weighs only 1.4 grams and has a 0.4 gram motor. But the craziest part about this, the plane flew in the air for a total of 22 minutes and 58 seconds. This kid made a lightweight plane prototype and he's about to show us how it works. And at first it goes extremely slow, but soon it picks up the pace. The way this works is because the contraption weighs only 1.4 grams and has a 0.4 gram motor. But the craziest part about this, the plane—
Karen tries her First Amendment right in another country and learns a big lesson.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I hate to interrupt. But
ain't no recording out here, just private property.
no recording out here. Sir, I'm exercising my First Amendment rights.
You think this is America?
This is sir, I'm exercising my rights. What more?
Karen tries her First Amendment right in another country and learns a big lesson.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I hate to interrupt. But
No, daddy!
Well.
trying to strike a chord, and it's probably certified lover boy, certified pedestal. Fuck 'em up. I'ma do myself. Why you pulling like a bitch?
This guy is attempting to land his plane in the shortest distance in history, but even though you might find this shocking, this attempt was nowhere close to the actual record. The record is actually held by this guy named Frank. Frank also holds the world record for the shortest takeoff, as you can see here, but this is the world record landing. He's so good, he basically stops as soon as he touches the ground. This guy is attempting to land his plane in the shortest distance in history, but even though you might find this shocking, this attempt was nowhere close to the actual record. The record is
Fuck up, that boy a bimbo, getting low, they playing limbo, tried to slice me, I went Kimbo, hoes get turned to widows, he was stretching shit for shit show, he riding in a limo, I'm the fiddler on the roof, I'm sending 50 out the window, used to work at 5 below, but now I keep that 5 below, them hearts cold, what ain't mad, Robert Frost or does it explode, them fuck up, that boy a bimbo, getting low, they playing limbo, tried to slice me, I went Kimbo, hoes get turned to widows, he was stretching shit for shit show, he riding in a limo, I'm the fiddler on the roof, I'm sending 50 out the window, used to work at 5 below, but now I keep that 5 below, them hearts cold, what ain't mad, Robert Frost or does it explode, them fuck up, that boy a bimbo, getting low, they playing.
That looks crazy.
That's so cool.
How'd you guys make that dragon so quick? How'd you make the dragon so fast?
How'd you make
Also,
that
why are you
dragon?
wearing ear protection instead of mouth protection with the spray paint?
What'd you say?
Never mind.
So you're good.
Yeah, okay, I get it. You're
okay.
good. That looks crazy.
That's so cool.
How'd you guys make that?
Fuck! Oh my god, bro. Oh, hell no, man. What the fuck, man? Get your ass on. Hell no. To the no, no, no. Yeah, to the no. Yeah, to the no. To the no, no, no. Fuck! Oh my god, bro. Oh, hell no, man. What the fuck, man? Get your ass on. Hell no.
O3. Power A.摇杆，那这就是我们的 Power A。Power A Fusion Pro 3. Fusion Pro 3， 这是我们的 Power A Fusion Pro 3。Power A Fusion Power A Fusion Pro 3， 那我们就直接来快速开箱吧，好，来箱吧。开箱吧。
In Japan, there are two kinds of passport, and this is for kids and this is for adults. And if you don't want to end up in jail, go for the one with this one, alright? Yeah, just remember the colour. This one, right? You're welcome. In Japan, there are two kinds.
Just give me my money. No.2012年10月 ，SCS Software 发表了一款卡车模拟游戏续作《欧洲卡车模拟2》。这款游戏在 Steam 上获得了50多万则评价，而且还是一面倒的压倒性好评。评论区的内容排除一些看起来很闹、一点都不正经的评论之外，大多数的评论都称赞这款游戏放松、放松、舒压、舒压，精神时光屋、最具医疗效果的知识面游戏。有这么夸张吗？而且仔细一看，一漂亮的游玩时速动辄上百，甚至破千，这真的这么好睡吗？于是我在好奇心驱使之下，把好久没玩的欧卡下载下来寻找答案。欧洲卡车模拟2在我记忆中是一款不断打工送货、存钱购买自己的卡车、改装、成立货运公司、建造。
不是、啊，我是说我们要装这个吗？Power grade. Ah, 我们也可以把它卖掉。我们有出下新的，是不是就可以自己？ 就把它卖掉。要把它拆开来，然后再把它贴回去，然后我现在又再把它拆开来，桌上型顺热，要把它拆开来，然后再把它贴回去，然后我现在又再把它拆开来，桌上型。不是、啊，我是说我们要装这个吗？我们也可以把它卖掉。我们有。 克星，它把它拆开来，然后再把它贴回去，然后我现在又再把它拆开来，噔噔，桌上型顺热净饮机，净饮水机，这是净，然后饮水机，净热温烧水机，对啊 ，Made in China， 水槽啊，直接水槽，哇，这个线也太短了吧！这个线才80公分而已吧？1公尺吗？68，1公尺而已，这太短了，它已经有声音哎。它已经在制冰吗？哦，所以它制冰有声音耶，你自己听。现场没听到，你自己过来听。有声音吗？有啊。哇，东西咚的声音啊！水槽啊！ 这个线也太短了吧！1公尺而已，这太短了，它已经有声音哎，它已经。我把它关啊！你别紧张，我会整。可行。有美呀、水槽啊，灯而已，咚的声，盖子上面有告诉你，请加入干净的饮用水源，所以就你加自来水就是你的问题啊，你自己把它搞坏。
自来水也是干净的啊。
干净的饮用水源，不然要加马桶水。干净的，他没写，他可能说明书里面有写啊。干净的饮用水，看说明书，说明书不用看呐。不然我都还没有过水，就是先让水流过整个管线啊。
还有这个先要做这个动作，
不是正常就这样吗？你新的
按钮吗？
没有啊，就是先让水先。
过那个管线，你不就是出水，它就过那个管线了吗？
怎么出水就没水了？我少做了什么事呢？
就没看说明书哦。说明书他一定要先告诉你说，第一次要先干嘛干嘛，那赶快把说明书拿出来。
这样吗？它就有水啊！说明书我没看就有水。
撞车这么开心，我还没摔两个肉是撞车。
别快啊！我们要来喝45度的水。哇，对，所以它加热会有风扇的声音耶。
因为它很热，要瞬间加热，要散热。
45度的水，给你温水。怎么样？是温的水啊，帅吗？反正就有99、85、55、45，常温。而且冰水是15度吧，55度。哦，它还有 UV 啊，它的 UV 不能关掉啊。
那就是你一按它就有 UV 啊。
55度，感觉55度才是我平常喝的温度。所以我平常都喝55度的水。可是这个其实蛮大声的，没有特别注意。
那你不用特别去听，就不会发现。
你把电视关掉，所有东西关掉，你就听到呜。它那个风扇频率算比较高哎。啊，下一个85度了。哇，两边气更吵哎。哎呦，然后这个呜，它整台机器像恐龙在叫。哇，85度，那我去拿茶叶，我来泡茶。哇，泡茶了，99度，哇，
拿出来。
但它这样热水，这样子整个面板都会变湿湿的。
什么东西？哦，因为热啊。
开始。所以第一段是150cc。哇呀，这是泡茶神器，你要来喝茶吗？
它是出水3个出水量是，
我记得是150，然后就不知道了。听好了，第一格150，第二格230，第三格300，所以最多才300。 所以你要喝马克杯，应该就要直接开到第3格。他写喝茶吗？
它是出水3个出水量是，
我记得是150，然后就不知道了。听好喽，第一格150，第二格230，第3格300，所以最多才300。所以你要喝马克杯，应该就要直接开到第3格。他写滤芯过滤水量为60公升
，60公升，
反正我没有要用。
60除以4，15次。
15次？哦，你说这整箱？
对啊，你就是可以过滤15次。
那怎么那么少？那新加坡人来台湾会冷死？我说哇，30度好冷哦，然后他就会包的跟阿嬷一样，哇，这样超赞耶！我想要喝一滴滴水，这样妈妈就不会一直跟我说啊，用热水器调温度低一点。哇，320哎，所以你这样子来一克，哇塞，来一克这样子一次就可以泡完一整碗哎。不是，我是说我们要装这个吗？我们也可以把它卖掉。我们有厨下型的，是不是就可以？不是，我是说我们要装，上面会热热的。对，它制冰上面会热热的，所以上面不能放东西呀。泡茶神器呀，对，完美泡茶机。对，完美泡茶机。对，完美泡茶机。呀，泡茶神器呀，对，完美泡茶机。热腾腾的，所以它制冰上面会热热的，所以上面不能放东西呀。泡茶神器呀，对，完美泡茶机。不是，我是说我们要装这个吗？我们也可以把它卖掉。我们有厨下型的，是不是就可以直接把它卖掉？
有美呀，
美要干嘛？
变美呀？
不会，听他在那里瞎掰，你也相信？可香。 不是、啊，我是说我们要装这个吗？我们也可以把。可香，
七进饮水，
进热屋。水槽啊！水槽啊！水槽啊！直接水槽！哇，这个线也太短了吧！这个线这个线才，它已经有声音哎，它已经，哇塞，这水，就是先让水，它不是正常的这样，就是先让水流过整个管线啊。
还有这个先要做这个动作，
它不是正常的这样吗？你新的
有这个按钮吗？
没有啊，就是先让水群。
过那个管线，你不就是出水，它就过那个管线了吗？
它怎么出水就没水了？我少做了什么事呢？
没看说明书哦。说明书它有美呀。
美要干嘛？
美呀！
不会，听他在那里瞎掰你也相信？可香，他把它拆开来，然后再把它贴回去，然后我现在又再把它拆开来，噔噔。不是、啊，我是说我们要装这个吗？
物流帝国的卡车模拟游戏，然而游戏最好玩的部分并不在打造物流帝国这个目标，而是在达成目标的过程。玩家进入游戏后，最初就是白手起家，只能开别人的卡车，四处打工送货。在这个阶段最有趣的部分就是驾驶卡车。开大车对大部分人来说是新奇的体验，毕竟许多人的职业并不是大车司机，所以在生活中很少有机会接触，甚至驾驶大车在乡间小路、高速公路或是在城市里穿梭。然而实际开台大车压力可不小，我们要随时注意马路上保，要注意电线，要注意高度的限制，还有可能要面对日夜颠倒、令人疲惫的工时，甚至还需要在大热天里憋尿塞车，又累又饿又烦又想解放。所以说驾驶大车对大多数人来说是新奇好玩的体验，但是这么辛苦的工作 ，SCS Software 是个什么魔法让卡车模拟游戏获得放松、治疗失眠的评价呢？放电角色进入欧洲，我发现这款游戏经过许多的更新，跟以前的欧卡大不相同，所以我决定从头开始寻找答案。一开始，游戏会安排一趟短途的物流，引导玩家熟悉卡车的操作，放手刹、误挡、起步。转弯时要留意货柜的内轮差，行走的路线跟一般的轿车完全不同，开起来很有挑战性。尤其路窄的时候更加刺激，也很有新奇感。倒车的时候更是困难，因为货柜转弯的方向是平常倒车的方向，而且因为直驱方向盘可以设定很大的旋转角度来还原驾驶卡车的状况，像是 Moza R5 可以设定到2700度。我第一次用 R5 开的时候，才发现原来开大车手会这么麻。尤其刚开始还不熟练的时候，大货车前后来回好几次，方向盘不知道打了几圈，自己都转到很想笑，到底在瞎忙什么。不过练习之后一杆进洞，把货柜塞到车堆里。那在这个阶段，玩家可以去不同的公司当订单分配的卡车目标，斯坦尼亚、宾士，甚至是雷诺的电动卡车。玩家可以驾驶各种不同的卡车穿梭在欧洲的道路上，边开车边欣赏美景，再打开喜欢的电台或是音乐，感觉确实挺放松的。如果再打开定速巡航跟车道配合组，就可以闲起来，可以聊，应该可以舒服到睡着。才怪！欧卡2的自动驾驶还不够成熟，这个功能用起来只有惊吓。想要助眠的玩家还是自己开车，要有助眠的效果。尤其到了游戏中期买了自己的卡车后，驾驶熟悉的卡车在熟悉的路上漫游，好久了，真的会上瘾睡。刚才打瞌睡。疲劳驾驶。花了无数小时体验欧卡后，完全可以体会评论区里说的放松跟助眠效果。因为欧卡2去除很多物流司机会感到辛苦的部分，玩家可以在家吹冷气、喝饮料，纯粹享受驾驶的乐趣就好。如果想暂停，随时可以自动储存，也不会被要求跑完这单才能休息。再加上有欧洲的美景可以看，娱乐放松的性质很高。有时候我还觉得，与其说欧卡是卡车模拟游戏，我觉得更像是欧洲自驾旅游模拟器。然而在查询更多资料后，我发现欧卡居然还在 Steam 100大销售排行榜上，而且玩家人数越来越多啊！究竟为什么越来越多人在玩一款10年前的卡车模拟游戏？在我搜寻大量相关资料，仔细琢磨之后，我得到了一个结论：最后键盘滑鼠也可以体验欧卡2的乐趣。不过要在游戏内体验更真实的卡车驾驶，用键盘、滑鼠、手把肯定是不够用的。在2012年的时候，方向盘模拟设备并没有太多的选择，当时最主流的款式就是罗技的 G27，随后几年渐渐出现更多主流选项 T300、G29、TGT 等等。直到近几年，有许多厂牌推出自家研发的方向盘，让玩家有更好、更平价的选择，也渐渐的增加模拟驾驶的游戏人口。其中 Moza 更是推出了极具 CP 值的直驱方向盘，在主打卡车驾驶的欧卡2里 ，Moza R5 可以设定成2700度的方向盘旋转角度，让你烫方向盘烫到手酸。最加分的地方就是 Moza 今年推出的卡车方向盘套件，我们使用卡车桌面夹可以将设备调整成 驾驶卡车的角度，再搭配卡车盘40公分的直径、多功能方向盘按键、方向灯、定速、打灯、雨刷，都可以使用方向盘上面的按键进行控制，不再需要找键盘。而且未来还可以搭配 Mosa 推出的多功能拨杆，这样的搭配解决了一般方向盘玩模拟卡车不够真实的痛点。除此之外，方向盘附有上6下4的侦测型快筛，玩家可以在模拟卡车、模拟赛车之间快速切换，不仅省下要买2套设备的花费，还省下要转螺丝、更换设备的麻烦。随着模拟设备的进步，游戏人口的增加 ，SCS Software 不断更新游戏，扩展游戏内容，精益求精，最后乘势而上，成功吸引玩家留在模拟卡车的世界。我们从许多人对欧卡的评价里，无非可以看到模拟驾驶所带来的成就感，模拟驾驶所带来的驾驶技巧进步，模拟驾驶所带来的宁静、专注、放松。然而，要将一款模拟游戏打磨成越来越多人在玩的压倒性好游戏，绝非持续更新、不断打磨就可以做到的。像是模拟市民疯狂的推出 DLC，不断的打磨游戏内容，但是玩家人口可不像欧卡般持续上升。开发商究竟做对了什么，让欧卡2变成越来越多人在玩的游戏呢？众所周知。
What the fuck?一回去，然后我现在要再把它拆开来。噔噔，桌上写滚石在这里面。哇，这是2层的。哇塞，来一克这样子，一次就可以泡玩1整晚哎，太爽了吧
321。
对啊，它最强最100，所以最多才3。热水这样。开始。开始。所以第一段是150cc。哇！这是泡茶神器，你要来喝茶，哇，这会有，哇！不行。
周知，在过去10多年来，欧卡2到目前为止总共推出了8款地图扩充包。游戏地图从原本的英法德摇身一变，变成4倍大的欧洲地图，东至土耳其，西到葡萄牙，北到挪威、瑞典、芬兰，南到卡塔尼亚，可以说大部分的欧洲地图都收录到了游戏内。然而，这些地图扩充包可不单单只有地图的更新，往往还会新增新的货物类型，增添不同的玩法。而且每当有新玩家在问是否有建议买的 DLC，老手们一致会推荐买地图 DLC， 原因不外乎风景优美，可以解锁更多的货物内容。从 DLC 销量排行榜也可以得知地图类的扩充最得玩家的喜爱。由此可知，欧卡2的更新方向完全打中玩家们的胃口，让玩家愿意掏钱买单，而开发商也有收入继续开发，形成正向循环。就这张影片，开发团队前往瑞典的斯坎尼亚卡车展览中心，收集新款的电动卡车的音效还有资讯，替欧卡注入新的生命，持续获得玩家们的青睐。在这模拟驾驶渐渐盛行的时代，开发商10年磨一剑的精神，巩固了欧卡2在玩家心中的地位。然而，当我点开欧卡2的硬碟容量，发现居然只有26GB，我可是买了不少 DLC， 地图已经扩充到一大半的欧洲了，26GB 是怎么回事 ？GTA 5弱胜度80平方公里95G， 极限竞速地平线5 107平方公里144G， 欧卡2一大半欧洲地图26G， 难道是用了什么赛博科技吗？即使有玩过欧卡2的玩家一定知道，游戏地图是经过比例上的调整，因为我们送一趟货400-500公里，只要花个半小时就可以抵达目的地，这趟路途实际要开个5个小时跑不掉。不过我们可以理解地图比例上的缩放也是让游戏从硬核转变到放松的一个关键元素。试想，如果送一趟货就要做好几个小时，我想大部分玩家应该也受不了吧。然而经过缩放后的欧卡地图有多大呢？根据网络上的资料，原版的游戏地图已经超越 GTA 5的大小，更遑论目前已经有8个扩充包加持的欧卡地图规模，绝对可以满足玩家探索的欲望。而且更夸张的是，扣除已经上市的8款地图 DLC， 目前还有3款地图 DLC 等待推出，分别是因为乌俄战争导致暂缓上架的俄罗斯，还有2023年11月释出预告片的希腊，以及2024年1月释出资讯的北欧。由此可知，开发团队具有极大的野心，根本是想把整个欧洲做进游戏内。而且我们翻一下游戏版本的更新日志，随着新地图的更新，开发团队还会回头免费制作几年前的旧地图，把以前因为预算不足做的比较简陋的场景或是重复的道路进行重置，确保游戏的画质跟得上 DLC 的水准。而且随着玩家人数不断上升，游戏销量越来越好，开发商并没有着急推出欧卡3来割韭菜，除了令主新团队进行美国卡车模拟的开发之外，不断的添购设备、扩编人员，并寻求跟各家卡车厂牌合作。从最开始为了规避商标的问题，使用跟 GTA 5一样的手法，把现实车辆模改成极为相似的虚构品牌，直到后来欧卡2获得了车厂的认可，取得了商标的授权，还可以邀请到车厂的总部试开、录音、取材、扫描，这份坚持让我不禁佩服起来。毕竟这个年头，不然会赶紧出续作来捞一波钱，继续榨干 IP 的价值。很少有公司会像欧卡开发商一样，原版游戏就有着足够丰富的内容 ，DLC 的内容也令玩家感到值回票价。更新之余，还会回去大幅修改原版内容。由此可见 ，SCS Software 不仅是有良心，还对欧卡有深深的爱。然而，一款游戏的寿命需要2种爱才能不断的延续，分别是开发商的爱和玩家的爱。欧卡2支援玩家开发模组，就是欢迎玩家自制扩充内容，不仅提供了自制模组的插件，还提供了相关的制作建议。目前玩家可以在 Steam 工作坊上找到许多有趣的模组，像是物理改进、拟真车流，或是在地化模组，像是方向跟音效、中华地图等等，或是在短影片里常看到会令导我走心的导航。我不会小那个，已经建议你音量转小一点，别打我复杂了。
吵死我了，吵死我了，你真的。
当然还有智能语音，
您已经超速，请减速行驶。
Google 导航，
请继续执行。
甚至新增附加的模组。最厉害的模组是 Pro Map，它是免费的地图扩充模组，装上去之后地图变超级大，而且还会对官方的地图做美化，推荐大家一定要看这个模组。最后，我们来替今天介绍的游戏做个总结。欧洲卡车模拟2在开发商的爱还有玩家们的热情当中不断的成长，成为一款不断在更新、与时俱进的卡车模拟游戏。在游戏中，玩家可以透过各种设备来体验驾驶卡车的乐趣，生活途中欣赏欧洲的美景，专注驾驶，专注当下，达到放松的效果。如果想要入手这款游戏的话，可以到 Steam 下载试玩版进行体验，喜欢的话再进行购买。如果是真爱的话，推荐加购扩充包，按照畅销的顺序购买即可。如果想要追求更拟真的卡车驾驶，推荐使用摩萨卡车班搭配摩萨系列的制作。最后大家记得按赞、订阅、开心玩游戏，我是EK，我们下期再见。
他已经有声音哎，他已经在制冰吗？哦，所以他制冰有声音耶，你自己听。就是静，然后饮水机，静热温烧水机。
3个出水量是，
我记得是150，然后就不知道了。听好喽，第一格150。不是，我是说。Hi, my name is Taiwan。原厂更厉害定义按键的 Xbox 摇杆，那这就是我们的 Power A Fusion Pro 3。那我们就直接来快速 Power A Fusion Pro Power A Fusion Pro 3。Fusion Pro 3，那我们就直接来 A Fusion Pro 3，那我们就直接来快速开箱吧。
From indie to AAA, China is set to clone the entire gaming industry. Everyone clones and copies a bit, but while the West does it quietly, China does it strategically to dominate the global gaming world. But cloning your way to power comes at a cost. I'll uncover their three-part cloning strategy, why they clone instead of create, and their unspoken tactic that might be their real key to global dominance.
All right, let's see it. She's the one that did the video on that porn game thing.
Remember the buzz around Powell for ripping off Pokemon?
Yeah,
well,
I think,
大家午安，应该对我来讲今天是兴奋的因为然后我们一直期待就是说这样子的一个竞赛能够到南部来比赛。那刚好今年因为我们在北区里面，我获问的经费呢，住好，你是要从小。
Tencent, China's gaming giant, is openly cloning it to incubate their next big hit. And Power World's maker calls this amazing times. So while the West cries rip off, in China, it's just another day at the office, and I'll show you how they do it. But first, when I think of China, I think of... Sorry, I just couldn't do a video about China and not mention my boy Jackie Chan, who, by the way, was the face of the learning machine. The top Nintendo clone back when importing consoles was way too expensive. And Jackie came with a keyboard to not only play, but learn through games like Letters Invaders. Now, I'm bringing this up because the company behind...
Oh, so it's just basically they just took an existing game and changed it.
The learning machine recently went bankrupt thanks to China's chaotic laws. And to understand their game making, let's first understand their lawmaking, which in China can change overnight. You see, games must be government approved to make sure they're cultural fit. From detailed game descriptions to source codes, the government checks everything, since games are dubbed opium of the mind. But when a
yeah, kind of true.
regulatory shift kicked in, the government froze all game approvals for an entire year. Big games were blocked from making sales, causing huge financial losses and many, many new rules. Real ID registration, facial scans, and limited gaming hours for kids.
Oh my god, what does it say here? Let me read it real quick. According to your account information, you have been identified as a minor. According to the anti-addiction system rules, you cannot record games from... God damn.
Gaming hours for kids.
It says get the fuck off the computer, kid.
我9点就睡了呀，我还
I always go to bed at 9 a.m. Just can't ever play until midnight.
The first freeze ended, but a second freeze dropped the number of approvals even more. Today, game approvals continue, albeit very slowly. And to top it off, China had a 15-year-long ban on gaming consoles to crack down on gaming. But when the economy struggled, they lifted the ban to cash in on the gaming industry. Suddenly, China was ready for the Switch, PlayStation, and Xbox, which meant the end for many local clone makers. And so, Keyboard Jackie disappeared, and with it, the childhood memories of many Chinese. This nutshell version shows China's unpredictable lawmaking. But there's way more than just...
And like, I think a good example of this is, remember recently whenever there was like that leak or something about how they were thinking about regulating microtransactions and not letting kids spend money on video games? And like, the moment that they said minors can't gamble in video games, tons of companies lost billions of dollars. They're like, wait, what? Well, where are we gonna get our money?
Red tape. So to grasp their cloning strategy, we need to rewind a bit further, and I'll make it quick. So let's start here, with Mao's death. That's when China flipped from ideology to economy, sparking the chaotic period of gaming, unregulated free-for-all, and flooded with unlicensed copies. The first Chinese PC game was pretty much a Monopoly knockoff. A year later, China's first RPG entered the scene. In the formation period, regulations popped up, but didn't keep players from cloning. Shanda's The World of Legend
it's Diablo.
Cloned a Korean game, and Tencent's first game...
Yeah, look, what the fuck? That's crazy.
World of Legend cloned a Korean game, and Tencent's first game portal looked strikingly similar to another. But why did China, once famous for its world-changing innovations, become infamous for its imitations?
Wait, what does that say?
World-changing innovations become...
That's something special. That's great.
Infamous for its imitations. Well, it boils down to their view of knowledge. You see, knowledge is seen as public good and trumps personal ideas. As the Chinese official once wrote, Chinese learn for substance, Westerners for application. In other words, use foreign knowledge to boost national power, whether it's military equipment or architecture. That's why a Chinese developer replicated Zaha Hadid's design before her project was even complete. When called out, he claimed, I never meant to copy, just to surpass. And
It's different. Yeah, holy fuck, man. Well, look at Genshin Impact, right? Think about how much stuff they copied.
Here, dear viewers, lies the stark contrast. As a Chinese journalist notes, Americans have hope while we have targets. But it's not just about targets. In China, it's about reaching them fast. Many of you nailed it in my community post. China clones for fast market capture. It's more complex than this, but whether it's quickly capturing market, cultural influence, or lax legalities, speed is key.
Well, it's easy to do. That's the reason why you do it. I mean, is it harder to make your own game or just to fucking take somebody else's game and change the name of it? Like, I feel like it's a lot easier to do that, so big surprise they're gonna do that. I didn't copy, my design's better than yours? Yeah, there it is.
And that's why during the development period, China's gaming industry exploded. Online gaming, loot boxes, and microtransactions became the new gold rush, with giants launching games even on entirely homegrown 3D engines. In the expansion period, China became the largest gaming population in the world, and today, in the maturing period, the largest gaming market in the world.
They're fucking massive, bro. Like, China, the amount of people, like, there is a reason why all of these companies have no problem. It's like, you wanna have something censored for China? Oh, absolutely. No issue. Not a big deal. That's why it happens every single time, guys.
In the world. With Chinese gaming giants topping the revenue charts, it rightfully earned the title Games Industry Capital of the World. Now, before I show their cloning strategy, I want to get things straight. Who does not clone? East or West, we all do it. Games have always been copied. When Doom set the template for FPS, most FPS games were dubbed Doom clones. Same with Diablo clones. Candy Crush ripped off Bejeweled, which ripped off Diamond Mine, Paladin mirrored Overwatch, Saints Row GTA, and PUBG.
Oh, but this is always true, by the way. People always steal ideas.
Walked, so Fortnite could run. I mean, that's how genres are born. However, there's a thin line between enhancing a concept and outright theft. America's most notorious clone company is probably Zynga. A while back, EA sued them over the bill for ripping off The Sims Social. As soon as EA released Restaurant City, Zynga released Cafe World with striking resemblance. The fun part, Farmville, the game that put Zynga on the map, that too, is just a rehash of Chinese game Happy Farm.
So the game that made them probably billions of dollars was just a reskin? That's crazy. That really puts into perspective like how bad some of these other gaming studios are fucking up to be getting, circles run around them by these guys.
Which itself is a rehash of Japan's
ABC. That's right.
Check out Deviator from a Chinese studio. From UI to mechanics, Deviator doesn't seem to deviate too far from its inspiration. And then there's piano tiles. No, I have not sped up the video, but this Chinese hit game spawned so many knockoffs, this lady didn't need long to prove her point.
Hello everybody, in today's video we're going to be tier listing a bunch of piano tiles ripoffs. Alright, so I went to the App Store and searched up piano tiles and downloaded as many as I could find.
Oh my god.
The list would pretty much never end. There's so many, and I think this one page, 30 of them is enough.
You see, we all do it to
Holy
some extent.
shit.
And while the West does it subtly, China does it aggressively, for 3 reasons. Number 1, pressure. In a blog titled, How I Put Together a Game Map That You'll Despise, a Chinese designer shows how to clone a game map quickly, saying, plagiarizing is an art in itself. If you think I shouldn't be a designer, then sorry, but I'll continue to be one to make a living. Yeah.
And that's the bottom line, right? Yep, you can think I'm a piece of shit, but I got the money, so who's mad? That's it. Always be cheating, that's right.
Yes, in China, studios push for super fast turnarounds, no time for innovating. Meanwhile, Western studios, they take a sweet, sweet time. But doesn't China have copyright laws? Well, which brings us to the second reason, lax copyright laws. Many think China lacks them, but they have.
Oh, and this, by the way, is what's going to happen with AI. The more that the West handicaps itself with AI regulations, the more the Chinese markets and the other overseas markets will outcompete us and sell their products at a higher ratio. This is what's going to happen with AI.
Them very similar to the US, they just aren't enforced as strictly. Look at this. Game mechanics and ideas, not protected in either country. Art and graphics, protected in both, barely enforced in China. Story and text, enforced in the US, lose in China. Same with sound and music. So why work on new ideas if anyone can just copy them faster than you can say copyright infringement? Blizzard's Hearthstone, for example, was cloned within a few months of its...
Man, that looks pretty fucking similar. Holy shit, that's the same exact thing. Oh my god.
Release. Sleeping Dragon doesn't just look similar, it looks and sounds identical. Blizzard sued them and walked away with $2 million. Or take Honor of Kings.
2 million? Man, they really got what they deserved. That
China's
sucks.
top mobile game. Its maker Tencent faces numerous lawsuits, especially with this one, which cloned almost everything from
Mobile
game design to
Legends.
characters
I
and
wonder what
marketing
game that's
tactics.
gonna be.
Marketing tactics? Can they even be protected? I don't know.
Well, that's what they do, right? Is they basically market the game as if it's the original game. They're like, yeah, this is the game, but it's the same game, but play our version of the same thing. This is nuts.
But check this out. NetEase, Blizzard's Chinese partner, sued for an Overwatch clone and walked away with $500,000. But only to be sued by PUBG Corp, as NetEase created 2 mobile games very similar to PUBG on PC.
Yes, basically.
Knives Out, PUBG, Rules of Survival, PUBG, Cyber Hunter.
So if everyone clones and sues everyone, why can't Western studios do the same?
It's the laws.
Forget about it. Just forget about it. Which leads to the third reason, legal inaction. It's nearly impossible for foreign studios to enforce their rights in China. The legal system...
See, this is what I've been saying for a long time. Is like everybody thinks like, oh, well, we can just, have this regulation or this rule, and then the internet won't have this problem anymore. No, because there's other places in the world that just are not accountable to what American laws are. Like, it's not like the entire world revolves around America's regulations. And that's what's going to happen with AI, is that AI is going to keep growing in the East, and people will choose AI. They will choose the AI that is better. I don't think that the average person cares about the ethics of AI. They don't give a shit about, oh, that's stealing somebody's likeness. Like, why would anybody who's not a celebrity care about this? Nobody gives a shit. So as soon as people can get this and it provides a value to them, then they're going to be immediately buying it. Like forcing a TikTok sale, they'll give us audience for selling. Yeah, exactly, right? And identity theft, though? Yeah, but it's probably not going to happen to you. Whereas, like, celebrities and people like that in entertainment, like, people in the entertainment industry have basically zero sympathy from the public. Nobody gives a shit about them. Nobody cares what they think. Nobody cares how they feel. Because people see being in entertainment as a privilege. So if you have bad things happen to you while you're having that privilege, then that's not a problem.
Often favors local firms anyways. And even if you win, it might not even be worth the cost. When Tekken's pre-training mode was patented worldwide, including China, it didn't take long for a Chinese fighting game to ignore the patent and feature a strikingly similar mode.
Well, hey, if it's against the rules, that's one thing. But if I can still do it, then who gives a shit?
Enforcements in China are hit or miss, but their 3-part cloning strategy isn't. Because if they're good at something, it's at monitoring. In the monitoring stage, it's all about observing global game trends and adapting them to China's strict regulations. You see, many foreign games in China are banned because they don't pass the cultural test. Blood, nudity, extreme violence, all a no-go. Sleeping Dogs, for instance, didn't pass the test because it took place in Hong Kong. Shenmue 3 also didn't because it showed real-life Chinese locations. Hapu games showed a red effect around the icons, which is the color of blood. And Pokemon Go didn't pass because Google Maps was banned. But Let's Hunt Monsters filled the gap quite nicely. Now,
man, so they just added another one. That's nuts. People just fucking adapt. What a soft mindset? Well, I mean, it's a totalitarian regime where if you speak out against the government, you could go to jail or they could ruin your life. Like, I don't think people respect, like, everybody thinks about, like, oh, China, it's like this or whatever. People don't respect how lucky we are to live in a, like, a Western first world country. Like, I'm sure China's a nice place in a lot of cases, but there are these issues with that country.
Here's where it gets interesting. How do you identify breakout genres? Well, according to their strategy, genres tend to emerge every 6 years. From FPS to MMORPGs to MOBA and Battle Royale. And by tracking Steam tags, they can monitor genres with global breakout potential.
So wait, so we haven't evolved? So games just haven't evolved now? That's it? Evolving is done?
To ensure they are at the forefront. Which
2023 stuff, yeah, it's done.
Cloning. Once they spot a breakout genre, they quickly clone and test them. In case of a small hit, they double down through strategic partnerships. When MOBA and Battle Royale emerged, notice how Tencent acquired Riot Games and secured PUBG mobile rights. They then rolled out Honor of Kings, which is basically League of Legends, and tailored it for Chinese players.
I'm gonna be honest, I thought this one was League. I did. I have no idea. I don't know anything about League. I've never played League before. So yeah, I was like, oh, this must be League, and this is the Chinese one. No.
On mobile. And when NetEase released mega hit game Eggy Party, the Fall Guys clone,
like
Tencent redirected hundreds of devs from working on Assassin's Creed Jade to their own party game, Dreamstar. No wonder Assassin's Creed Jade is delayed to 2025, because the party game genre has priority. But cloning isn't just about mimicking game mechanics. You've got to clone the smart way to gel with the Chinese culture. And that's why a direct clone of PUBG was not successful. Tencent had to rebrand it as Game for Peace, a patriotic, non-violent version to comply with Chinese regulations. Players wave goodbye instead of dying, and they emit light instead of blood. As the designer lady said, cloning is an art in itself, which brings us to the next stage, scaling. Once a cloned game becomes a small hit, the real magic happens. Scaling. Put it on mobile, PC, and make it free to play. But not just that, you gotta boost the marketing too. Let's go back to Honor of Kings. Once cloned and...
How many of you guys have gotten advertisements for Chinese mobile games that are like World of Warcraft and it's just a scuffed version of it? I've gotten a lot of those. Yeah. So it's funny because like we've all experienced this. And like look at Terraceland. That's the new one that's happening right now.
Culturally adapted, it became the #1 game. And so Tencent threw everything at it. Massive ad campaigns, celebrity endorsements, collaborations with beauty brands to bring in female gamers. Or take Genshin Impact. They didn't just...
See, that's the big one. Bro, like Genshin? Holy fuck.
Collaborate, they Genshified entire KFCs to really mostly male gamers.
All dudes. I'm pretty sure this is like 100% all dudes.
And once it's on every platform...
It was, by the way. It was guys. This is the thing. Like, who do you think goes to these places? Like, girls are going to this? No, it's guys.
When the marketing is rolling, they try to push it globally. But what's working in China doesn't necessarily work abroad. Take Arena of Valor, for instance. It's the Western version of Honor of Kings and flopped internationally for 2 reasons. First, it launched just as the Battle Royale craze took off with Fortnite. Second, it's a game lost in translation. Honor of Kings hooks players with its rich Chinese cultural context, covering historic heroes to iconic poets. But when Arena of Valor tried swapping in Norse, Greek, and Roman figures, it just didn't click the same way. There
Batman?
just is no shared cultural literacy. And honestly, I'm not sure if throwing Batman or the Joker into the mix...
And also another factor is that I think the Chinese seem to be way more patriotic than Americans are, right? And there's like American culture really depends on who you ask. And like it's not as, like monolithic.
Is going to change that. In any case, the strategy of monitoring, cloning, and scaling is their way to find their winner, chicken dinner. But there's something way deeper at play here. Just when you think cloning is their only ace, they've got another card up their sleeve. Buying out foreign firms. Sure, that's not something...
Oh yeah, that's what they do. Yeah, look at Tencent, right? Tencent bought out Riot. Tencent also bought out Grinding Gear Games for PoE. They own the majority of Grinding Gear Games now. Yeah. If you can't beat them, buy them.
Specific to China, but there's a catch here. Foreign game studios have to work with Chinese firms to sell their games in China, which means they have to share the profits. And not many foreign companies want to do that, which means less competition and more money for China. And with more money, they can easily buy more foreign studios for some very hefty sums. And with this advantage of being a closed market, the Communist Party is aggressively buying out Western industries.
And it's also, I bet the government kind of enables this because it's beneficial for them.
Maybe while Hollywood spread its American values through movies, perhaps it's now China's turn to do the very same, but through games. In a communist state like China, this means everything, including games, is controlled by the state. So while the West tries to ban TikTok, it should perhaps also look behind the scenes of Western game studios.
Yeah. Yeah. Remember whenever I said this shit? Fucking finally. People are waking up. Thank God. Holy shit. We know, yep. Did you watch this stream? I hope so.
It also provide access to millions of personal data points. And so long gone are the days when you could just pop a cartridge into a keyboard jackie and stay somewhat untraceable. However, this all isn't without its challenges. In China, the gaming community is growing tired of it all, especially of the game of clones. When The Legend of Neverland came out, a blatant clone of Genshin Impact, gamers were not impressed, and criticism was fierce. And when
well, this even happened with Tower of Fantasy. When Tower of Fantasy got released, like a lot of Chinese players were like, you're stealing our fucking game. Like, this is our game. This is Genshin fucking Impact. And you're stealing it? Yeah, they were furious. Genshin's a Chinese game, though? Yeah, and it was also stolen from Breath of the Wild, but that's different. I mean, in one case, they were stealing from the Japanese, and in this case, they're stealing from the Chinese. That's different, right? That's totally different.
Inc. was taken down the App Store because you know why. A Russian clone appeared, which also faced huge backlash from Chinese gamers who mistook it as yet another copycat move. And so the winner-winner chicken strategy might not be cutting it much longer, which is where this game enters the scene. Dubbed China's first AAA game, Black Myth Wukong is their first dab at creating something truly new. But while this game might be setting a new trend in China, it's really just a very lone wolf for now. Ironically, it's inspired by the Chinese tale Journey to the West, a tale that couldn't be any closer to China's broader intentions. And maybe that's the real lesson here. In the fast-paced world,
I think that's what's going on. People, I mean, the thing is, like, I'll play a game from China. I don't give a fuck. Like, if the game's good, I'm gonna play it. If the game's bad, I ain't gonna play it. Like, you think I give a fuck if I'm gonna play the game? Oh, it's from China. Oh, well, I don't want to do that. It's from China. Why? Like, what the fuck? Like, you really think that these other people have your best interest in mind? Absolutely fucking not. Yeah, I don't care. Yeah, I don't believe that China is any sort of like unique evil in a way that other countries aren't. I think that it's just China is more overt with it, and people like there's a lot of conversation around it because of how big China is. But I think there's a lot of countries that try to do the same thing. Can you name five games from China that you really like? I mean, let me think. I mean, can I say Valorant because Valorant is owned by Riot, which is owned by Tencent? But let's assume it's not. Yeah, Honkai Star Rail, Wuthering Waves. I played Tower of Fantasy. That's about it. I can't do 5. Yeah. So like basically all the bullshit games.
World of gaming, cloning, and owning games might
yeah,
be quick success. But the real test will be whether China can create them from scratch. Until then, happy cloning.
I think that 100% China will be able to do it. I think it's silly to think that they're never going to be able to figure this out. Of course they will, because they're getting better at it every single year. It's a great video. Yeah, this is an amazing video. Give it a like. It only has 27,000 views. This is so good. That's not what your country can do for you. It's about what your country can steal from other countries. There it is. That's right. Even Monkey King is based on Son Goku from Dragon Ball Z. I think it's bad. It's the other way around. Disagree. The difference in politics and economy is a lot more related to China. If you support a Chinese company, you support the Chinese political system. But supporting EA does not only benefit the U.S. I mean, yeah, that's. But like, I just like, to me, I don't really care about that. Do I really care about that? I don't think so. Yeah, that's not really too big of a deal. You should. Well, what am I going to do though, right? Am I going to be like thinking about like, oh my God, who makes this video game? Am I playing the most ethical video game? Who's doing this? Like, that's crazy, man. Like, no, absolutely not. It's too much hassle. You absolutely should. But like, I'm not going to because it's annoying and I just want to play a game. Like, that's really the truth. I don't care. Like, you can talk about how important it is or anything else, but like, I just don't care. I don't. It's not that important to me. I keep the geopolitics of the games. Yeah, if it's a good game, I'm going to play it. I think that China will eventually make better games. And I think that to the extent that American companies handicap themselves by not fully utilizing AI, we could see a genuine Chinese takeover of the gaming industry that is done by American companies because they are too focused on protecting the intellectual property and like these problems with AI. That's the real thing. That's what I think is going to happen. More than anything. Eventually, they're already making better games. So I think it's going to become even more common, right? This is all good for competition. Yes, and as soon as this happens, you're going to see all these companies, because the companies will start losing money, these companies will immediately throw away every ethic and every value and say, we just want to do AI with no restrictions. And that's the reason why. AI is way too overhyped. Well, it's not really about AI. It's about what can AI do. For example, like having AI generate dialogue, so you don't need voice actors. Having AI generate open spaces and then have a person fine-tune them. Like, it makes a lot of things easier. AI is crypto of 2023, 2024? No, it's not. That is a, like, very, very, like, average, like, I think I'm smart take, right? That's not it. It can barely do anything. Well, if it can think about the logic here. If it can barely do anything, then why is everybody worried about it? What's that? Like, just think about it just for like 2 or 3 seconds. Crypto doesn't produce anything. No, it doesn't. Someone uses AI every day. It's insanity. How much I'm doing with it? Yeah, exactly. And so this is what's going to keep happening more and more. And if Western companies don't adapt and use AI to their advantage, Eastern companies will, and they will beat them in the market. Because no American public person, or like the American public, wants entertainment. They don't care how they get it. So if there's a better game in China, people will play the better game. That's it. It's the same as Genshin Impact. Genshin Impact was a blatant ripoff of Breath of the Wild in so many ways, but nobody really cared. And that's it. People only care about the experience and what they get for themselves. Just the world, nothing else. Yeah, exactly. AI can't produce quality products right now. That is true, but at the same time, it's not. I think it really depends. Yeah, it can produce quality code. If it can produce enough content for people to, If it can produce enough content for people to use it and have it reduce jobs, then they can make games for cheaper. That's the reason. Did you watch Wuthering Waves 1.1 trailer? I'll watch it in a couple of minutes. Give me a minute. Right back.
I have been doing this for a long time and I still do not know how to make the perfect thumbnail. Do I add the big red arrow? Maybe a big smile. Maybe like this? Perhaps a touch of the zinc stare. Wait, no, of course. I'll use YouTube's ABC thumbnail tester. I mean, sure, it's twice as much work for our thumbnail artist Maria, but hey, you don't mind, right?
Actually, Linus, I'm very busy.
Great. While you get that going, I'm going to explain to the good people what exactly it is that we're up to with our little experiment.
Late last year, we were given access to a tool that allows us to upload multiple thumbnails for the same video and then keep only the one that performs the best. And we've spent many hours experimenting with some sometimes confusing results. I mean, at times the winner is painfully obvious, but other times it is impossible to decipher just what the heck you guys liked about the thumbnail of choice. Just like it's impossible to determine when I'm going to segue to our sponsor. See? I gotcha. That wasn't the segue. Go check it out in the description below. Let's kick things off with a result that still has us flummoxed. Bell's AMD tech upgrade features him either on the left or on the right. And the people have spoken, and Bell on the right is our big winner with 56.9% of the shared total watch time. That means that those of you who watched it were served either of these two thumbnails during our test, and the ones who clicked on this one stuck around for significantly longer. Or wait, hold on a second. Stuck around longer. Yeah, well, here's the thing. If YouTube gave creators a tool that just chose a winning thumbnail based on the click-through rate, we would be straight back to the dark ages within a matter of hours. So instead, they built an incentive for this tool that aligns with their agenda, which is, of course, to keep you watching YouTube for as long as possible. So the best thumbnail is the one that best sells the content that you're about to enjoy. Coming back to Bell then. He thinks it's obviously because his left side is his better side. You could blame him. He's right. But we think that it could have more to do with how the viewer's eye gets directed. Most of our audience speaks English, which means that they probably read from left to right on the page. So, a thumbnail that communicates in order. There is a strong correlation between the titling concept. This is almost certainly a Linus Tech Tips video, and he's going to do an upgrade that makes a member of his team happy. Might outperform one that communicates, here's a guy who's happy and doesn't look very stealthy. Oh, by the way, I think that's Linus standing in an empty room. Maybe. I don't know. For this one, your guess is as good as mine, and I'd love to hear your theories down below.
Hey you! Yeah, you. If you want to hear more of our theories, Maria and I will be filming a closer look about the thumbnails we don't talk about in
enticing you with curiosity. But as you can see, the chair thumbnail won by a landslide with 69.2% of the shared watch time. And in this case, it's kind of obvious if you think about it. You see the chair, you click the chair, you stay for the chair. You see a palette of boxes, you click a palette of boxes, you get a weird chair. Well, see you later. It is entirely possible that the mystery boxes may have driven more clicks, maybe a lot more clicks, and they could have even resulted in more counted views. But the cold hard truth is that YouTube doesn't want to build tools that help an individual creator get lots of views. They want to build tools to increase viewer satisfaction on the platform as a whole, which is a good thing. It's just that it's really hard to do. As it turned out, the vast majority of our tests were much more evenly split, even in cases where we uploaded dramatically different images. Check out this one. I didn't even realize that we had started this test until I saw this thumbnail on my feed for reacting to our best PC builds ever. Thumbnail 1 is the big open mouth that I saw, while thumbnail 2 is a more relaxed, natural smile. I thought for sure that this one would help us end the cringe versus natural debate once and for all. But as it turns out, y'all mostly just
just kind of don't care. The LTT audience seems to slightly prefer a closed mouth or a natural smile versus a big, wide, O-face one like this. But typically at just 1 or 2% more watch time. Emoting in different ways does see some disparity, but it seems like it's less about lots of emotion and more about ensuring that the emotion or the mood suits the video. When we replaced our Office PCs with Dell Optiplexes, the neutral face ended up outperforming the disgusted face. So maybe negativity is bad? But then, for the $150,000 server video, our frustrated or upset thumbnail did way better than the one in which I'm smiling. In some ways, we've actually ended up with more questions than we had when we started. What we think is happening, though, is that some expressions help us tell a better story. And there's a lot more to it than just changing a face. Every element of the thumbnail helps paint a picture that informs and entices. Maybe this background color was just too aggro for a chill video like this one about cable management where I'm relaxing at my desk in a bathrobe. People did not like the Razor Green version and strongly preferred a more calming dark blue. If we choose to use text or icons in our thumbnails, we've got to ask ourselves, do we need that big question mark? Could we label things more clearly? Is text even necessary, or is the title of the video enough? Another big part of our experiment has been adding red arrows pointing at the subject of the video. That, it turns out though, seems like a big no-no when the subject or the item in question is super obvious. Like, okay, the building behind you, clearly Smash Champs, and yeah, that MetaQuest 3 on your face, you're obviously going to be talking about that. We don't need a red arrow to know that you can get this super comfy dip dye hoodie from LTTstore.com, do you? Clarity is hugely important, but no one wants to be beaten over the head with it. With that said, arrows pointing out small objects that aren't instantly recognizable, those are 100% fair game. And yeah, most of this is kind of just graphic design 201. The thumbnail is there to entice you, draw the eye, but not mislead or add anything unnecessary. Just never hurts to have a refresher course. So the TLDR for our whole experiment boils down to a few key points. Number one, our core audience doesn't seem to care that much about the thumbnail. In our first round of tests, the watch time share was pretty close to 50-50. So either we're so good at thumbnails that we can't make a bad one if we try, or more likely, our loyal subscribers know they want to watch LTT, and if they click the video, they're going to watch a decent amount of it whether their mouth is open or closed, or I'm happy or sad or deranged or whatever. Point number two, for those outside of our core audience, like the people being served our video on the YouTube homepage thanks to the almighty algorithm.
Praise the algorithm. Praise the algorithm.
For those folks, clarity is king. They don't want to gamble on whether they're going to like what they're about to watch, and if they can't tell what's going to happen, or if they get 10, 20 seconds into the video and they feel misled, the odds of them sticking around are pretty low. Point number three, at the end of the day, it's all just packaging. It's important, but it's not that important. You can think of the thumbnail and title of a video kind of like a candy wrapper. I mean, it's one thing to get somebody to buy your chocolate bar because it has shiny packaging, but it's something else entirely to keep them coming back for more or recommending your candy to their friends. And of course, all of this needs to be taken as preliminary results. While this ABC thumbnail tester is good, and we are going to continue to use it, it could be better, because currently it doesn't tell us some pretty important stuff. Like, it doesn't tell us if anyone was served either thumbnail and didn't click it at all. It doesn't break the numbers down by subscriber versus new viewer, and it's limited to just 3 images. I mean, imagine how much more we could learn if we could upload, say, 10 thumbnails at a time, or if we could manually choose a specific thumbnail or set of thumbnails for the core audience and then something totally different for new viewers. All of this is almost certainly in YouTube's best interest, and I fully expect them to continue to develop this tool, and I also fully expect that as creators continue to experiment, the small details are going to change, even if the overall findings prove to be a constant. Kind of like I constantly segue to our sponsor. Squarespace. It's 2024 and your brand or business needs online presence. Listen, I don't make...
高丽菜丝吗？然后那个哪件事？第一件事我给你，
你要去哪里删呢？
我给你那个 plum 好不好？因为我手有点受伤，我不是很想要切 mango。然后第二件事，你可以早一点点洗澡。
我现在要洗啊。
哦。
那你来我就不洗了。
来嘛，我带你去洗，那你要帮你。
帮我洗了。
太难了。可以啊，我去拿那个刷子。
头上。
我有买一根刷子给我老公的，长柄刷洗澡。
不是刷巾吗？从底刷。
是 brush， 我老公喜欢 brush。
他喜欢 brush。
因为我买的时候我有跟他 confirm，
所以他不要刷巾。
我不要，他要 brush。
brush 不会
body。I don't know。
就跟刷牙一样，用刷。
I don't know。
那还要用高压水枪。
这倒不用。 个 K 出来，我把那 K 出来，我把那用啊。
有靠！你怎么开始死？Century breakdown. 天一定喝得完了，第2天一定喝得完。当然没有啊。What the fuck? Jesus Christ. What the heck is going on? Appropriate. Holy shit. Films. Holy fuck, this is film. Who the fuck is this? Sometimes you're going to lose somebody. Lose the fan. You really think you love someone.
Hey, Bim, guess what? I put you on a shirt again. How does that make you feel? I think she likes it.
Hi. I'm that guy who buys a bunch of dumb garbage online so I can make videos complaining about all the dumb garbage I bought. Well, it turns out an unexpected side effect of these videos is that I now have in my possession a bunch of dumb garbage. But what do you expect me to do? Just throw this away? What if there's an emergency and I need to use it for whatever it is that it does? No, I decided if I'm gonna be getting rid of all my hard-earned internet treasure, I need to make sure it's going to a loving home. I need to auction it off and donate all the proceeds to charity, which means for most of these products, it'll be the first time they've ever done anything good. But I also wanted to use this video as an excuse to revisit some of my past purchases, talk about the things that I like and still use, the companies that have gone on to disappear from the face of the planet, and also just some things I bought from online ads in my own personal life that I've gone on to develop strong feelings about. Starting with this. This thing is called a tile, and I bought this a few years ago because of how often I'd be about to leave the house and then realize, I don't know where I put my wallet. So then I spent 10 minutes trying to find it, and now I'm running late because I didn't think to just look in the pocket of the last pair of pants I wore in the first place. But what this thing is supposed to do is go inside of your wallet so you can use an app that'll tell you where it is. And this would have been so helpful if it ever worked even one time. Now, whenever I tried to use this thing, it would just say, searching. Searching. Shit, I don't know, man. I tried. All it would ever be able to tell me is that it was somewhere in my house, which was usually the only bit of information I already had. If you want us to tell you exactly where it is, you're gonna have to get closer to it, which obviously you can't do because you don't know where closer is.
Your tile can connect to your device from up to 100 feet away. So if your tile is nearby, but your app says it's out of range,
you might be a little bit confused.
The only time it would ever play the sound it was supposed to would be several minutes after I had already found it. Like I'd be in the car already driving and my pants start playing a little song. Hilarious comedic timing, no doubt, but that's not what I spent $30 on. Also, the reason I'm referring to this product in the past tense is because as of last January, it is completely dead. There's no way to charge it. There's not a battery I can change. It's just done. It called in sick to work every day of its life and then retired at the age of 1. It's advertised as lasting 3 years, and I didn't even get half of that. But what's really weird to me is that their app has close to 1 million positive reviews. Does this thing work for everyone but me? In hindsight, it's probably my fault for just buying a product and expecting it to work. What I should have done is sign up for Tile Premium, their yearly subscription service. Then I would have gotten a warranty. Then I would have gotten customer service. How stupid of me to expect access to basic features for just one $30 payment when I should have been paying $30 every year forever. If you're wondering what my solution to the wallet problem is since this one didn't pan out, I've just started putting it in the same spot every time I come home. Probably should have tried that first, huh?
Not everything I buy online is bad, though. There was a video I started working on a few years ago where I was going to review a bunch of my counterfeit merch from Redbubble, which is weirdly kind of the entire business model of Redbubble. And I never ended up making it, but I did buy some of the things that I saw. One of them is this beautiful pillow that I've had in my office ever since.
Road work ahead.
It's me. Can you tell? If you're wondering, it's exactly as scratchy as it looks. But the other thing I bought was something I was certain was too good to be true. A Roadwork Ahead tapestry. Now, there were so many to choose from. Somehow over 10,000? What the fuck? But the one that caught my eye was this. Never have I seen such efficient use of space on a product. So modest, so understated. This design has no desire to be the star of the show, and I respect that. But also, I kind of assumed it was just an error with the graphic on the website, and there's no way it would actually look like that in real life, right? No, it does. Now, that's honest advertising. And even with the graphic just taking up 1 inch of space, it still managed to be blurry as hell. The PNG file they used for this was a screenshot of a screenshot of a screenshot. And for just $64, that's a steal. In that they are stealing from anyone who actually bought this. And now to rank the products I've bought for this channel on a scale of pretty good to infuriating. And number 1 goes to a fucking bidet. The best thing I've ever bought for this channel is a toilet accessory. This is gonna sound a little hyperbolic, but I truly think this purchase acts as a dividing line between 2 distinct eras of my life. I feel like a caveman for having spent 27 years without one. Seriously, what are we doing in this country? Why is there a stigma around getting your butt a little bit wet? I feel like the only consistent critique I've seen of bidets is from men who see it as a threat to their masculinity to have water sprayed into their ass. But then what's the alternative? Sticking your little fingers up there for 5 straight minutes? Yeah, why don't you look in the mirror, buddy? As a human race, we need not be divided on this. We should all stand together on the side of good butt hygiene, and yet the war rages on. But Drew, what about wet wipes? You mean the wet wipes that only say the word flushable on them because they technically can be flushed, but you absolutely shouldn't? Please don't buy these. They clog up sewers and cause a bunch of problems for other people in your city. They're also a huge waste of money, which you can save a lot of on both toilet paper and wet wipes by investing in a bidet. And if all this is starting to sound like I'm doing an ad for this company, don't worry, I'm not. I don't care which bidet you buy. They all do the same thing. This one randomly starts leaking every few months, and that's pretty annoying. If I was starting from scratch, I'd probably get a toilet with a bidet already built into it, along with other cool features like a seat warmer, so it can always feel like you're sitting on it immediately after someone else did. Number 2, the chirp wheel. If I remember correctly, my reaction to this was pretty lukewarm, but to be honest, I use this thing almost every day. It is incredible for me. For whatever reason, the shape of the wheel and the shape of my dumb fucked up back seem to coalesce perfectly. But again, you don't have to opt for this specific brand. I have no loyalty to them. I'm pretty sure it's just a PVC pipe with some foam over it. If you search yoga wheel on Amazon, there's a bunch of cheaper alternatives. They might break in half as soon as you take it out of the box, but they are cheaper. Even though I do love this thing, I definitely wouldn't recommend the bundle that I got. Pretty sure it came with some kind of neck strap that doesn't do anything, and a carrying case that I've never once used because the only place I've carried these things is from one room of my house to another. If you are gonna buy one of these, just save yourself some money and get this 6-inch wheel by itself. The big one is too big and the small one is too small. Plus, you don't need 3 different wheels anyway. You only have one back. Number 3, this whiteboard. When I bought this a few months ago, I thought for sure I'd only use it in one video, but now if you include this one, we're up to 2 videos. That's a pretty good value. Number 4, the Kizik shoes. I don't know why I wrote the K like that. See, all of those letters look bad, not just the K. These shoes are built in a way that you can step into them without having to use your hands, which you could also do with most pairs of shoes, but not as easily as you can in these. Now, I'm definitely a little biased towards this company because after I mentioned in that video that the pair of shoes that I wanted was out of stock, they actually emailed me and asked if they could send me some, and then they did, and that was really cool. I've mentioned so many products in so many videos, and no other company has ever reached out to me afterwards. At least not with something nice to say. I would say my biggest critique is that they're not quite as comfortable as I hope they would be, especially this pair. I don't know if I just worn down the inside, but they really dig into my heel if I'm walking in them for a while. But if I just want something I can throw on real quick to go run a couple errands, I think they're great. But again, this is not an ad. Whenever I make these videos, I always feel weird being too positive about a product, even if it's something I do like, because I'll get comments from people assuming I was doing an undisclosed ad, which is very much against YouTube's guidelines. Trust me, if I'm doing an ad for something, you will know it's an ad, because I'll say something like, this portion of the video is sponsored by Opera, the smarter way to browse the web. If you ever go to a website that has way too many words on it and feel the sudden overwhelming urge to not read any of them, well, good thing with Opera I can use Aria, their built-in blocker on the browser I used to use. Genuinely think it's a cute on top, leisure on bottom combo that is only possible to wear if the 2 pieces come already sewn together. This is not an outfit that can be assembled separately if you already have a button-down shirt and a loose pair of sweatpants. The Work One is a one-of-a-kind contraption that is both necessary and fashionable, which is why it brings me much dismay to break the news that this company no longer exists. Maybe it's because the work-from-home era unfortunately ran its course once commercial real estate investors saw their property values plummet and needed to force everyone back into the office to justify their existence, or maybe it's because you have to hold the butt flap open with both hands in order to shit through it. Either way, the Work One is no more. Technically, this is the second time this has happened because they had already shut down their website before I uploaded the initial video. But then I think because I made a video, they tried to put it back up and capitalize off the attention, only to give up once more. The good news is this just makes my Work One that much rarer. Who knows how many of these even exist in the world? 2? 3? I'm not going to say a higher number because I already feel like I'm overestimating. And that's why I think this makes perfect sense as our first auction item of the night. Let's hear it for the Work One, everyone. Don't worry, I will wash it before mailing it out. And number 6, we got another relic from the earlier days of the pandemic, the microclimate filtered helmet. Weird, I'm not sure how this ended up so low on the list. I wear this all the time whenever I run errands or go to the moon. But I suppose I am willing to part with it if it's for a good cause. Plus, version 3 is supposed to come out any day now, as of a year ago. And even though they haven't given a single specific as to what's new about this version, I trust these guys. After all, who would? So what makes this one different from the previous ones you had? Lighter, more durable, scratch resistant, waterproof, can tolerate the elements. Okay, but what about drinking? How can you drink? I want. Me too, Serge. Me too. And number 7, we've got by far the most expensive product I've ever reviewed, the Moonwalker shoes. Why number 7? Well, because the top speed is 7 miles per hour, and the average range is 7 miles, and the stopping distance is 1 human step. I'm kind of curious why they felt the need to specify human step, as if there's some other kind of step we could take, coming in at a market value of $1,400. These are going to be the highest ticket item in the auction, unless of course nobody bids on them, in which case you might get them for $40. That's the fun of an auction, baby. I got no clue how this will go. I'm not sure what the future holds for this company. I worry for their sake they've already botched the initial release by making them way too expensive and only available in a country where nobody walks anywhere. They've gone from being pretty active on social media to radio silent for like 4 months now. So hopefully they're just in the lab cooking up version 2 of these that isn't so goddamn loud every time you take a human step. Final entry into the bad tier is Tom Brady's bundle of crap, which offers varying degrees of uselessness. I bought so much shit from this man. There was a cookbook that jump scares me every time I walk into my kitchen at night. Protein powder that only tastes good when I put it in oatmeal and I don't even eat oatmeal anymore. A water bottle too unwieldy to ever take anywhere. Vitamins I've never touched. Electrolytes that taste okay. And a giant bag of resistance bands that's been sitting in the corner of my office so long, it'll probably leave a permanent dent in the carpet. And out of all of these, the one thing that I actually used regularly, the shaker, slowly started to change shape over time until eventually the lid wouldn't stay on anymore, which is not ideal for something that's supposed to keep liquid inside of it while you shake it around. Goodbye, misshapen TB12 bottle. I'm sorry my dishwasher turned you into a hideous monster. But maybe your dad can get them to update the description on the website. At least then, your sacrifice won't be in vain. In between bad and infuriating is what I'm calling the forgettable category, because one of the only things worse to me than a product that sucks is a product that's boring. A product whose existence is so benign, I can't even muster the energy to get mad at. And there's been a lot of these over the years. I bought a big bag, a tiny bag, a spine deck, and a spine net, a plastic hand to cosplay as 2016 Alfred Payton, a sleep mask with shitty headphones that I never bothered to connect to anything, a tripod that spins on its own but I've only ever used it in a stationary position, an inversion table that did not make me any taller, a calendar puzzle I'm still too stupid to solve, a belt that works fine but I never wear it because I bought it in bright red. This purchase was doomed from the start. All of this stuff has had no tangible impact on my life since the moment I finished whatever video I bought them for. And the sheer quantity of clutter that I ended up with is part of the reason I stopped making these videos, and also because they were getting repetitive. It's funny, as YouTubers, I think we're all trying to find something easily replicable that we enjoy making and our audience enjoys watching, and that's what the series was for me for a long time, until randomly one day I was just like, actually, I never want to make one of those videos ever again. And maybe I still will at some point. I'm not ruling it out forever. I like reviewing things, I like complaining about stuff, and I like when I can direct those complaints at a company rather than an individual. But every time I walk into my closet and I see this drop-shipped lime green wrapping paper cutter sitting at the top of a bucket of junk that only takes up space, I start to wonder if those minimalism guys were onto something. Maybe they get back at me for making a video about them. They started targeting me with ads so insane they knew I wouldn't be able to resist the urge to buy it for a video. And then another video, and then another video, until before long I had surrounded myself with the worst thing you can. Stuff. They destroyed my life from the inside without ever lifting a finger. It's a perfect crime. And finally, we've arrived at the infuriating category. I've only got 2 things in here, and I'm sure you can guess what one of them is. It's of course nemesis of the channel, the moon pod, which I don't have anymore because I gave it to my friends who just moved into a new apartment. And now it's their problem. Those fools. My ongoing vendetta with this stupid beanbag chair is pretty well documented at this point. I've tried escalating things every time I bring it up, hoping that maybe once and for all I could finally bring this company down. And I'm here today to give up. I'm surrendering to the moon pod. Does that mean I no longer think it's an overpriced piece of garbage? Of course not. It sucks. Do I still think it's bullshit to pretend that a product that has never cost more or less than $300 is somehow 25% off? Absolutely. Better hurry up, guys. The Memorial Day sale's almost over. Then we're gonna have to wait for the next Memorial Day sale, which is exactly the same and will start immediately afterward. This graphic is edited into the product photo. I don't think the sale's ending anytime soon. Now, this is just a lame marketing tactic rivaled in cheapness only by the materials they used to make these. No, I'm not giving up because I finally came around and changed my tune. I'm holding this grudge forever. I'm giving up because I lost. I've seen moon pod commercials during NFL playoff games. They've clearly made so much money off these and have such a massive marketing budget that I'm clearly just outgunned in this fight. And what can you even do about it when they've only allowed 1 negative review on their entire website? You're telling me 1,200 people agreed with this and not one of them wrote a 1-star review of their own? Suck my ass, Moonpod. So no, I'm done. I refuse to continue fighting a fight that I just don't think is fair. And I'm starting to wonder if all my yapping has had the opposite effect. I worry that years of attention, no matter how negative, has only helped bolster the name recognition of this company. So I'm not going to mention them anymore. I'm not giving them any more free advertising. I don't think I should even talk about them in this video. In fact, I'm probably going to edit out this entire section. And finally, the worst of the worst. It's been almost 2 years since I made a video getting mad at a bunch of $300 brain vibrators made to prey on people with anxiety, and I was disappointed to see that all of these companies are still very much alive and well. In fact, most of these products have only gotten more expensive. The Mindy went up $30. The Sensate went up $50 and added a subscription service. The Call Me Go went up $110. For this piece of shit? What are we doing? Of course, we wanted these things to be cheaper, but it costs so much money to make a piece of plastic that smells bad. If any of these companies actually cared about people, they would do everything in their power to make these things as affordable as possible. They wouldn't jack up the price every time their profit margins fall below 90%. They don't care about your mental health. They don't care about you. They just want your money. The fucking audacity of the company that has almost doubled the price of their device to try to guilt you into buying it anyway by saying, well, how much is your mental health worth? This is nothing compared to how much people normally spend on stuff like this. Can we get a citation on that, or do I just have to take your word for it? Hey, but don't worry, this thing has 0 side effects because it doesn't do anything. The best thing I can say about the Call Me Go is that the last time I tried to use it, I was having a really bad panic attack. And I thought, hey, not to worry, I've got my lavender inhaler. So I grabbed it out of my drawer, started sucking on it, and almost immediately felt so stupid that I started laughing. So I guess in that way, it did its job. I don't know if that fully counts because that's not really what they were going for, but credit where credit's due. But also that was over a year ago and I haven't touched it since. So I'm a little grossed out thinking about all of the bacteria that is almost definitely built up inside of it. For that reason, I will not be including it in the auction. I will be putting it in the trash. Hey, speaking of the auction, I should probably explain how it's gonna work. I've got everything listed on eBay where they'll run for the next week. 100% of the money from each item sold will go directly to the Palestine Children's Relief Fund, which is currently working in Gaza to provide aid to Palestinians who have been displaced from their homes and their families. The link to that charity is in the description along with all the items that are for sale. When all the auctions are done next week, I will be mailing everything out myself along with some personalized thank you notes. And whatever the total amount ends up being for all the products combined, I will personally match so we can double our donation. You may notice I haven't listed every single item I've ever bought because some of these products truly are just worthless junk. But to make up for it, I've thrown in some other fun things. A road worker head sign, hot dog toaster, the usual. So definitely check that out. Hopefully we can raise some money and also good luck. You're gonna need it because I'm going to outbid all of you. You thought I'd actually let all this stuff go? Hell no, I'm buying it all back. Wow, congratulations on making it to the end of the YouTube video. You did a great job. Be sure to smash that subscribe button and smash that like button. And subscribe to my channel and like the video.
A viewing platform hangs 130 feet over one of New Zealand's natural wonders, offering unparalleled canyon views. But for a group of young, enthusiastic students, it's the last thing they ever see. How does a field trip turn into one of the country's most notorious disasters? This is the story of the Cave Creek platform collapse. Cave Creek is a natural marvel on New Zealand's west coast. A limestone cave formed by acidic waters that eroded the soft rock, creating a magical landscape. It is here where visitors can see the resurgence, where streams emerge from an underground cave system before heading out to sea. It's a geological phenomenon that lures hundreds yearly. Being such a great attraction, in 1993 the park decided to erect an overhanging viewing platform nearby. Fast forward a few years, and a group of students with their tutor from an outdoor recreation course were looking forward to visiting Cave Creek. As part of their field trip, they'll be studying the limestone formations and caves in the area, making the viewing platform the highlight of their excursion. Just the day before, Conservation Officer Shirley Slatter would be accompanying the students noticed an unusual flexing of the Cave Creek viewing platform when another group stood on it during their field trip. Concerned about this observation, she reported it to the newly appointed field center manager Stephen O'Day and convinced him to inspect the platform with her the next day. For that reason, O'Day would also join the excursion this next morning. As they made their way toward the platform, the path became narrower. The group split into two, with O'Day leading from the front and Slatter part of the smaller group at the back. The larger of the two groups, led by O'Day, reached the platform first, along with the 17 students, who stepped onto the platform to look at the headwaters coming out of the cave system. The students were even joking about the structure's quality, oblivious to what was about to happen. In less than a minute, the platform suddenly broke away from its supports and fell horrifically into the ground. The platform crashed down nearly 100 feet below the trees, slamming into the chasm's floor amongst the large, jagged rocks. Moments later, the second group, consisting of the tutor, field officer, and 3 other students, reached the viewing deck. What they saw was shocking. The viewing platform had completely disappeared, and the scene at the bottom of the chasm was horrifying. Bodies were lying everywhere, and moans of agony pierced the once serene environment. The tutor and the 2 students immediately jumped to action, making their way down to the scene. At the same time, the conservation officer and another student raced back for help, but when they reached the group's vehicles, they realized the keys were missing. So the field officer returned to the scene with warm clothing from the vans, while the student raced under 5 miles to alert the Greymouth police. An hour after the collapse, the call for emergency assistance was finally made. Rescue helicopters, ambulances, and teams raced to the scene. First responders had to lower a scoop net 130 feet down the narrow chasm to extract the injured survivors into awaiting ambulances for treatment. In the fall, in just a few terrifying seconds, 14 lives were lost, 13 students and Conservation Officer O'Day. Of the 18 people on the platform, 12 died instantly from the fall, while from the remaining 6 that survived the initial fall, by the time emergency responders arrived, 2 more died from their injuries. The only question in everyone's mind at this point is, how did a routine sightseeing attraction transform into a death trap? The Department of Conservation's internal review of the collapse would bring several alarming factors to light. The Cave Creek Platform project was poised to be a tragedy from the beginning. According to the DOC report, no professional engineers or architects were involved in the design of the proposed platform. Instead, a well-intentioned but unqualified DOC officer without any formal structural engineering training drew up the plans. This design was simple enough in its vision, a 10 by 10 foot decking with an overhang of approximately 5 feet that would be cantilevered. And once the project got its funding in June 1992, the construction began using these plans. The timber deck was built off-site and delivered to the site by helicopter, along with other materials for the platform's construction. It was supposed to be suspended over the sharp drop to improve the viewing experience for tourists and protect the spongy land around the gap. And by April of the following year, construction of the platform was carried out at Cave Creek. The problem was that it was being built by DOC staff members who were not qualified builders or engineers. In fact, only one of the crew members had previously worked with timber at all. To make matters worse, the plans for the installation were not even used on site. In subsequent interviews, the men said they never even laid eyes on the proposed plans. This means that the posts were hammered into the ground wherever the rough ground would allow. As a result, the load on the platform wasn't spread out equally. Surprisingly, the person who made the plans was on site that day, but their job was to clear the trail that led to the platform, which means that they basically judged the platform's overhang by eyeballing it. If that wasn't enough, the bolts that were supposed to hold the platform in place were brought to the site without a drill, so nails were used to hold it instead. After a rigorous day of construction, the 4 men who built the platform got onto it to take a picture. The lack of structural integrity was, however, shocking. Less than a year after its construction, in April 1994, the platform steps were finally poured, but they were not properly secured, a sign that something terrible was about to happen. On top of that, there were no instructions on how to use steel to connect the concrete steps to the platform and make the support that a suspended structure needs. When the new platform structure was shown to the local conservation board a few months later, the board chairman asked if it had proper permits. This prompted staff to investigate getting approval retroactively, but those attempts were never successfully carried out. According to the internal review conducted, some people in the department thought that building consents were just a formality and that safety problems were not given much thought. As for the load limits, the staff member tasked with preparing the rules used a general directive from head office, initially proposing a 10-person limit, but later deciding that a limit of 5 people would make for better viewing. However, the sign was misplaced and never installed on the site, having no impact on preventing overloads. After the concrete stairs were poured, the platform opened to the public and was used extensively over the next year. It was clear a public inquiry would be necessary to determine who was accountable for the tragedy. After extensive investigations and witness testimonies, the DOC was to be held liable as it failed to implement processes from previous departments correctly. The judge concluded that the department's disregard for safe building techniques during the platform's construction was the main cause of the collapse. The commissioned structural engineer determined that although the platform's decking was sufficient, 90% of the platform was not suitable for its intended use. The support piles were not properly aligned. Improper spacing was used between the bearers and misaligned piles. Many nails failed to connect the support beams to the bearers securely. No construction plan was followed, or the plan itself was inadequate. Basic practices for adequately connecting the bearers to the piles were ignored. The DOC's failures were manifold. They neglected to involve qualified engineers in the platform's design, failed to follow the Building Act, and did not enforce load restrictions. Inspections were inadequate, and there was no proper project management system in place. And while the DOC accepted responsibility for the collapse, no prosecutions were recommended, as there was a legal loophole that prevented government departments from being held liable. Immediately after the collapse, 15 of DOC's 106 viewing platforms were closed for repairs. Now, platforms above 5 feet or 1.5 meters, like Cave Creek, are inspected by outsourced engineers adhering to stricter building codes. Perhaps most critically, the law was finally changed in 2001, allowing government departments to be prosecuted and held criminally liable for insufficient building practices, eliminating the previous exemption that prevented accountability. But what happened to the 4 survivors? The path to recovery for the 4 survivors who lived through the initial horror proved long and tough, having to overcome both physical and psychological trauma. Sam Lucas suffered post-traumatic amnesia, unable to recall the event itself, along with head trauma and knee and ligament injuries. Carolyn Smith underwent a mental breakdown after the tragedy, requiring antidepressants to cope. Stephen Hannon was left paralyzed and had to be heavily sedated for 6 weeks after the accident, spending 9 more weeks in intensive care, followed by a year of relearning how to live with his life-altering injuries. Stacey Mitchell turned to drugs and alcohol to forget the emotions and the guilt. In a 2005 interview, he admitted that he and a few other students had given the platform a good shake when they stepped onto it that day, and lived with the guilt that his classmates could still be alive had they not done that. However, many experts and the commission report indicated that the platform was doomed to collapse at some point due to the shoddy building work and lack of support structures. 2 years after the collapse, the victims' families received a combined compensation settlement of $2.6 million. That same year, a memorial was unveiled at the site, and in 1998, the track reopened to the public. However, the viewing platform was never replaced. The trail between the memorial site and the Cave Creek Resurgence was officially renamed the Cave Creek Memorial Track. The start of the track is marked by an information panel recounting the tragedy. The ending words read, "Lessons have been learned, failures exposed, and systems changed so that the pathway that led to the tragedy memorialized here will never be repeated." Watch this episode next. If you found this video interesting, please add a like and leave a comment if you want to support the channel. Forget about captains going down with the ship and women and children being rescued first. The sinking of the Oceanos off South Africa's wild coast defied all protocols we've grown accustomed to. What should have been a luxurious ocean voyage quickly turned into a nightmare. After being abandoned by the crew and captain amid towering 30-foot swells and gale force winds, passengers of the Oceanos cruise ship were left to fend for themselves. In 1991, during the months of July and August, the Oceanos cruise ship sailed through the Indian Ocean, stopping at popular destinations like Seychelles, Mauritius, and Cape Town. The ship was leaving East London, headed for Durban on South Africa's wild coast, a rugged and hazardous stretch of the country's eastern coastline. It is particularly threatening in winter, when strong southeasterly winds generate large swells, creating treacherous sea conditions. The Oceanos was a Greek-owned cruise ship built in France, and was launched in July 1952 as a cargo ship. In 1983, it was refurbished as a passenger liner, sailing under the banner of Ipirotiki Lines. There were 6 decks, with cabins, restaurants, casinos, lounges, and a swimming pool. But Ipirotiki Lines didn't have a great track record, having lost 2 other ships in the 3 years leading up to the sinking. The company's flagship, Pegasus, just 2 months prior, and MV Jupiter 3 years earlier in 1988. And after 39 years at sea, the Oceanos looked a little worse for wear. According to reports, the ship was poorly maintained, and some of its hull plates had become loose. Still docking in East London, the ship's departure was repeatedly delayed due to the terrible weather conditions and a reported bomb scare. Perhaps a foreboding sign of the tragedy that was still to come? Passenger liners can safely navigate swells ranging from 6 to 10 feet high. Waves between 13 to 16 feet high are considered risky to navigate, and anything over 33 feet is deemed perilous for a passenger ship. On this day, however, reports indicated that the swells ranged from 20 to 33 feet. But ignoring the large swells, Captain Ianis Avranis, a skipper with more than 20 years of experience, decided to sail into the stormy seas. The ship was headed to Madagascar the following day, and the captain planned to stick to the tight schedule. Despite some crew member concerns, they headed out into the Indian Ocean, where it was met with 40-knot winds, churning up monster waves. Unfortunately, the ailing vessel was simply not seaworthy enough to withstand these harsh conditions. From the start of the voyage, things went wrong. Typically, the crew would have held a welcoming party for the passengers on the deck, but due to the rough seas, the party was moved indoors to the Four Seasons Lounge. Still, most passengers chose to stay in their cabins, unaware of the horror that was about to unfold. The storm intensified around 7 p.m. when dinner was being served, and the ship began to roll violently from side to side. The seasoned crew servers were having a hard time as crockery and cutlery crashed to the ground. The Oceanos was no longer a pleasure cruise, quickly devolving into a chaotic and dangerous environment. Below deck, things were going from bad to worse at a very rapid pace. The crew was working on blocked sewage pipes when a loud thud reverberated through the ship. It's believed that after a series of freak waves slammed against the vessel, the shell plating had burst open, leading the seawater flooding into the engine room compartment at an alarming rate. In an instant, the ship lost power and was plunged into darkness as the chief engineer shut down generators to avoid short-circuiting. Despite their frantic attempts to plug the hole, the water rose fast, and the situation became dire. With no signs of the rushing waters abating, it was decided to shut the watertight doors and head to the bridge. Here, the captain was informed that the ship was sinking, and they needed to abandon it immediately. With watertight doors closed, the ship should have remained afloat, even if one section flooded. But the news was even grimmer than expected. An unfitted ventilation pipe left a 4-inch hole in the wall separating the engine room and the sewage tank. Inside the tank, multiple non-return valves had been removed for repairs after they malfunctioned on a recent trip. As a result, water flooded the sewage system and made its way to the rest of the ship. It was a race against time to abandon the vessel before it was too late. Meanwhile, the passengers were fearfully congregating in the main lounge where the entertainment was scheduled. Anxious and concerned, they looked around for anyone in authority to calm their fears. No senior officers were in sight, and the cruise director couldn't give them any direct assurances either. Needing more answers to calm the frightened passengers, one of the entertainers, Moss Hill, went to speak to the captain to clarify the situation.
The captain said, look, we're going to abandon the ship. So I said, well, why? Are we sinking? Is there a fire? He said, no, there's no fire, we're not sinking. I'm just going to abandon the ship as a precaution because we can't get the engine started.
Despite the ship's distress, no alarm or announcement was made to warn them to prepare to evacuate the Oceanos. Unsure of the situation, Hill returned to the lounge, where he and the rest of the passengers saw a chilling sight.
And I heard a noise, and I looked over and all the passengers looked over, and we saw a lifeboat going down past the window. And that's scary.
This prompted Hill to go see for himself what was happening on the lower deck.
Right down below now, there's water everywhere, it's sloshing about from side to side.
The water level steadily rose in the engine room, flooding through the hole in the bulkhead and into the waste disposal tank. With the valve still open on the holding tank, the water coursed through the main drainage pipes and rose like a tide inside the ship, spilling out of every shower, toilet, and waste disposal unit connected to the system. It was clear there was no stopping the flooding, and all hope was lost for the Oceanos. Without officers around, Hill and the rest of the entertainers knew any rescue efforts would have to be organized by them. Immediately, they started to arrange the bewildered passengers into groups to prepare to launch the lifeboats. But the entertainers had no idea how to evacuate the cruise ship and launch the lifeboats, hanging high above the deck on both sides. They started by lowering the starboard side lifeboats down to the deck one by one. The scared passengers, including young children, women, and the elderly, had to fight their fears, launching themselves into the lifeboats as the winds and rain battered the rafts into the side of the ship. Any misstep could see someone fall into the tumultuous dark abyss searching below. Each heaving lifeboat, now with as many as 90 people, would then be lowered to the sea on cables. To compound matters, they were launched amidst incredibly rough seas, with reports of waves reaching heights of up to 98 feet. Even though some passengers made it off the ship, their battle was far from over. The lifeboats were bashed around in the open sea while fighting the cold, wet, and dangerous conditions. The Oceanos was progressively filling up with water, listing significantly towards its starboard side, making it almost impossible to launch the remaining life rafts on the port side without risk. Survivors would later say they saw senior officers and crew jumping into lifeboats before passengers and launching only half-full rafts, leaving about 200 people stranded on the sinking ship. With no more lifeboats left to launch, the entertainers headed for the bridge, where they made a shocking discovery. It was completely unmanned, and the captain was nowhere in sight. With no idea how to operate the equipment, they tried to use the radio phone, frantically repeating "Mayday, Mayday," in the hope of receiving a response.
National Security Speed Channel. Can you help over?
Eventually, a voice from the other end answered the distress signal, inquiring about the situation and the ship's location. Hill sought assistance in responding to technical inquiries crucial for coordinating a search and rescue operation, and went to look for the captain. He eventually discovered him smoking in the dark towards the cruiser's stern. The captain seemed shocked and persistently declined to provide aid, stating, "Not necessary," in response to every request. It would be another torturous 4 hours before help finally arrived. At first light, 16 helicopters from the South African National Defense Force and Navy divers located the sinking vessel. But the helicopters couldn't land on the cruise ship due to the huge waves and now 60-knot winds. Navy divers were winched to the deck by a harness. Passengers were loaded onto harnesses that were lowered by helicopters in groups of 2. 5 choppers then flew in rotation, dropping 12 survivors at a time at the haven on the nearby coast. The operation was risky due to the high winds and the forward position the choppers had to maintain to lift and lower the harnesses onto the ship. To everyone's amazement, the captain arrived out of nowhere, stepping in front of an elderly passenger, demanding to be hoisted up next, saying he needed to coordinate rescue efforts from the shore. Witnesses say Avranas was the second person to be airlifted, while 11 of the first 16 airlifted were ship's officers. By 10:30 a.m., most of the people had made it off the boat, and the helicopters headed back to land to refuel. Meanwhile, numerous commercial cargo ships and fishing vessels converged around the distressed Oceanos to assist with the rescue. However, the mission was fraught with danger. Lifeboats were still colliding against the sides of the ships, narrowly avoiding the spinning propellers. Finally, at about 11:30 a.m., Hill and his wife were hoisted from the sinking vessel. They were among the last people to be rescued. During the operation, military helicopters airlifted more than 200 passengers off the ship, and 300 were pulled from the sea or from life rafts. Planes dropped life preservers to people in the water, and many were saved by 3 merchant ships that rushed to the scene. Against all odds, the 402 passengers and 179 crew members survived the brutal weather and sinking ship with no loss of life. 17 hours after the initial breach, the Oceanos disappeared underwater to a depth of over 300 feet. For Captain Avranas, however, the storm was only just beginning. He was widely criticized by the international media and vilified for his negligence. Avranas remained unrepentant about his actions.
When I order abandon the ship, it doesn't matter what time I live. Abandon is for everybody. If some people like to stay, they can stay.
2 months later, a Greek board of inquiry found Captain Ioannis Avranas and 5 other crew members negligent in the discharge of duty on the Oceanos. According to a standard operating procedure, a ship's captain and crew must only abandon the ship after the passengers have been rescued. But Captain Avranas' actions seemed to defy this maritime directive. Yet despite being found negligent, there were no repercussions for Avranas and the crew. Avranas would run ferries in the North and Baltic Seas for the rest of his career. While the sinking of the Oceanos was a terrible disaster, it was ultimately not a tragedy. Even though the captain broke maritime tradition by abandoning the ship before the passengers, true heroes emerged from an unexpected source: the resourceful entertainers. It served as a poignant reminder that heroes often come in many forms, even without capes or crew's uniforms. Watch this episode next. If you found this video interesting, please add a like and leave a comment if you want to support the channel. Thousands of patrons packed into the lavish Beverly Hills Supper Club, blissfully unaware that their evening of revelry is about to erupt in a hellish inferno. Within minutes of the first flames, a tsunami of smoke and heat engulfed the sprawling complex, rapidly turning escape into a death trap for those unable to find exits. Was it an accident or a deliberate act to cover up the club's secrets? It's Memorial Day weekend, and the Beverly Hills Supper Club is filled to the brim. The parking lot is jammed with cars, and the club is hosting several events, including a highly anticipated John Davidson concert. The evening will, however, be marred by overcrowding and a disregard for safety regulations. In total, it's believed that up to 3,000 patrons were at the club that night, more than double the fire code's allowance for a venue with its number of exits. The cabaret room, where the concert took place, was packed well beyond its safe capacity. Most of the deaths would tragically happen here. Located at the end of a corridor, it was far away from the club's main entrance. More and more rooms had been added to the building over the years, turning it into a sprawling 65,000 square foot entertainment complex. Trouble had already begun at the Zebra Room earlier in the evening when a wedding reception ended abruptly. At about 8:30 p.m., the party had to leave because of excessive heat and strange noises emanating from below the floor. The venue would remain vacant until an employee smelled smoke at 8:59 p.m. Entering the room, she observed a thick, dark smoke suspended beneath the ceiling. The fire department was alerted minutes later while employees grabbed extinguishers to fight the flames in the ceiling.
I want all company squads available to respond to this address.
They had no idea that opening the doors to the Zebra Room fed fresh oxygen to the fire and caused a flashover. Extinguishers would prove useless against the growing inferno. Firefighters arrived at the scene at 9:06 p.m., already seeing smoke cascading from the building as they approached. More than 520 firefighters from 24 fire stations tackled the fire in the maze of a building. The blaze swiftly devoured curtains and other flammable furnishings, releasing toxic gas and dense black smoke into the air. It raced up a spiral staircase, blocking the most viable exit for nearly 200 people on the second level, then surged down the hallway toward the cabaret room. Investigators would later determine the fire spread rapidly, reaching the cabaret room within 2 to 5 minutes. As a result, the news of the fire and the first sign of smoke and flames arrived simultaneously in the cabaret room shortly after 9 p.m. Inside were an estimated 900 to 1,300 guests, more than double the normal amount. Chairs and tables had been placed in the aisles, ramps, and stairways to accommodate everyone. Patrons started moving towards the room's exits when at around 9:10 p.m. the power went out. In total darkness, panic ensued, and people started to push and shove as the fire blocked 2 of the cabaret room's 3 exits. The crowd funneled through the single remaining exit where bodies pushed up on each other, creating an impenetrable crush that overwhelmed rescuers' attempts to pull people to safety outside.
When I got to the inside doors, which is about 30 feet inside the building, I saw these big double doors and people were stacked like cordwood. They were clear up to the top. They just kept diving out on each other, trying to get out. I looked back over the pile of, it wasn't dead people, they were dead and alive in that pile. And I went in and I just started to grab them 2 at a time and pull them off the stack and drag them out.
Many patrons who managed to escape the crush became lost, suffocating in the dense smoke while attempting to find alternative ways out. The absence of a functional fire alarm system in the expansive complex further exacerbated the disaster, as people in isolated venue rooms remained oblivious to the impending danger. But there were other problems as well. The supper club failed to meet several basic safety standards for a venue of its size and usage. They weren't equipped with firewalls, an automatic fire suppression system, nor smoke detectors. Additionally, most exit paths from function rooms awkwardly led inward through narrow internal corridors and service areas, rather than lead directly outside, hindering evacuation attempts. These shortcuts awkwardly led inward through narrow internal corridors and service areas, rather than lead directly outside, hindering evacuation attempts. These shortcomings proved fatal that night, as the temperature in the cabaret room soared to 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Firefighters were unable to safely attempt any further rescues. By 11:30 p.m., Incident Command anticipated the imminent collapse of the building's roof and evacuated all the firefighters.
Attention, all units with walkie-talkie. The interior unit is about ready to collapse. Clear the building. Clear the building.
The raging fire was only brought under control a few hours later, but some parts of the building would continue to burn for the next 2 days. By the early hours of May 29th, authorities had retrieved 134 bodies from the premises. 3 days later, when the recovery operations shut down, a total death count climbed to 162. The number of victims would later increase even more. 99 bodies were recovered from the cabaret room on the night of the fire in the vicinity of Exit A, the double swinging doors to the left of the stage. Additionally, 34 more bodies were found near Exit B, located to the right of the stage and in close proximity to the dressing rooms. 26 victims were discovered in the ashes from the area surrounding Exit A. All but 2 patrons perished within 30 feet of an exit. 3 more fire victims would later die in a hospital, bringing the death toll to 165. While 2,600 people made it out alive that night, more than 200 people were also injured. As investigators sifted through the ashes, a trail of negligence and safety hazards told the true story behind the fire. They concluded that the fire's origin in the zebra room ceiling was sparked by faulty aluminum wiring. Shockingly, it was also revealed the architect lacked proper licensing. In addition to the numerous safety violations in the building's design and fire protection, the disaster was worsened by delayed detection, insufficient employee training, and overcrowding. But was it a faulty wire that caused the fire, or was something more sinister at play? Demolition of the remains of the building began almost immediately before the ashes of the fire had completely cooled, damaging critical evidence. The local fire marshal added that their investigations were shut down shortly after, leading them to believe the fire was arson-related. Furthermore, the club owner had reportedly received a letter threatening arson on the night of the fire. Over the years, several club employees have maintained the same stance and claim seeing some suspicious activities on the day of the blaze.
Just asked, what are you guys working on? And they told me the air conditioning system. And I had no way to know that there was no air conditioning system in that room.
Brock says his suspicions were confirmed a few days after the blaze when he asked about the work done in the zebra room.
The oldest son, Rick, showing Junior's attention that there was 2 maintenance people working in the room the day of the fire. And he goes, no, that was 6 weeks prior. And I said, no, the day of the fire they were there. And Mr. Schilling at that time said, well, they burnt my dad out then. And I said, what do you mean? He goes, they finally got to him.
In the aftermath of the fire, investigations initiated by the state of Kentucky, a grand jury, and a special prosecutor were all terminated without public trial. Suits against the owners of the building and the public utility were settled out of court. As a result, the Beverly Hills fire would never be subjected to a full-fledged public trial. Then, in a groundbreaking decision, the victims' families filed the first class action mass tort lawsuit in U.S. history. This meant, instead of just suing the nightclub, they took on the aluminum electrical wire industry as a whole, saying it was the reason for the fire. It was a bold move, but it worked, and ultimately settled for $49 million out of court. Even though nothing has come of the reports of possible arson, the tragedy prompted stricter fire codes, including mandatory sprinklers, smoke alarms, and voice alert systems. It also initiated the banning of all aluminum wiring in future building projects. Today, a statue and 2 crosses stand watch at the location where gross negligence and alleged mob activity claimed the lives of 165 innocent victims, making it the 3rd deadliest nightclub fire in U.S. history. Watch this episode next if you found this video interesting. Please add a like and leave a comment if you want to support the channel. On a sunny afternoon, a scenic cable car ride turns terrifying, plunging hundreds of feet in mere seconds, with over a dozen passengers trapped inside. By the end of the trip, there will only be 1 survivor. As authorities probe what went so horrifically wrong, unsettling questions arise over whether more sinister forces could have been at play. The cable car was filled with 15 occupants, including several families and a young, engaged couple. They were eagerly embarking on what should have been a scenic and enjoyable trip, with spectacular views of the shimmering Lake Maggiore below and the snow-capped Alps in the distance. For over 5 decades, this cable car had been ferrying tourists to the landing station on Mount Materoni. Today's trip, however, will leave a very different, lasting legacy. The trip starts at the Lido di Gaggiano on Lake Maggiore, ascending about 2,625 feet to the halfway station at the village of Alpino. Travelers then change cable cars to continue the sojourn to the Materoni summit. The ride was an unforgettable experience, as passengers were suspended high above the scenic foliage, gently gliding up the mountain. The journey spans about 20 minutes, ascending nearly 4,500 feet into the sky. It had reopened just a month after the COVID-19 shutdown, and passengers were excited to experience the magnificent spectacle. They were unaware that the cable car system had been experiencing anomalies since resuming service. The emergency braking system had repeatedly been malfunctioning by unexpectedly engaging and abruptly stopping the funicular without reason. But the hapless occupants trusted the safety of the gondolas, as there had been no notable accidents in more than 50 years of operation. On this day, however, something went horribly wrong as the ride approached the Materoni summit. Just after 12:30, while on the last leg of the trip, the haulage cable snapped just a few feet away from the cableway station, sending the cabin into a chaotic freefall. It careened wildly, crashing into a pylon at more than 60 miles per hour before hurtling down a steep slope, a descent of about 180 feet. The red and white cable car abruptly stopped as it crashed violently into the surrounding spruce trees, a severed thick cable trailing behind it. According to eyewitnesses, a loud hissing sound was heard as the cable snapped, sending the car hurtling back down the mountain slope at a terrifying speed. The once peaceful mountain setting was transformed into a scene of devastation as emergency responders and police rushed to the site, hoping to save any survivors as well as investigate the cause of the horrific accident. But the difficult terrain complicated the response effort. The cable car system was located on the side of a steep mountain, and the crash site was not easily accessible. At about 1:15 p.m., emergency services arrived on scene, and what they found was devastating. Among the wreckage and debris, the lifeless bodies of 13 people were discovered, scattered around the scene. Amid the carnage and devastation, 2 young children were found alive, but gravely injured. They were hastily airlifted to a pediatric hospital in Turin, where one child died hours later. The sole survivor, 5-year-old Ethan Biran, suffered multiple broken bones, but escaped death due to his father's unwavering love and protective instinct. According to reports, Ethan's father, Ahmed, shielded him from the blow of the impact by wrapping him in a tight embrace. By doing that, he protected the child from the blunt force that ultimately killed the rest of their family, including Ethan's mother, brother, and great-grandparents. Following the incident, a relentless pursuit for answers commenced. The investigation unearthed a chilling truth, a web of negligence and callous disregard for human life. It revealed that maintenance reports weren't up to date and that the cable car company had failed to carry out all the prerequisite repairs and inspections. But by far, the most damning finding was the breach of safety protocols that could have prevented the horrific accident. It was discovered that the cable company had intentionally deactivated the automatic emergency brake due to the repeated malfunctions it had been experiencing in the month leading up to the crash. So, in a bid to keep the service running, a fork-shaped clamp was attached to the brake to prevent it from engaging. But this was not the first time this manual override, normally used during maintenance procedures, was engaged with people aboard. Video footage from a Swiss cable car technician shows that this method had been used several times from as early as 2014. The video revealed that the cabin involved in the crash, as well as another, had the forks inserted during multiple runs with passengers on board. Shockingly, 2 weeks leading up to the incident, through video surveillance, it was discovered that cabin 3 made 329 trips with the forks inserted. Inserting the forks to override the braking system turned out to be a reckless decision without regard for human life. According to a prosecutor in the investigation, the cableway company used a temporary solution for financial reasons. She says the system should have shut down completely and solved the braking anomalies. But with the summer season in full swing, a full shutdown would have caused costly delays to the company. The decision, therefore, directly contributed to the accident because the emergency brake would have kicked into action when the cable snapped, potentially preventing the tragedy. One of the experts on the case revealed that the cable responsible for pulling the cable car had rusted from the inside, and that up to 68% of the cables were, in fact, damaged. According to investigations, this happened because the maintenance checks that should have been done every 3 months were reportedly skipped for 5 years. However, the Aerial Tramway Maintenance Company says they did all the required maintenance checks in the run-up to the accident, including a magnetic induction test of the cables in November of 2020. They also did a simulation in December 2020 to see if the emergency brakes would automatically activate and stop the car in the event of the hauling cable snapping. In addition to the degradation of the towing cable and the presence of forks, the accident report highlighted the lack of data recording. It was found that the event recorder or black box of the cable car did not retain data for the required period of 1 year. Data prior to October 6, 2020 was deleted during technical assistance activities, and no backup was made. This limitation prevented a comprehensive analysis of the cable car's performance, and potential warning signs went unchecked. 5 days after the crash, the cable car's owner, maintenance chief, and technician were arrested on charges of manslaughter and negligence. They were later released and are awaiting indictments, as are the 2 companies charged with running and maintaining the tramway. While the legal proceeding remains ongoing, it may be some time before a final resolution is reached. The accident report also brought to light another concerning fact. The cable car didn't have any safety measures to shield passengers inside the cabin in case of a fall, potentially exacerbating the severity of injuries suffered by the victims. Consequently, the report strongly recommended that cable car systems worldwide implement safety systems to protect passengers in similar scenarios. Meanwhile, the young survivor of the tragedy has since been caught in a bitter fight between his maternal and paternal families. His maternal grandpa allegedly abducted and brought him to Israel when he was 6. A court case ensued, and Ethan was sent back to Italy in December 2021 under the guardianship of his father's sister. Ethan has since received €1 million, the first tranche of a compensation settlement awarded to him by the cable car's insurance company. It is believed the total expected compensation could be in the region of €10 million. The accident remains one of the darkest chapters in aerial cableway history, and for the young boy who survived against all odds, a day that claimed the lives of nearly everyone who made up his world. Watch this episode next. If you found this video interesting, please add a like and leave a comment if you want to support the channel. Why would you blow up a whale? In 1970, the sleepy town of Florence, Oregon witnessed one of the most bizarre news spectacles ever recorded. The infamous exploding whale incident. The story unfolds on November 9th, when a giant lifeless sperm whale washed up on Florence Beach, approximately a mile from the South Jetty. With a weight of 8 tons and a length of 45 feet, it was as large as a typical school bus. The behemoth of a carcass had been lying on its side, languishing under the sun's heat for days, and as the putrid stench of decay filled the air, it was clear drastic action was needed quickly. The Oregon Department of Transportation had jurisdiction over the state's beaches back then, so it was up to them to figure out how to remove this monstrosity. And since whale beachings were an extremely rare occurrence on the Oregon coastline, no one could really remember how the last beaching, reportedly back in 1910, was taken care of. Burying the whale was considered, but authorities were concerned the ocean tides would eventually uncover it. Another option was cutting up the carcass for removal, but it came with logistical and nauseating challenges, like finding brave volunteers and specialized equipment. And allowing the whale to decompose naturally was a slow process, with potential health hazards and lingering foul odors. With few options left, a daring plan emerged to clear the beach of this rotting monstrosity by blowing it into smithereens. A decision that would ultimately result in a catastrophic comedy of errors. As the whale's stench permeated the coast, a crowd gathered, morbidly curious about the decaying Leviathan. News crews hovered, hungry for a headline story. Among them was reporter Paul Lindman, expecting a fluff piece, but getting far more than he bargained for.
The Oregon State Highway Division not only had a whale of a problem on its hands, it had a stinking whale of a problem. What to do with one 45-foot, 8-ton whale dead on arrival on the beach near Florence.
The official in charge, Highway Department engineer George Thornton, told Lindman dynamite had solved plenty of problems in the past, and he had a strategy.
Well, I'm confident that it'll work. The only thing is we're not sure just exactly how much explosives it'll take to disintegrate this thing, so the scavengers, seagulls, and crabs and whatnot can clean it up.
After consulting with U.S. Navy and munitions experts, authorities agreed it was worth a shot using half a ton of explosives. The excavation began as explosives experts meticulously placed 20 50-pound cases of dynamite around the whale. As the suspense built, the crowd was moved back a quarter of a mile to a safe distance. Thornton's strategy was to treat the whale like a boulder and blast the remains toward the ocean, where the tide could do its cleanup job. He assured doubters they would simply vaporize the carcass into manageable chunks for scavengers. Meanwhile, a passerby with explosives training stumbled on the scene while driving his newly purchased Oldsmobile. He warned the Highway Division that they needed fewer explosives to push the whale out to sea, or significantly more to obliterate it into tiny chewable whale nuggets. Despite his suggestions, the detonation proceeded as planned. What happened next was sheer pandemonium. The loud blast launched the whale's massive right side 150 feet into the air. Whale matter and sand erupted into the sky like an exploding volcano. Spectators on the dunes watched in awe as the mammal disintegrated. But humor quickly turned to panic when, instead of small bits, chunks of whale meat launched dangerously toward the spectators. Spectators shrieked and stampeded for cover as the monstrous slabs of seared flesh crashed around them. When the news crew realized they weren't far enough away, they also started running.
And this stuff starts hitting the ground. And all of a sudden you realize, my God, I could be killed by whale blubber here.
Worst of all was the wretched stench of vaporized innards heaving stomachs in its wake. Or as news crews put it, the smell was horrible, but when they blew the thing open, it was twice as horrible. Among the chaos, one casualty stood out. A car parked 450 feet away was suddenly crushed under a lump of whale the size of a coffee table. Ironically, the brand new Oldsmobile belonged to the passerby who tried to warn the authorities. He could only watch in horror as his prized car was reduced to scrap metal.
It was a neat car. I just got it from Dunham's. It was a Regency. And like I say, the funny thing about their slogan was a whale of a deal.
Within 2 days, the state of Oregon reimbursed the owner for the full retail value of his car. Amazingly, no one was injured. The aftermath called for further action. Thornton inspected the scene, finding pieces of whale strewn about and blubber powder sprinkled everywhere. Or, as newsman Lindman put it,
the blast blasted blubber beyond all believable bounds.
The blast also carved a massive hole into the beach. A significant portion of the whale remained, which was eventually moved and buried with the help of a bulldozer. Smaller bits of blubber were collected and either discarded or covered in sand. The seagulls, initially expected to feast on the remains, were scared off by the explosion and remained wary of the area for some time. In the mid-1990s, engineer Thornton was contacted by Lindman but declined to be interviewed on camera. He believed that the news coverage of the event had turned a successful operation into a disaster. When asked if he wanted to reveal what had gone wrong that day, Thornton responded tersely, suggesting that nothing had in fact gone wrong. For Lindman, the segment he hesitated to produce became somewhat of a historical phenomenon.
I was asked about it virtually every day of my life or commented about it. That was life, and there was definitely a time when I was sick of hearing about it, but I got over it.
According to 2006 figures, the video has been watched over 350 million times over several platforms. The tale of the exploding whale was a cautionary one. In 1979, when 41 sperm whales beached themselves and died on a beach south of Florence, the possibility of blasting the carcasses to bits with dynamite was quickly passed over. Authorities burned and buried the carcasses instead. Oregon's current policy is to bury dead beach whales in the sand. In a display of collective humor, Florence residents christened their latest recreational area as the Exploding Whale Memorial Park, in tribute to the infamous event that took place more than 50 years ago. The exploding whale may have left a mess on the beach, but it also made a whale of a tale. Watch this episode next. If you found this video interesting, please add a like and leave a comment if you want to support the channel. The Fastnet race, renowned for its prestige and grueling challenges, turned into a nightmare of epic proportions in the summer of 1979, etching its name as the deadliest yacht race to date. As the yacht set sail, no one could imagine that only 86 out of the 303 starting vessels would cross the finish line, and that 15 yachters would lose the ultimate battle for survival at sea. But what events led to this devastating tragedy, and could the catastrophic consequences have been averted? The stage was set for the peak test of skill and endurance as the fleet set sail in the renowned Fastnet race. The 605-mile race, organized by the Royal Ocean Racing Club, was internationally renowned as the pinnacle of yachting prowess. The race kicked off at Cowes on the Isle of Wight, a spiritual home for British sailing, and took competitors on a demanding course through the English Channel into the volatile waters of the western approaches. One leaky valve ignited a chain reaction that unleashed an inferno at the Phillips chemical plant. This disaster would shed light on the dangers of lax safety regulations. It's October 23, 1989. Workers perform routine maintenance on Reactor 6 at the gigantic Houston Chemical Complex. It's not a complicated procedure, but it still calls for caution. The high-pressure reactor is filled with a cocktail of highly flammable material. There is no room for mistakes. Step by step, workers follow the maintenance procedure. Suddenly, a deafening hiss pierces the air as the reactor violently releases its entire content into the factory yard, engulfing everything in a cloud of combustible vapors. The workers know it takes only a tiny spark to blow everything up, so they start to run. 2 minutes later, a seismic center in Houston registers a mighty shake. Above the Pasadena compound, a large black plume of smoke rises in the air. It's a full-scale disaster caused by one wrong move. The chemical complex was located in the busy industrial area along the Buffalo Bayou. It was owned by the Phillips Petroleum Company and had several plants on site. All these, including Plant 5 where the accident occurred, were high-tech facilities with strict operating procedures and tight safety measures. At least, that's what the papers said. In contrast, reports suggested that the company was known for hiring subcontractors and less trained workers compared to their own employees. These workers made around 65% of what Phillips employees earned and didn't receive benefits like medical insurance or pensions. But it came with a price. On the day of the disaster, a group of workers was assigned to do maintenance on Reactor 6. The reactor produced high-density polyethylene, or HDPE, material used to make plastic bottles and containers. The 150-foot-tall structure was called a loop reactor. Inside the reactor, a mix of chemicals, ethylene, isobutane, hydrogen, and hexane, was heated to 230 degrees Fahrenheit. These materials react with each other at a pressure of 600 psi and create HDPE particles. The particles settled down into 6 settling legs. These pipes moved HDPE to a tank for further processing. During the process, particles would gradually clog the settling legs, which had to be cleared manually. This was done without stopping the process inside the reactor. A specially designed valve was used to separate the pipes from the reactor. The unclogging procedure was not initiated until all 6 leggings were clogged, which happened on Sunday, October 21st, 2 days before the disaster. Employees began the cleaning operation as planned by closing the valve. Only after making sure the indicator read closed, they disconnected 2 air hoses that controlled the valve. Finally, they physically locked it in the closed position to make sure no reactor content flowed through the leggings during the cleaning. The next step was to open a second valve on the bottom of the legging and remove the plastic fluff, but the procedure was left to be finished the next week due to other work priorities. One could question whether the disaster could have been averted with a different task prioritization. It took a detailed investigation to discover what happened next on Monday, October 23rd. 99% of the reactor's content, about 85,000 pounds, was released into the atmosphere in a second. A dangerous cloud of highly flammable gas spread across the site. A warning signal sounded, and workers throughout the plant rushed to evacuate. Unfortunately, there was too little time. Within 2 minutes, the cloud reached an ignition source and exploded with a mighty force. The explosion shook the entire industrial park and showered it with large chunks of metal.
The metal was flying in there and it's blown up.
Could you feel the impact?
No, it knocked me about 30 feet.
And you just got up and started running?
We started running and jumped the fence and ran over the patch there and kept on running.
The explosion at the Phillips plant was as powerful as 2.4 tons of TNT and registered 3.5 on the Richter scale. The initial blast set most of the plant on fire. Within 10 to 15 minutes, the flames reached 2 20,000-gallon isobutane storage tanks and caused another massive explosion. To make things even worse, another polyethylene reactor failed catastrophically 25 to 45 minutes after the first. As chaos ensued, there may have been up to 3 more blasts. The first to respond were members of the Phillips Company Fire Brigade, who were soon joined by the firefighters of the Channel Industries Mutual Aid Association. Immediately upon arrival, the men realized they had a challenging task ahead of them. Not only was the blaze raging beyond control, but the explosion also destroyed a large part of the firefighting water system. Firefighters had to use alternative sources like a cooling tower, a water main from a neighboring plant, settling ponds, and even the ship channel. Despite these efforts, the severe flames and massive fuel load were challenging for the responders. Finally, after a 10-hour struggle, a combined force of fire engines, Phillips foam trucks, and brigades from nearby plants and local departments subdued the fire. During this time, search and rescue operations were largely impractical. Only the following morning, Phillips employees entered the plant to determine if it was safe for the search and rescue teams to enter. Even though the blaze was contained, there was still a danger of further explosions and structural collapses. Among the first to enter the site were the Occupational Safety and Health Administration officers to collect and preserve evidence. Their investigation not only revealed a significant number of flaws within the plant, but also indicated that the plant's officials had prior knowledge of these issues. After a thorough examination, a potential sequence of events emerged. During the ongoing maintenance, the physical lockout device was taken off the top valve of settling leg number 4. When workers reattached the air hoses which regulate the valve, they unintentionally opened it, causing the reactor's contents to spill through the settling leg. The investigation revealed a significant flaw in the system design. The top valve's air supply and discharge hoses were identical. This similarly made it possible for a mix-up, allowing workers to connect them in reverse. While the indicator may have shown closed, the valve could have been actually open. The explosion and subsequent fire killed 22 plant workers, while another employee died later in the hospital. All of the victims were found within 250 feet of Reactor 6, where the gas leaked. A report to the president noted an additional 130 people were injured in the accident. 35 workers were hospitalized, of which 5 of them had life-threatening injuries. Over 100 personnel were unharmed after being cut off by the fire. They were rescued by the U.S. Coast Guard and Houston Fire Department boats. The Phillips Petroleum Company suffered property damage in the value of $715 million, or $1.73 billion in today's economy, and another $700 million in loss of income. In a final conclusion of the investigation, OSHA found a serious violation of well-established and well-understood procedures that have created the conditions that permitted the release and subsequent explosion. Simply put, Phillips intentionally overlooked their own safety procedures and standard industry practices. At the Pasadena plant, for example, the company had implemented a procedure that did not incorporate backup protection. Additionally, OSHA found that the actuator air mechanism could be connected at any time, even during a maintenance procedure, and that someone could have accidentally or deliberately opened the valves. In addition, Phillips was accused of inadequate separation between the buildings and the plant, which contributed to a large number of injured and killed workers who simply did not have enough room to perform an effective evacuation. U.S. Secretary of Labor Elizabeth Dole explained, "This tragedy is magnified by clear evidence that this explosion was avoidable had recognized safety procedures been followed." OSHA has uncovered internal Phillips documents that called for corrective action but were largely ignored. She also stressed the fact that Phillips, as well as other companies in the field, hired less skilled subcontractors to perform dangerous operations, and it came with deadly consequences. 2 months before the disaster, subcontractors opened some piping to a tank without isolating the line. As a result, flammable solvents vented into an adjacent area, where they ignited and burned 4 workers, while killing 2. On another occasion that a plant operator witnessed, subcontractor workers proposed using reactor pressure to clean plugged valves, a procedure that could have led to a disaster of similar scale. In the end, OSHA accused the Phillips Petroleum Company of 566 willful and 9 serious violations, proposing a total penalty of about $5.7 million. In response to the report, Phillips Petroleum Company agreed to pay a $4 million fine and to institute OSHA's proposed process safety management procedures at the company's facilities nationwide. As part of the deal, OSHA agreed to delete the willful characterization of the citations. OSHA's proposed safety management standards were published in the Code of Federal Regulations in 1992, almost 3 years after the disaster. This episode is sponsored by Surfshark in the injured. Every year since the 1950s, the U.S. Armed Forces based at Ramstein hosts the Flugtag Air Show. It was a chance for Americans and Germans to socialize and for aviation enthusiasts to experience the opportunity to get up close to fighter aircraft rarely seen by civilians. During Flugtag 88, more than 300,000 visitors came to see aircraft like the American B-1 bomber and F-16 fighter jet. But the biggest draw by far was the air show, where international aerobatic teams from all over Europe and the USA showcased their skills. Amidst the exhilarating buzz of engines, no one could have anticipated that the day would soon unravel into a nightmare. The scheduled performance by the iconic Italian Air Force aerobatic display team was the undisputed highlight of the afternoon. Dressed in their distinctive flight suits, the pilots of Frecce Tricolore shared final instructions and made preparations for their aerial maneuvers. Their mission was to flawlessly execute the pierced heart formation, an impressive display that demanded impeccable timing and synchronization. The highly skilled aerial display unfolds as 10 aircraft, designated Pony 1 through 10, take flight and ascend before splitting apart in a synchronized maneuver. 5 planes veer left, while 4 roll over to the right, trailing smoke behind them. They ultimately form a heart as the two groups intersect just 100 feet above the ground, parallel to the crowd. The experienced solo pilot of Pony 10, Ivo Nutarelli, faced the most challenging task of the formation. His mission was to pierce the heart-shaped formation, soaring through the intersecting groups at a perpendicular angle, thrilling the crowd below. As the sleek Aermacchi MB-339A aircraft roared into the sky, leaving behind vivid red, white, and green smoke trails, an ode to the Italian flag, the spectators' anticipation reached a crescendo. Despite having performed this maneuver more than 70 times, this time Nutarelli's attempt went horribly wrong. As his plane soared, it climbed higher than anticipated and rapidly dove downward. Recognizing the dangerous situation, Nutarelli swiftly deployed the belly-mounted air brake to slow his descent. Meanwhile, below him, the 5 planes on the right side of the heart-shaped formation appeared dangerously close to colliding, with the 4 jets coming in from the left. Hurtling towards each other at 350 miles per hour, disaster seemed imminent. Yet, adhering to their meticulously rehearsed routine, the two formations masterfully weaved through each other just 130 feet off the ground, much to the delight of the roaring crowd below. But Nutarelli's desperate attempts to decelerate his diving plane proved futile. Despite his best efforts, he flew too fast and too low, tragically intersecting a few seconds too early. In a deafening crash, Nutarelli's aircraft clipped the cockpit of Pony 2, flown by Giorgio Alessio. The collision then sent Nutarelli's jet hurtling into Pony 1, piloted by Mario Naldini, who led the left group. The force of the impact shattered the tail section of Naldini's plane, while Nutarelli's aircraft suffered a catastrophic blow to its front. Pony 1 and 2 crashed on the northern runway, killing both pilots. Ablaze and spinning out of control, Nutarelli's solo plane kept its trajectory toward the audience, with its left wingtip striking a grassy field just 160 feet short of the front row of spectators. The nearly 300 gallons of jet fuel within its tanks exploded into a relentless wave of fire. The blazing wreck cartwheeled forward, obliterating a police car and tearing through a barbed wire fence before slamming into the densely packed crowd. The area of the crash, right next to the airstrip, had been considered the best seats in the house. Now, spectators were covered in a cloud of burning fuel and glowing metal from the aircraft and fence. The entire sequence of events, from initial collision to the crash into the spectators, unfolded in just 7 seconds. With no time to escape, 31 people died instantly. But as the tragedy played out, it was marred by a series of colossal blunders in the emergency response. Initially, some German ambulances were denied access to the airfield by base security. Within the next 45 minutes, 24 emergency vehicles and 8 rescue helicopters were on the scene, picking up hundreds of gravely injured. The regulations of the U.S. military dictated that injured individuals should be transported to a hospital as quickly as possible, a protocol known as low and go. This approach contrasted with the local practice of assessing injuries on site and administering initial emergency treatment before transportation. At 16:35, a German paramedic reported via radio,
We are constantly searching for burn victims who are being snatched away from us by the Americans and transported without receiving any treatment at all.
People with burnt clothes and sagging, burned skin were squirming with pain and shock in the back of pickup trucks that were not even using the emergency exit road. By 5 p.m., the last of the critically injured were loaded into American helicopters. There appeared to be no one in charge of the chaotic rescue operation.
Despite repeatedly asking various rescue forces, paramedics, and police officers, no one could name an incident commander. I also asked for the emergency doctor in charge. There was none.
More than 2 hours had passed since the accident. German doctors arriving at Landstuhl Military Hospital described the dire situation.
We found a multitude of severely burned and critically injured patients who were completely untreated. When I landed in Landstuhl, the severely burned were partially lying untreated on planks, with no doctors present at the site.
More problems arose when it was discovered that US and German injection needles didn't match each other's systems. This delayed infusions and vital blood transfusions. The telephone landlines in the area were overwhelmed with emergency calls until they collapsed, and amateur radio operators had to step in to relay vital messages. The collision would ultimately claim the lives of 67 spectators and 3 pilots, with several of them being hit by flying debris and suffering severe burns. More than 500 others had to undergo hospital treatment for the incident. In the aftermath of the disaster, the international aviation community was left grappling with questions. The investigation found Nutarelli responsible for the crash, but could not determine why he made the grave mistake. Was it due to stress? Had he been distracted by the previous day's rehearsal as he reached the intersection point about 3 to 5 seconds too late? Questions were also raised about the safety measures, regulations, and oversight surrounding such events. Before we get into what exactly changed after Flutad 1988, I want to introduce our sponsor, Surfshark VPN, and how they helped to make this episode happen. Much of the original interviews and details about the Rammstein investigations are only available in Germany. But whenever a website is saying this content is not available in your region, just click one button and you can jump your digital self to a region where it is available. Surfshark can be used on your computer as a desktop program, your browser as an extension, and your mobile devices as an app. And you can own all of these versions because one account allows unlimited installations for your whole family. But it's not just about access. Surfshark runs in the background encrypting all your data to make sure your digital footprint stays private. You can use my code DARKRECORDS for their best deal, plus 3 extra months for free. They've got a 30-day money-back policy, so you have nothing to lose in trying it out. The link is in the description below. After the disaster, Germany banned all public air shows for 3 years and resumed with stricter safety measures. Aerial maneuvers in the direction of the crowd were prohibited, and a minimum distance of 1,000 feet between planes and spectators was introduced. These measures have since become standard practice for air shows around the world to prevent similar incidents. Since then, the Frecce Tricolori have dropped some of their more dangerous routines involving a soloist. They still perform a version of the pierced heart maneuver, but without Pony 10 piercing the formation. In addition, their jets are kept at least 1,500 feet away from crowds. Watch this episode next if you found this video interesting. Please add a like and leave a comment if you want to support the channel. This episode is sponsored by Incogni. Deep beneath the earth, a group of miners cling to life. They are trapped in the darkness of a small tunnel and know that from this location, there's no way out. With no food or water, their last torch died long ago. No one remembers when. They don't even know how long they've been down here. Days? Weeks? It doesn't matter though. It's the unending thirst, desperation, and premonition of death that torments them more. They need a miracle to survive. None of the trap miners expected their shift would end like this when they entered the Lengedi-Broistedt iron mine shaft in West Germany on October 24th, 1963. Miners can't afford bad thoughts. Working deep below the surface in dark, damp tunnels is hard, and these men are tough. But nothing prepared them for the disaster that was about to strike. Some 2 hours after the start of the shift, at 7:30 p.m., the lights went out in the mine. Then the conveyor belts stopped working. Nothing to make a fuss about, as similar things had happened before when someone pierced a power cable. However, a few minutes later, a strange gurgling noise started to echo through the corridors. It grew louder each second. Now this was a reason for concern. A train driver in the pit was the first to discover the torrent of water and mud. A sedimentation pond above the mine collapsed and broke into the tunnels between the 200 and 330-foot levels. 18 million cubic feet of muddy water started filling its tunnels. A nightmare scenario for the miners. Most of the miners ran toward the nearest and only escape route, the ventilation rises. Built primarily to provide airflow to the underground tunnels and regulate temperature, ventilation rises were equipped with ladders due to safety regulations. Thanks to this feature, they became the sole lifeline that led to the surface. Up there, the management had already set off an alarm. Someone managed to send the emergency call from the mine before the telephone lines broke. The entire site was mobilized. There were men down in the pit that had to be evacuated. Also, the leaking pond had to be sealed as soon as possible. Heavy trucks unloaded tons of rubble and wooden blocks into the pond, hoping to plug the hole and stop the flow of water into the mine. Management ordered all air compressors to keep working at full power to supply compressed air to any survivors trapped underground and stop the water from filling the tunnels. By nighttime, the water stopped rising thanks to the high air pressure built by the compressors. As the workers on the surface fought to contain the disaster, miners kept emerging from the ventilation holes. Of the 129 people inside, 79 escaped. That meant 50 men were still down there. With the mine flooded, survival chances dwindled. But miners leave no one behind. The battle for the lives of their coworkers had begun. Within 5 hours of the accident, the management formed a command and control team to rescue the trapped. Heavy equipment necessary for the rescue operation started to arrive from neighboring pits and other parts of Western Germany. Apart from not knowing if there were survivors, the crucial question was, where should they look for them? The search began with survivor statements about where the miners were when the water broke in. Engineers used floor plans to identify potential refuge spots. The best option at that moment was to drill randomly at specific locations. Every hour counted in rescuing the trapped men, so taking action was better than doing nothing, and they were indeed right to do so. Already the following day, after 3 drilling attempts, rescuers located 7 trapped miners. Once contact was established, the group informed the control center that the water level dropped, and they would try to escape on their own. Without the knowledge of the command team, a group of miners equipped with searchlights entered the flooded site to meet their trapped friends halfway toward the exit. Ultimately, the group escaped with the help of a makeshift raft. With 7 people saved, there were 43 to go. Of that number, management estimated that no more than 4 could have survived the flood. They believed they took shelter in a possible air bubble inside the cavity, 260 feet below the surface. Was there any hope for their rescue? Pinpointing the exact location of the cavity from the surface was difficult. Rescuers had to take guesses. For 2 days, teams performed search drillings to find any sign of life. After making each hole, they would lower microphones on ropes and listen. There was nothing but the noise of dripping water that they could hear. Then, on the 3rd day of the rescue operation, the drilling team heard a distant knock. There were people down there, and they were alive. The estimates were precise. A group of workers was indeed trapped in the air bubble. There were 4 of them initially, but 1 had drowned. After they escaped to an elevated part of the corridor, the 3 men built barricades against the incoming water and opened the valves of the compressed air pipes. Luckily, the water eventually stopped rising due to overpressure, and the miners were left with a small portion of the tunnel where they could wait for rescue. There were no words to describe the relief they felt when the tip of the search drill appeared over their heads. After 3 days without anything, the trapped miners received drinks, food, light, and clothes from the surface. However, it wasn't over yet. They still had to wait for a large bore drill to make an escape hole. Finally, the drill broke into the tunnel on November 1st at 4:30 a.m. It was a tricky procedure as the team had to be careful not to disrupt the overpressure in the air bubble. Just in case, the miners withdrew to the highest point of the tunnel. Around noon, a specially designed rescue capsule called the Dalbushbaum was lowered into the mine to assist in the evacuation. Inside it was a rescuer tasked with helping the trapped miners enter the 15.2-inch wide capsule. Even though the end was near, the recovery operation was not easy. The men had spent a week in a high-pressure air bubble, causing a lot of nitrogen to mix into their blood. If they returned to the surface too quickly, nitrogen bubbles could form in their bloodstream and cause life-threatening decompression sickness. That was why rescue drills were fitted with a chamber that prevented the loss of pressure. After being successfully withdrawn to the surface, all 3 miners spent 3 hours in the chamber undergoing a gradual decompression. The operation's outcome was more than successful. The trio were saved without severe injuries and sent home to their families. A little later, the director of the rescue operation released the drilling crews and rescue teams, telling reporters it is impossible that there is something else. The rest of the mine was underwater, and hardly anyone could survive a week after. The destiny of the 40 remaining workers seemed sealed. It was believed that they died in the flood, and it would be difficult to recover their bodies. The Lengedi staff and the rest of the country were mourning the miners. Not some of their coworkers, though. Miners never give up. They believed there was a chance more survivors could be saved. Were they suggesting there was room for more miracles? Not according to the site director and the head of the rescue operation, who had lost faith after scanning the entire plan of the mine and finding no room for more air bubbles. They didn't know what the miners knew. There was one more place where workers could hide from the flood, the Old Man. This was the name for the old mine, which opened in 1860. After decades of mining in this area, it was eventually abandoned. By 1963, it was a crumbling chamber with rotten support structures 160 feet underground. Miners persistently asked to search the area, but the director was adamant that finding any more survivors was impossible. However, it turned out that he was mistaken. When the flood began, a group led by Bernhard Walter started to run. Soon, they found all their exits cut off. The abandoned section was the only place left to hide. Yes, it was dangerous to go there, as the ceiling of the section was highly unstable. However, there was no choice. And so, Walter and his colleagues ran inside. The water followed them, but only to a certain point. Unfortunately, not everyone managed to escape. Once the water level stabilized, the men began to assess their situation. They were trapped in an old, unstable mine, with no food or fresh water. Luckily, they had their helmet lamps. It was easier when they could see each other. But as time passed, one by one, the lights went out. As Walter later described, they could do nothing in that moment of misery, except huddle together. The 2 bodies floating in the water just a few yards away intensified their distress. These were their fellow miners, men with whom they had shared the joys and sorrows of their work, and now they were dead. It also reminded them that it was just a matter of time before they too could suffer the same fate. The fear and the darkness drove them mad, so Walter had to work as a mediator during fights. After some time, the stress even overcame the feelings of hunger. The thirst, however, was agonizing. They didn't dare to drink the water because they were terrified of corpse poison. The suffering escalated when people began to experience hallucinations, envisioning being safe in their homes, preparing for bed. With the perception of time completely gone, they were uncertain about how long they'd spent in this underground abyss. The only clarity the miners had was the chilling realization that as each moment slipped by, the odds of escaping were growing smaller. Up on the surface, a final farewell was already organized. The funeral service was scheduled for Monday, November 4th. As the village prepared for the funeral, a few persistent miners kept pressing the director to drill above the old mine. Reluctantly, the director gave in the day before the funeral, under increasing press scrutiny. He agreed to make a final attempt, stating that it went against his better knowledge. The problem was that the intended drilling location was on the railway tracks. Without belief in the success of the operation, the team moved the drill a few yards to the side and began the process. It turned out that luck smiled upon the trapped miners. The team accidentally hit the spot. At 6:45 a.m., after 3 hours of drilling, they heard repeated knocking signals from below. Everyone was shocked. There was no time to waste for celebration, though. The men had been trapped underground for 10 days and desperately needed help. Drill crews, rescue teams, and doctors who had left the site were ordered to return. Through an inner hole in the drill, 2.2 inches in diameter, a rope with torch, paper, and pencil was lowered so the miners could report their situation. There were 11 survivors and the old man. Sadly, boulders falling while the tunnel caved in had killed 10 miners. The second shipment was more generous. The miners received small bottles of drinks, pure gold for their tormented bodies. Throughout the day, a special tube was installed, sending down a supply of essential items and food. Their calorie intake gradually increased over days as they received light, low-salt meals. In anticipation of the operation, they received protective equipment and assembled shelters against potential rockfalls. Paradoxically, the most stressful period was yet to come, a 4-day wait for the rescue drill to finish. If the Lengeda disaster were to happen today, smartphones would arguably be among the first things to be sent down. They keep us connected, but they also hold all our personal information. The more time you spend online, the more likely it is that someone, somewhere, has your details. That's what I'd like to talk about. Today's sponsor, Incogni. Every time you sign up to a website, you are likely to accept the terms of service. But when was the last time you thoroughly reviewed one of those? You may have consented to your data being sold and resold to hundreds of data brokers. This includes personal information such as your name, gender, location, and even your address. This could lead your inbox to being flooded with spam emails, robocalls, or worst case, someone stealing your identity. This is where Incogni comes in. They reach out to data brokers on your behalf and request all your data to be removed. Incogni has already removed 40 threats identified with my information and still actively searches to remove more. Simply sign up using my unique code, Dark Records. Create an account, grant them the right to work for you, and the automated system will do the rest. Protect your online privacy today. Incogni is offering a 60% discount to the first 100 people using my unique code, Dark Records. You can find the link in the description below. Thanks, Incogni, and thanks to you folks for supporting us content creators. Finally, on Thursday, November 7th, the rig reached the tunnel of the abandoned Old Man mine at a depth of 183 feet. The Dogbush bomb was lowered with 2 rescuers to support the evacuation. By the end of the day, all miners were brought to the surface. Bernard Walter was the last of them to leave the Old Man. The shift they started on October 24th ended after 336 hours. The brave survivors were ecstatically welcomed by their families, who had mourned them just a few days before. Everyone wondered how those men survived for 2 weeks without food and water. Years later, experts claimed it was only due to the low temperature of 55 degrees Fahrenheit and extreme humidity of 90%. The saved miners never forgot how their colleagues fought for them when they were left with nothing but hope. Their comradeship birthed a miracle in Lengedi. Watch this episode next if you found this video interesting. Please add a like and leave a comment if you want to support the channel. Amid the serene mountains of northern Spain, a summer retreat rapidly transforms into a nightmare. From inside their camper, Jose Soleil, his wife, and daughter watch a torrent of water flow unstoppably below their window. Now, everything is gone. Just a few trailers are stuck to trees and waves of muddy water around them. Despite the gravity of the situation, the family is safe now. A wave flood carrying logs and rocks had stormed through. The sudden onslaught threw them into a desperate struggle for survival, the shadow of death looming. Dozens of others weren't as lucky. It came out of nowhere and caught them by surprise. Except for a few who knew it was only a matter of time before the inevitable. On the morning of Wednesday, August 7th, 1996, the Spanish National Institute of Meteorology issued a warning about the incoming storm for the northern part of the country. Heavy summer rains are frequent for this region, but according to experts, this one was more intensive, with the province of Aragon expected to be the most affected. And, nestled in the north of it, deep in the Pyrenees mountain range, lies the Sierra de las Nieves campsite, one of the most beautiful in inland Spain at the time. The award-winning facility opened 6 years earlier and was renowned for its quality. In August, over 600 guests registered at the site. Even though many had decided to go on excursions, the place was swarming with people unfazed by the rain. After all, one summer shower definitely couldn't change their mood. When it started to pour in the late afternoon, people withdrew into their tents and campers and waited for the rain to stop. However, half an hour later, it was getting heavier. Nevertheless, it still didn't seem to bother the guests. Tucked away in their tents, they were unaware they were resting in a death trap. Las Nieves campsite was built on a sediment deposit at the foothold of 2 steep hills, but, more importantly, at the exit of the Aris ravine that runs between them. Over the years, it has been prone to powerful torrents of water rushing through its channel during periods of heavy rainfall. The estimated rainfall at the campsite was 200 to 250 millimeters on that day of the disaster. About 1/4 of that rainfall came down in just 8 minutes. The ground couldn't absorb that much water, so all the excess flowed down the ravine, picking up logs and rocks. This caused a blockage at the bridge, which broke under pressure, sending a wave of water and debris into the campsite. In just a few moments, calmness gave way to panic. In the depths of the ocean off the coast of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, lies a haunting testament to what happens when good people make terrible decisions. It all started as a grand vision to recycle discarded tires and create an artificial reef to lure new marine life. But after dumping over 2 million tires into the ocean, the artificial reef would soon devolve into an ecological nightmare. As early as the 1960s, artificial reefs were gaining popularity worldwide. With no way to recycle rubber, many countries started experimenting and dumped vast amounts of tires into the ocean to create reefs. The concept of the Osborne Tire Reef took shape in the 70s, emerging as a proposed solution to the mounting landfill waste crisis. Environmentalists and entrepreneurs came up with the idea, believing that it would serve as a sanctuary for marine organisms. Their vision was to create a habitat that would support the underwater ecosystem and lure divers and tourists into exploring its wonders. It was thought to be a win-win situation. The plan would lay the foundation for renewed coral growth and simultaneously address the tire waste issue. The intention behind the reef was noble, and the project garnered support from local authorities and environmental organizations. It even received government funding. A multitude of boat owners volunteered, and the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company lent a helping hand, providing essential equipment. In 1972, the first bundle was transported to the site. Concrete jacks were placed on the ocean floor within a 50-foot diameter circle to establish the reef's foundations. The tires were bundled together and secured with steel cables and chains, forming interconnected structures intended to mimic the complexity of natural coral reefs. The bundles were then dumped without a strategic plan or placement, scattered across a 35-acre area at a depth of about 70 feet. As a symbolic gesture, Goodyear's renowned blimp graced the occasion, releasing a gold-colored tire to christen the site where the new reef would thrive. And so, the Osborne Tire Reef came into existence, with over 2 million tires at the bottom of the ocean poised for its transformative mission. By the 1980s, the dark reality of the ill-fated project began to unfold. While some tires were properly bound together before being submerged, others were discarded loosely after authorities permitted dumping used tires at the site. Moreover, the steel clips that secured them quickly corroded in saltwater. As a result, the tires became untethered, allowing them to drift freely with the ocean currents. This uncontrolled movement not only disrupted any life that had managed to take hold on the reef, but also hindered further growth. They collided with the natural reefs of the nearby Florida reef tract, causing damage to coral and driving away fish. The region's frequent tropical storms and hurricanes further exacerbated the situation. The drifting tires smashed into corals, smothering them under a layer of tires. But it wasn't just the physical destruction that plagued the reef. The steel wire within the rubber caused entanglement hazards for marine life, disrupting their habitats and potentially causing injury or death. As they deteriorated and shifted, the tires released toxic chemicals into the surrounding waters. Heavy metals and hydrocarbons permeated the delicate marine ecosystem, poisoning the very life they were meant to nurture. Instead of bustling schools of fish, it became a desolate wasteland. In 1995, Hurricane Opal propelled nearly 1,000 tires ashore along the Florida Panhandle. Then, 3 years later, Hurricane Bonnie washed up tens of thousands more on the North Carolina coastline. The grim reality of the failing artificial reef became undeniable, demanding urgent attention. In 2001, the Faculty of Ocean Studies at a local university took the initiative to organize a cleanup operation at the site. But the task was daunting, and the progress was disheartening, as only 1,700 tires were removed at an astounding cost of $17 each. The projected cleanup cost was estimated at $30 million, hindering significant efforts for years to come. But hope reignited in 2007 when officials sought assistance from the military. That summer, military divers started the retrieval operation. They bundled and lifted the tires from the ocean floor, transporting them to a recycling facility in Georgia, where they were turned into a tire-derived fuel for a paper mill. In the first month alone, they successfully removed 44,000 tires, and the total count reached over 70,000 by the end of 2009. Despite the efforts, several hundred thousand of the estimated 2 million tires still rest in the coastal waters of Florida. As the fight to undo the damages continues, the battle is far from over. Broward County also sued involved parties for environmental damages and cleanup costs. This legal battle is ongoing. The shattered coral reefs, toxic pollution, and desolate underwater landscape bear witness to the irreversible damage caused by the Osborne Tire Reef. Watch this episode next if you found this video interesting. Please add a like and leave a comment if you want to support the channel.
Madison Beer was performing at her concert when suddenly the music stopped because her team decided to wish her a happy birthday with the video on the screen. But that wasn't it. They even surprised her with something else at the very end. Just wait for it.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Madison. Happy birthday to you.
Madison Beer was performing at her concert when suddenly...
So what you do?
I do one.
Hey, I bet he don't do that.
Like good.
Take me down.
Okay.
I'm good. I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah. This is a Brazilian
I'm a
jiu-jitsu
nigga.
takedown. I
Wait.
go like this. Ah! I'll do like that.
Ah! And I go like that, that, and then that. Yes, sir.
I gotta redeem myself. I show you. I come here.
Okay, you come here. Like that. Yes, sir.
You gotta get up, bro.
Thank you, sir.
Drewski, your ass cracked.
Thank you, Drewski.
Your ass and oh my god. Oh my god.
Thank you for your time.
No, brother. No, seriously.
Thank you.
Very good. No. No, just.
Bro, thank you.
Drewski, your ass crack is out. So what you do?
I do one.
Hey, I bet he don't do that.
Like a.
Take me down.
Okay.
I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah. This is a Brazilian
I'm a
jiu-jitsu
nigga.
takedown. I go like this. I'll go like that. And I go like that, that, and then that. Yes, sir.
I gotta redeem myself. I show you. I come here.
Okay, you come here. Like that. Yes, sir.
You gotta get up, bro.
Thank you, sir.
Drewski, your ass cracked.
Thank you, Drewski.
Your ass and oh my god. Oh my god.
Thank you for your time.
No, brother. No, seriously.
Thank you.
Very good. No. Just.
Bro,
thank you.
Drewski, your ass crack is out. So what you do?
I do one.
Hey, I bet he don't do that.
Like a.
Take me down.
Okay.
I'm good. I'm good.
This is a Brazilian
I'm a
jiu-jitsu
nigga.
takedown. I go like this.
A PC company gave me a computer, and I'm pretty sure they made a mistake. This weekend, I was working at a convention as a favor to some of my friends. So they had me do a panel and some content with the PC sponsor of the show. The only thing I asked for was a computer in exchange for my time. They agreed, and after the show was over, they gave me a PC. I didn't know what was inside, and I don't think they did either. It doesn't look too bad. That's pretty nice. From what I see inside, it looks like an RTX 4060. Where's the 4060? Oh, it's this one. There it is. $430? Nah. What makes this 4060 $430? That NVX 1 is 6K. Like, there's only 6K ever made, hence the price. MSI has launched a limited edition NVIDIA green themed graphics card, the RTX 4060 Gaming X NV edition. Only 6,000 of these cards will be made. They pay me with a limited edition graphics card? Oh, it is. It actually is. No, it's actually the same card. Why did this had to be an accident?
We love a good happy accident. Thanks, Mom.
A PC company gave me a computer, and I'm pretty sure they made a mistake. This weekend, I was working at a convention as a favor to some of my friends. So they had me do
Somebody had posted on Twitter saying, I love pirating indie games. And it shows that they're downloading Ultra Kill. The developer for Ultra Kill quote tweeted saying, as a creator of said game, you should only support indie games if you can. But culture shouldn't exist only for those who can afford it. Ultra Kill wouldn't exist if I hadn't had the easy access to movies, music, and games growing up. If you don't have money, you can support via word of mouth. Culture shouldn't exist only for those who can afford it. For real. For real. That is such a hot line. Somebody had posted on Twitter saying, I love pirating indie games. And it shows that they're downloading.
Where are you?
I'm fine, you?
Huh?
Where from?
I'm from my mother. Where are you from?
I'm from my mother also.
Hey, let's go,
You're from
Remy.
where, really?
I'm from California.
California, America.
Yeah.
South America. And you from where?
I'm from Korea.
Korea. Oh, Kuna Matata.
What?
Where are you?
I'm fine, you?
Huh?
Where
This Japanese product is supposed to clean your drain by forcing expanding foam through all the pipes. I have to see if this foam will clean anything out of my drain, or if it's just a scam.
I guess all you're supposed to do is put this down in the drain and press on it.
Three, two, one.
Ew. This Japanese product is supposed to clean your drain by forcing expanding foam through all the pipes.
One of you left a comment asking me to flush a piece of sodium down a toilet. This is a solid chunk of sodium metal. This stuff is number 11 on the periodic table of elements, and it is extremely reactive if it comes in contact with water. Now, if you take a quick look at sodium, it's a very bendy, very flexible metal.
I kind of think it's about the hardness of beeswax.
Now, most people will store sodium in a container of oil because it prevents an oxide layer from forming. But if we take a knife, we can cut this open, and for a brief second, you can see that shiny metal, but within seconds, you can see it's oxidizing and forms that white, scaly exterior coating. This piece is only the size, a little bit bigger than a marble, but if we throw this into the toilet and then drop a block of wood on top, it creates enough pressure, enough heat quickly, the wood will get blasted back out 10 to 20 feet in the air, no problem. We got a whole handful of sodium here, like 6 chunks. I'm gonna throw them in, and at that exact moment, Cody is gonna flush, and hopefully we'll get some kind of epic reaction. You ready for this? One of you left a comment asking me to flush a piece.
What was the most shocking myth that you ever busted?
My favorite result we ever got. So famously, a golf ball goes farther because of the little dents on it.
Oh.
If you made a smooth golf ball, it would not fly as far. And there's a myth that if you apply those aerodynamics to a car, it'll be more fuel efficient. So we covered a car in clay.
Ah, 这么刚好，请问有分期吗？他真的刚好要关账。
但他只有今天有特价。
哦，好吧。他真的要关账，我感觉就是急着付钱给他的 feel。好吧。
Put a whole bunch of dents in it just like a golf ball, and we got 14% improvement in fuel efficiency by doing that. So the biggest result we've ever gotten in a fuel efficiency story.
Whoa, that's crazy. So how come cars don't do that now? Is it just because it looks stupid?
It's a lot of work fabrication-wise.
Yeah.
And about a year later, one of the big 3 automakers reached out and said, hey, you know, we tried this with one of our SUV models. Because they build models of everything in clay first. And there's always like this master clay model. Put dents in it and then ran it through some wind tunnel tests. Now, they didn't come to the same results we did. But I love the idea that we wasted the time of the big 3 automakers testing out our theory.
They're watching it and they're like ringing up their boss.
Exactly.
We got a new development here. What was the most... Final round. Tee up, bro. This is it. Oh, GG's. Why are you saying GG's like that, bro? Michael Jordan! Bull. I swear to God, he's lying, bro. This no way. So black rock, bro. Such your black rock, bro. It's win by 2, bro.
Wait, hold on. Pay up. You scared me.
Alright, would you like to double or nothing?
No. Yes.
He's so ugly, bro. You are a cheating bastard. Final round. Tee up, bro. This is it. Oh, GG's. Why are you saying GG's like that, bro?
Michael Jordan!
Bull. I swear to God, he's lying, bro. This no way. So black rock, bro. Such your black rock, bro. It's win by 2, bro.
Wait, hold on. Pay up. You scared me.
Alright, would you like to double or nothing?
No. Yes.
He's so ugly, bro. You are a cheating bastard. Final round. Tee up, bro. This is it. Oh, GG's. Why are you saying GG's like that, bro?
Michael Jordan!
Bull. I swear to God, he's lying, bro. This no Wait, so black up, bro. Such your black up, bro. It's win by 2, bro.
Wait, hold on. Pay up. You scare me.
Alright, would you like to double or nothing?
No. Yes.
He's so ugly, bro. You are a cheating bastard. Final round.
Samsung just dunked on Apple. Apple just made a commercial crushing a bunch of creative tools to reveal their new iPad, trying to symbolize the product's creative versatility while also emphasizing that it's the new thinnest iPad ever. And people absolutely hated this commercial. I mean, it's being called the worst commercial ever because artists, unsurprisingly, don't like watching their tools get destroyed in the name of product advertising. And it only got worse for Apple, as Samsung stepped in with a commercial of their own at the site of Apple's commercial, picking up one of the destroyed instruments and playing it while using the Galaxy tablet for sheet music, with the tagline, "Creativity cannot be crushed." I mean, this was such a heads-up play from Samsung's marketing team. Not only was it the perfect contrast of message for the moment, but it effectively does what Apple was trying to do with their original commercial, now positioning the Galaxy Tab as the tablet for artists. Samsung just dunked on Apple. Apple just made a commercial crushing a bunch of
This guy wanted to fight me for speaking English.
Stop doing this. This is a restaurant, okay? You're talking too much. I don't like this is in Taiwan, okay? You want to speak Chinese. Understand? Is that crystal clear?
我也在说中文啊。
I don't care. This is restaurant. You don't shoot me. You want to fight? Fight with me outside, okay?
I don't want to fight. I don't want to fight, man.
Go ahead.
I'm not
Come on.
fighting. What is?
This guy wanted to fight.
他不会录错档吧？我就是怕他等一下往后踩啊，所以我才一直帮他。还是他车子坏掉？我不知道啊，至少要先打个 P 档，让我安心一下吧。他这个等一下油门踩下去是直接往后撞。对啊，他到底是不是要打错档？他如果是女的，我当然揍他。怎么这样丢人现？就是这些女生在害我们被讲话。他自己应该也知道。我觉得应该是男生，因为这手看起来好粗。我看到后照镜还是手这样插着。我怕人家下车，那就下车啊！我没有做错事哦。你看，哎，他给我走掉是怎样啊？报警报警！哎，他跑掉了。
110你好。
哎，喂，你好，不好意思，我要报案。
好，您目前位置在哪边？
我现在在建潭路跟中山北路5段这个转弯中间。
中山北路5段交叉口是不是？
对对对，但是肇事逃逸了，他撞到我之后离开了。
好，我先请那个员警过去哦，建潭路跟中。
I don't know what that is. Can you put it down?
It's a camera. No, I will not. Don't you unholster your weapon. No, take your hands off your weapon. This is PC-148G. What's your name and your ID right now? Put your weapon back in your holster.
Right now.
Get your supervisor here now. It's a friggin' GoPro and you know it is. Put your weapon back in your holster. I'm gonna put it right down. Don't you touch it, it's a GoPro. Do not touch it, that's interference. That's a federal act you just did. What's your name? What's your badge number, tyrant? Get Sergeant out here now. Oh, Sergeant, he's done. He unholstered his weapon and threatened me for doing First Amendment protected activity. He knew damn good and well it was a GoPro. I want his name and his ID.
I don't have his ID.
You need to get that. You're sergeant on duty. All this is gonna go to IA here immediately.
If he's seeing something that he thinks is a threat.
No, he knows goddamn good and well what it is. Your ass is done, Corporal. Tyrants like you are not allowed on the police department anymore. Let me go home and get some goddamn guns and unholster them and point them towards you and think how hostile you're not gonna be.
I don't know what that is. Can you put it down?
It's a camera.
Yo, excuse me.
If you can eat one of these oranges faster than me, I'll give you $100. You want to try?
Okay. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Here, we'll go on the count of 3. All right?
Do we count the peeling too?
The peeling's part of it.
Oh shit. Okay,
All
let's
right,
do it.
ready? 3, 2, 1, go. It's a slight work, bro.
You gonna eat the whole? Oh.
Killer.
Oh my God, bro!
All
right.
Right there.
That was one bite. I'm going broke. I'll give you a 10.
Yeah, I appreciate
There you go.
it. man.
Participation
Yeah,
effort.
yeah.
A for
Hey,
effort, bro.
appreciate you.
Yo, excuse me. If you can eat one of these oranges fast.
Thanks. Where you from, Rage?
From New York.
Oh, so you're dumb too?
Bro, why you keep saying that, Ray?
Ray, be honest, bro. Like, that's how these is dumb as shit.
Oh, you just went
Bro,
to
I was
Taiwan.
literally in y'all school like, all y'all is just dumb.
Yo, what's worse, Taiwanese education or Bronx education?
Bronx, definitely Bronx, Chad.
Ray, you literally be on the Bronx.
Bro, everybody know the most dangerous things in the world is from the Bronx or Florida.
You know why they're dangerous? Because they're not smart enough for going to like company and school or Harvard. They're not smart enough.
This is why you're dumb, Ray.
Yo,
Like,
bro,
literally. Like,
first
what
of all-
the fuck is you talking about?
What's the smartest school in Florida?
I know, I'm not even from US.
So you stupid.
Stupid. Alright, we go to like smarter school in Taiwan. You don't even know.
Yes, I do.
You know how to know?
Because I do.
You don't know. Thanks. Where you from, Rage?
From New York.
Oh, so you're dumb too?
Bro, why you keep saying that, Ray?
Ray, be honest, bro. Like, that's how these is dumb as shit.
Oh, you just went
Bro,
to
I was
Taiwan.
literally in y'all school like, all y'all is just dumb.
Yo, what's worse, Taiwanese education or Bronx education?
Bronx, definitely Bronx, Chad.
Ray, you literally be on the Bronx.
Bro, everybody know the most dangerous things in the world is from the Bronx or Florida.
You know why they're dangerous? Because they're not smart enough for going to like company and school or Harvard. They're not smart enough.
This is why you're dumb, Ray.
Yo,
Like,
bro,
literally. Like,
first
what
of
the
all-
fuck is you
First
talking
of all,
about?
what's the smartest school in Florida?
I know, I'm not even from US.
So you stupid.
Stupid. Alright, we go to like smarter school in Taiwan. You don't even know.
Yes, I do.
You know how to know?
Because I do.
You don't know. Thanks. Where you from, Ray? You know how to know?
Because I do.
If China invades Taiwan, it's Australia and the US that gotta defend Taiwan. Now here's the thing, and we haven't had this discussion, we need to talk to y'all about this a little bit, but let's just be honest right now. How confident are we that we're gonna be able to know who's who, right? Like, let's just, once China touches land, it's gonna be the Spider-Man meme. Like, we're gonna have to do shirts and skins for that one now. We're gonna have to China, you guys will be shirts, obviously, because that's where they're made. And do you think you could tell a Taiwanese, bro? Just by looking at them? We need to learn that shit. Or come up with another strategy. I don't even want to tell y'all. I have a strategy. The second the war starts, we gotta tell every Taiwanese, listen, just for this period of time, open up.
他没电充电器在外面的，你把它拿电池吗？在门口啊。哪里？那你要去充电啊？你给我干嘛？没有，要现在充啊。啊，不是，你要放在充电器上啊。不行啊。现在晚上。你放在这里，我就待会就会去充啊。不行啊。你要把它藏起来啊。藏起来是吗？对啊。
Them up. Just for this period of time. Just time. Open them up. Just for this period of time. It's like Friday Night Lights. Round eyes, full hearts, can't lose, okay? In China.
Ha! Come on. That's how you get out. Beautiful reaction to the gun. Come on. Get that hurdle, baby. Get that hurdle. Huss. Get that hurdle. Oh yeah, I'm already closing in on lane 2 here. Already making up the stagger on lane 2. Come on. Jump. I don't know why I keep like landing on the hurdle. I'm not getting a clean jump. There we go. Huss. Speed up. Speed up. It's stamina going down a little quick, ain't it? I think that these people in the outside lane are fucking moving. I caught lane 2 and 3. Finish. Finish. Come on. Get to that line. Get to that line, baby. Ah. 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 He's fading. He's fading. Oh shit. He's fading. He's fading. Finish. Finish. Get that line. Pump the arms. Pump the arms. Pump the arms. Ah.
真的走的，根本传不了，被挡住了，凹洞。
I just went to use Kai's Vaseline. I'll be honest, y'all. I can tell when a sticking this Vaseline. Hey, supposed to look like that. You think I'm sticking my dick in some Vaseline? Well, why is that circle like that?
Yeah, there's an imprint. There's an imprint.
It's my fingers. You think I'm sticking my dick in some Vaseline?
Kai been fucking the Vaseline, man.
Bro, you really think if we catch you fucking that Vaseline,
I'm telling you, man.
I'm not spending the night.
For real, yeah. No, we can't.
Don't be doing that. I look like a that's gonna stick my dick in some Vaseline. I don't know, man, but I know what that look like. I just went to use Kai's Vaseline. I'll be honest, y'all. I can tell when a sticking his Vaseline. Hey, supposed to look like that. You think I'm sticking my dick in some Vaseline? Well, why is that circle like that?
Yeah, there's an imprint. There's an imprint.
It's my fingers. You think I'm sticking my dick in some Vaseline?
Kai been fucking the Vaseline, man.
Bro, you really think if we catch you fucking that Vaseline?
I'm telling you, man.
I'm not spending the night.
For real, yeah. No, we can't.
Don't be doing that. I look like a that's gonna stick my dick in some Vaseline. I don't know, man, but I know what that look like. I just went to use Kai.
Life could be a dream. Life could be a dream. Life could be a dream.
Huh? Why are you guys wearing masks like that?
Say what?
Alright, take the money in it. I keep the coins. I need the coins. Bro, okay.
I'm dead.
Huh?
Why are you guys wearing masks like that?
Say what?
Alright, take the money in it. I keep the coins. I need the coins. Bro, okay.
I'm dead.
Huh?
Why are you guys wearing masks like that?
Say what?
Alright, take the money in it. I keep the coins. I need the coins. Bro, okay.
I'm dead.
Huh?
Why are you guys wearing masks?
一直一车一直，现在开的车是保时捷911正日本警车。你没听错，这台车是保时捷911，但是它是正当时的日本警察。全日本当时只有做4台，但是这是唯一一台现在还活着的保时捷911。当初这个车主呢是在一个报废厂把这台车救起来的，但是因为它已经报废，所以在日本照理来讲是不能够挂牌上路的。所以他为了能够挂牌，他把车子运出国，重新在国外挂牌，再进来以进口车的名义重新让它在日本路上动。这台车现在是原版原漆，从来没有被修过，从来没有被整理过。那个警灯、那个天线，还有后面它有留那个后警灯，还有安全帽，全部都是那个年代正确的东西。内装也是有嘛，还有那个警用的那个对讲机，还有前面那个警察专用的警笛。我们之前在其他影片看过一次，但是今天又把它看到，我真的蛮感动的，因为这真的太帅了。想给个赞。
Ray, what's your real name, Ray?
Ray.
Just Ray.
You mean my Chinese name?
No, don't say your Chinese name.
What?
No, I'm saying I told Ray.
Why?
Be Ray.
My Chinese name was Ray.
Wait, you're not even Chinese.
What?
You're not Chinese. You're Taiwanese, right?
Taiwanese, yeah.
You're not even from China. You talking about my Chinese name?
Ray, what's your real name, Ray?
Ray.
Just Ray.
You mean my Chinese name?
You can fucking keep that. Does anybody know how to play this on the guitar? Who the fuck plays guitar? Do you play guitar? Then fucking come up right now. What's your name? Simon! Yes, Simon! Do you know how to play
play this song on guitar? Yeah. Yeah, he fucking knows it. You can fucking keep that. You can fucking... keep that. Does anybody know how to play this on the guitar? Who the fuck plays guitar? Do you play guitar? Then fucking come up right now. What's your name? Simon! Yes, Simon! Do you know how to play this song on guitar? Yeah. Yeah, he fucking knows it. Fucking keep that. You can fucking...
I count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
Green?
That's supposed to be green.
It needs to be a color, right? Hey.
I tried my best.
Hey, take a breath. This is the good news. I still don't know anything. It's okay. We don't have to be like all those cute couple TikTokers. Sometimes the cakes turn out green. I'm gonna turn away. You either pick up a blueberry or strawberry.
Okay.
I'm gonna close my eyes. You make me eat it, and I'll know by the flavor what it is.
Okay.
Okay, ready?
Are you ready?
I'm ready. We're having a boy? You're kidding. You're kidding.
I'm not kidding.
You're not kidding with me?
I'm not kidding.
We're having a boy? A little baby John?
Yes. I count of 3.
Good morning. Come in. iPhone 13 you bought yesterday, didn't you? So it's the screen and the back cover, wasn't it? Can I give you that back? Oh, I've just got a glass spinner.
Sorry.
No, that's all right. It happens all the time. So that is all sorted for you. One fresh screen on there and one fresh back cover. And that's your receipt for the repair. Thank you very much. Good morning. Come in.
This guy made an infinite loop of this trash can lid opening and closing by turning on the air dryer that is placed perfectly above it. And the best part is the granola wrapper at the end also gets sucked in. This guy made an infinite loop of this trash.
Dr. Riz is real, and he's coming for your grandma.
You're like a mad scientist.
What I need, doctor.
I can't give it to you here, baby.
Oh my God.
Let's see.
Dr. Riz is real, and he's coming for your grandma.
You're like a mad scientist.
What I need, doctor.
I can't give it to you here, baby.
Oh my God.
Let's see.
Dr. Riz is real, and he's coming for your grandma.
You're like a mad scientist.
What I need, doctor.
I can't give it to you here, baby.
Oh my God.
James! What's up? Please sign my hat?
No.
What?
What do you say?
Please? Thank you.
There you go, mate.
James,
What's up?
you sign my hat?
No.
What?
What did you say?
Please? Thank you.
There you go, mate.
We're being attacked by bees in the coop, leaning back my seat. Open R. Kelly say the group, the black guy got bees. Max 90s, white tees, walking parental advisory. My transgender cat Siamese identifies as black but acts Chinese. Like a motherfucking hacky sack, I treat the whole world cause I got it at my feet. How can I explain to you that even myself I'm a danger to? I hop on tracks like a kangaroo and say a few things that to the anger you. But fuck that, if I think that shit, I'ma say that shit. Cancel me, what? Okay, that's it. Go ahead, Paul, quit. Snake ass prick, you male cross-dresser, fake ass bitch. And I'll probably get shit for that, but you can all suck my dick. You were being attacked by bees.
These windows, they tinted. You can't see nothing
I'm a
out.
celebrity, man. Nobody can't see me. Give me my ticket. Let me ride.
I don't know what celebrity you are.
It don't matter. They give me my ticket. Let me ride. I can't have nobody seeing me right here. I'm gonna let my window up.
Oh yeah, look, you good, but you can't have that tinted window, man. Let me see how dark these tinted windows are.
They probably be too dark.
Zero?
It's
zero?
You gotta have tickets in Atlanta. These folk crazy. I take a ticket, then somebody follow me home.
These windows, they tinted. You can't see nothing
I'm a
out.
celebrity, man. Nobody can't see me. Give me my ticket. Let me ride.
I don't know what celebrity you
It
are.
don't matter. They give me my ticket. Let me ride. I can't have nobody seeing me right here. I'm gonna let my window up.
Oh yeah, look, you good, but you can't have that tinted window, man. Let me see how dark these tinted. Windows are.
They probably be too dark.
Zero? Zero?
You gotta have tickets in Atlanta. These folk crazy. I take a ticket, then somebody follow me home.
These windows, they tinted.
I didn't want to bother your walk. I captured it.
Oh, thank you.
I don't
so
sell
much.
stuff. I just wanted to show it to you.
Oh, it's so good. Oh my god.
You look so cool, no?
Thank you. Look at it.
Check out your friend.
Oh, I'm
send it to
shooting
you.
some content for H&M.
I can give it to you.
Then
Have them give it to you.
yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, if you want, but then they might use
No,
it.
you
Like,
can use it.
well,
It'll be
on my
your
TikTok.
property.
It'll be my, okay.
I'll give it to you. But you get a recording of me saying this is your property.
Okay.
If you want.
No, I trust you.
But like I've done so many of these videos. I have like 600 videos online.
Oh my god, wow.
I don't really care for them anymore. So this is H&M clothes, and she's doing an H&M commercial.
Yes.
Wait. I'm not ready. You're too ready. I gotta get into headspace. I think this shot looks crazy cool.
Yeah, like can we just like hire you here and there for some stuff?
I would be so honored. Yeah, I'm a wedding videographer.
Oh, okay. But I mean, this is good,
yeah.
like, cause we have some stuff sometimes. Like, I want to start DJing, and so I'm like, maybe like sometimes if there's like some show that's worth it.
I didn't want to bother your walk. I captured it.
Oh, thank you.
I don't
so
sell
much.
stuff. I just wanted to show it to you.
I gotta cook this. I gotta cook this one.
Bro, can we get New York? Oh, GG's.
Wait, hold on.
Please stop, please stop. Please stop.
Oh, let's go! I gotta go to Italy. Oh my god! Oh god, I'm gonna go to Italy.
Actually, stop. Dude, actually, stop.
Bro, you're cheating. You don't even know how to spell Italy.
I'm not cheating, bro. I see the flag. You don't see no flag on there?
I gotta cook this one. I gotta cook this one.
Bro, can we get New York? Oh, GG's.
Wait, hold on.
Please stop, please stop. Please stop.
Oh god, let's go! I gotta go to Italy. Oh my god! Oh god, I'm gonna go to Italy.
Actually, stop. Dude, actually, stop.
Bro, you're cheating. You don't even know how to spell Italy.
I'm not cheating, bro. I see the flag. You don't see no flag on there?
I gotta cook this one. I gotta cook this one.
Bro, can we get New York?
Oh, GG's!
Hold on. Pista! Oh, let's go!
I gotta go play Italy! Oh my god! Oh god, I'm gonna go Italy!
Dude, I
Bro, you're cheating! You don't even know how to spell Italy!
I put an air tag inside of a McDonald's cheeseburger, covered it in the epoxy resin, and put it somewhere no one will ever find it but me. I dug a deep hole in the forest, placed a wooden box inside, and sealed it with a generous helping of white cock. Then I assembled a time capsule wallet, 5 sound recorder, slid the measure, and then planted a bait 2 in 10 years. I put an air tag inside.
What's going on, man? How you doing? It's good. Yes, sir.
You know the password?
They just gave me that. They just said if you show that, then it'd be good. That's what they just told me.
Who told you that?
The guy up there. He said, I've been here last 2 weekends. He said just show that and it'd be good. Is it alien?
Victor, was it Victor?
Yes, Victor, yeah. It was Victor. Awesome. Yeah, thanks, sir. Yes, sir.
The password is give me a drink.
Give me a drink. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yo, I told you all this would work. I told you all the alien works. The alien works every time. How's it going?
Hey, Mike.
What's wrong? They call me white chocolate.
What?
What happened?
I see no difference, you know.
There's no difference. Thank you so much. Thank you. What did I tell y'all? God Obama again. Easy. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. What's going on, man? How you doing? It's good. Yes, sir.
You know the password?
They just gave me that. They just said if you show that, then it'd be good. That's what they just.
Hi guys! Let's do this fast. HEC. I sat behind every slow person I could. Jesus, is baby alright?
Yeah.
Just thank God it ain't hot, eh? Do you know, you'll have to reach through and grab the keys. Oh, I'm right in the middle, alright? That's alright, mate. Sorry it took a bit longer. I was held up by so many people. Is the baby alright, yeah?
Yeah, she's
good, yeah.
I'll have to transfer that.
Yeah, that's fine, mate. No worries.
Your bank details to me.
Would you want sort code or account number first? You're a legend. Thank you very much, mate. Keep my number, mate. You need it. Hi, guys. Let's do this fast.
Now why she look like a mole rat?
Can y'all stop? Oh, I didn't go there yet. Like,
what the you got going on?
She's a professional cuddler. Like, she cuddles.
What? Nah, paying for cuddles is crazy. No offense to your profession.
She's from Trinidad.
Nah, the way you just backed up is crazy.
Nah, what's up?
Nah, the way you just backed up is crazy.
Oh, it's 11-11. Make a wish. Nah, that ass, dude. Come on, dude. You wildin' right now, gangy. What, bruh? What?
I just wildin' right now. You is by far the funniest.
Chat, am I doing anything wrong?
It's just wrong!
No.
All these fart smellers are standing here to take a picture with an airplane, and what they don't know is that the airplane they're waiting to take a picture with is landing on the other side of the dang runway. Now, being one of the only other people there who knew a thing about airplanes, I already knew it was landing on the other side of the runway.
What does this say right here? Read it.
All these fart smellers are now being one of the about the other side of the soul to hear all their disappointment when the airplane landed on the other side, which was funny to hear them complain. All these fart smellers are standing here to take a.
What does this say right here? Read it.
Checkout certified. You got a bounty.
Read this. Oh, I got a bounty? Come in my Walmart anytime. This is my Walmart. Read that last one for me.
Accident free.
I'm ready. This is my territory.
Caliente cartel. You ever heard of it?
Have you heard of the fucking Walmart veteran cartel?
Your beef ain't settled.
Can we go to aisle 13 and settle it?
Where the fuck you want to settle it?
All right. Hold on.
Caliente cartel.
We're gonna settle this beef right now. All right.
Smoke a joint?
We're gonna settle the beef. You don't smoke?
You sell cocaine. I'd advise you going forward to wear a fucking different name.
I'll be here tomorrow. 8 a.m. all day. My manager's gonna back me up.
6 feet for him too. I'll tell you now, I'm fucking roasted.
I'm gonna continue to smoke my blunt and do my job.
You're the most disrespectful person I've ever came across.
You literally threatened my life, and I'm the disrespectful one. How does that make sense? Tell me. I'm just wondering. I'm just doing my job, bro. What does this say right here? Read it.
Checkout certified. You got a bounty.
Read this. Oh, I got a bounty? Come in my Walmart anytime. This is my Walmart. Read that last one for me.
Accident free.
I'm ready. This is my territory.
Caliente cartel. You ever hear of it?
Have you heard of the fucking Walmart veteran cartel?
Your beef ain't settled.
Can we go to aisle 13 and settle it?
Where the fuck you want to settle it?
All right. Hold on.
Caliente cartel.
We're gonna settle this beef right now. All right.
Smoke a joint?
We're gonna settle the beef. You don't smoke?
You sell cocaine. I'd advise you going forward to wear a fucking different name.
I'll be here tomorrow. 8 a.m. all day. My manager's gonna back me up.
6 feet for him too. I'll tell you now, I'm fucking roasted.
I'm gonna continue to smoke my blunt and do my job.
You're the most disrespectful person I've ever came across.
You literally threatened my life, and I'm the disrespectful one. How does that make sense? Tell me. I'm just wondering. I'm just doing my job, bro. What does this say right here? Read it.
Checkout certified. You got a bounty.
Read this. Oh, I got a bounty? Come in my Walmart anytime. This is my Walmart. Read that last one for me.
Accident free.
I'm ready. This is my territory.
Caliente cartel. You ever hear of it?
Have you heard of the fucking Walmart veteran cartel?
Your beef ain't settled.
Can we go to aisle 13 and settle it?
Where the fuck you want to settle it?
All right. Hold on.
Caliente cartel.
We're gonna settle this beef right now. All right.
Smoke a joint?
We're gonna settle the beef. You don't smoke?
You sell cocaine. I'd advise you going forward to wear a fucking different name.
I'll be here tomorrow. 8 a.m. all day. My manager.
First of all, I'm not Kai, so y'all literally don't need to don't know 150. Just give me like 5, like pay for my breakfast, dinner, and that's good. Like second first support, I'm gonna that's my AGN. If I never meet Kai, I'm sleeping in Taiwan and working 9 to 5 right now. First of all, I'm not Kai, so y'all literally don't need to don't know 150. Just give.
Did you watch the Kevin Hart interview where there was he was interviewing this girl, forget the name, you can run the clip on it.
But I've had people throw millions of dollars in my face to do something I didn't want to do. And
they're listening. Like, okay, who's listening? Whoever that is, they have a lot of control and they have a lot of power. Did you watch the Kevin Hart interview?
I say, you say, you say, I say, you say, I say, you say, I say. When I say no, you say refunds. No! Refunds! No! Refunds! When I say nothing, you say nothing. When I say hi, Dad, you say proud of you, son. Hi, Dad! Proud of you, son. When I say you say you. Who's your daddy? When I say hot nonsense, best believe it's hotter than your car you've ever seen in hot nonsense. When I say
yeah, but like we just have.
Was that your train?
Yeah. Whoa.
나는 여자다.
저기요. maximum ticket. What? Bring your ketchup. 가르치는데.
I have 2 bags of Coke in my bag, and I'm trying to sell it to you. You actually want it? Yeah. All right, perfect. Listen, it's not any weapons. This is just Coke coming out of my bag. Okay. Do you want 1 bag or 2 bags?
I'll take 2 bags.
Okay, here's the first one. Here is the second one.
Okay.
Here you go.
How much are they?
$1,000 each.
$1,000 each?
Yeah.
It's a little overpriced.
It's good Coke.
It's not even Mexican Coke.
It don't got fentanyl in it.
No, fentanyl.
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 Yeah, fentanyl.
God, is
It don't got none of that in
in
it.
there?
FDA approved.
You know, I just got on shift.
I have 2 bags of Coke in my bag, and I'm trying to sell it to you.
Yesterday, this 15-year-old streamer did more views than all of these streamers combined. Crossmouse blew up on Twitter after a random user got killed by him in MW2. When that user checked Crossmouse's stream, however, this is what they saw. So every time he records a killing game, he throws a 30-second rave in his bedroom. Yesterday, this 15-year-old streamer did more views than all of these streamers combined. Crossmouse blew up on Twitter after a random user got killed by him in MW2. When that user checked Crossmouse's stream, however, this is what they saw. So every time he records a killing game, he throws a 30-second rave in his bedroom. Yesterday, this 15-year-old streamer did more views than all of these streamers combined. Crossmouse blew up on Twitter after a random user got killed by him in MW2. When that user checked Crossmouse's stream, however, this is what they saw. So every time he records a killing game, he throws a 30-second rave in his bedroom. Yesterday, this 15-year-old streamer did more views than all of these streamers combined.
Good, how are you?
Pretty good. Check your seatbelt. Have fun.
You're good.
How's it going?
Good, how are you?
Pretty good. Check your seatbelt. Have fun. What kind of guns do you have?
What makes you think they're guns?
Gun thing and gun holding or gun case?
They're mini guns. Suppressed, all with suppressors. I'm assuming you play video games?
Yes, I do.
A little bit?
Oh, yeah.
Here you go.
Oh my gosh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh my gosh. Thanks, man.
So Q makes the honey badger?
Yeah,
and
that's the honey badger.
Yeah.
It uses the 300 blackout. What kind of guns do you have?
what makes you think they're guns?
Okay, Kev, who's that? I know him. Okay.
You cheating. Don't look at the chat.
I'm gonna look right at him because I know you. And his name? First of all, AMP.
Okay. That's the group.
By the way, hey, chat, hey.
Stop cheating.
Hey, you can't. Hey, don't talk to chat. Yeah, I ain't gonna let you.
What's that, bro? What is that? Wait like that, bro. Duke, chill.
What's that?
Oh! Oh! Chill, Duke.
Oh, he knows.
Come on now, Duke. You know I know you. What you want to drink? Alright, man, hold on. Get that. Hey, Phantom, what you want?
Oh, nah, you look, bro.
No, you cheating.
You look, dog.
How you doing? Look weird.
You're
cheating. Okay, Kev, who's that? I know him. Okay.
You cheating. Don't look at the chat.
I'm gonna look right at him because I know you. And his name? First of all, AMP.
Okay. That's the group.
By the way, hey, chat, hey.
Stop cheating.
Hey, you can't. Hey, don't talk to chat. Yeah, I ain't gonna let you.
What's that, bro? What is that? Wait like that, bro. Duke, chill.
What's that?
Oh! Oh! Chill, Duke.
Oh, he knows.
Come on now, Duke. You know I know you. What you want to drink? Alright, man, hold on. Get that. Hey, Phantom, what you want?
Oh, nah, you look, bro.
No, you cheating.
You look, dog.
How you doing? Look weird. You're cheating. Okay, Kev, who's that?
Oh, GG's. It's actually GG's.
Oh my god, now I gotta play the matching game. Oh! Oh! Oh!
GG's. I got this.
Yes!
That's China, bro. That's my arm.
Yes, your arms, motherfucker.
That just look like Taiwan. Okay. Oh, GG's. It's actually GG's.
Oh my god, now I gotta play the matching game. Oh! Oh! Oh!
GG's. I got this.
Tyler's team said not to ask any consonant. Oh! I did not know how I was gonna bring myself to sing this song. Because this song cuts really fucking deep for me, man. Because it's a song about my childhood. And I know there's a lot of shit online about my upbringing, and I know a lot of people out there have problems with their fucking parents. I know a lot of parents have problems with their parents, man. And this continuous cycle makes us feel like we can't be fucking loved, right? I grew up my whole life asking myself the question, how am I going to be able to love someone when I don't love myself? But then, you know what? I found you! I love you, 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 Dad. I love you, Dad, I love you, Dad, I love you in the back. I love you in the thing, I love you in the thing. I love all you out there, wherever you are in the world. I did not know how I was gonna bring myself to sing this song. Because this song cuts really fucking deep for me, man. Because it's a song about my childhood. And I know there's a lot of shit online about my upbringing, and I know a lot of people out there have problems with their fucking parents. I know a lot comes with our parents, man. And this continuous cycle makes us feel like we can't be fucking loved, right? I grew up my whole life asking myself the question, how am I going to be able to love someone when I don't love myself? But then, do you know what? I found you! I love you, 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 Dad. I love you, Dad, I love you, Dad, I love you in the back. I love you in a thing, I love you in a thing. I love all you out there, wherever you are in the world. I did not know how I was going to bring myself to sing this song.
Where's your mom right now?
She's in China. Mom. Hi, Mama. 我有个朋友在这里。His name is Toast.
阿姨你好，我是在访问你的女儿。你知不知道你女儿的工作是做什么的？
知道。
你可以，你有看过你女儿的 live stream 吗？
看过。
How? I'm just like so shocked. 没有。I didn't know you watched me stream. Oh shoot. I curse a lot. 妈妈，你有没有看我骂脏话？
偶尔吧。
Oh, great.
Where's your mom right now?
She's in China. Mom. Hi, Mom.
Favorite rapper, Future, boy. Future, what's up, boy?
Big fan, bro. I listen to all your music.
What's your favorite song?
You did the box, right?
Fuck you, nigga.
Travis.
Oh my God, bro, it's Chris Brown, bro. Chris Brown, Chris Breezy, boy. Chris Breezy. Favorite rapper, Future, boy. Future, what's up, boy?
Big fan, bro. I listen to all your music.
What's your favorite song?
You did the box, right?
Fuck you, nigga.
Travis.
Oh my God, bro, it's Chris Brown, bro. Chris Brown, Chris Breezy, boy. Chris Breezy. Favorite rapper, Future, boy. Future, what's up, boy?
Big fan, bro. I listen to all your music.
What's your favorite song?
You did the box, right?
Fuck you, nigga.
Travis.
Oh my God, bro, it's Chris Brown, bro. Chris Brown, Chris Breezy, boy. Chris Breezy. Favorite rapper, Future.
Popular chick, it is what it is, I'm popular is. Oh hell. What now? Dumb. Oh, it's right in here.
Get you turned around out of the truck, okay?
Mama, could you create in here?
Start making a U-turn so we can get you out of here. It might be easiest just to go straight when that light's green. Just watch for traffic coming up this way, okay?
Okay, thank you. Popular chick.
Out to one! Clear! Out to one! Clear!
Non-stop Pop FM.
Okay, I understand that at some point in time, somebody saw a bug on a bed and just thought I'm going to name them bed bugs. Yeah, that makes sense. Now who the fuck named cockroaches?
Non-stop. Non-stop Pop FM.
Okay, I understand that at some point in time, somebody saw a bug on a bed and just thought I'm going to name them bed bugs. Yeah, that makes sense. Now who the fuck named cockroaches?
Non-stop Pop FM.
Okay, I understand that at some point in time, somebody saw a bug on a bed and just thought I'm going to name them bed bugs. Yeah, that makes sense. Now who the fuck named cockroaches?
Yo, let me ask you something.
Brother, talk to brother.
I need some advice.
Advice about what?
I did catch my girl that text off her next boy. I wonder if I forget the boy I want boxing in her face.
No, you can't. No,
or
man.
if I should do the sensible thing and just go shoot him.
Boy, I'm a general. Brother, so that's really stop me for. Alright, I give you advice.
Tell me now.
You can't stop a man from cheat. That's
Okay.
a one.
Yeah.
See? You not have to do her no.
Yeah.
Lower to time. Cause you see karma, I want wicked something.
Yeah.
She gonna end up run back to you. Boy, I feel sorry for you, my bob.
Yeah.
Probably me have to give you one of my girlfriend them.
Beg you know.
You have to just hold her and just go and put real cocky on her.
So he thinks that me never fuck it right.
Me no know, you know.
Yeah.
Nobody put words in my mouth. I don't
Okay.
know if you fuck it right or you don't fuck it. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, yeah.
But probably you have to rewind and come again.
Rewind and come again.
Rewind and come again. Big man thing.
Yo, let me ask you something.
Brother, talk to brother.
I need some advice.
Advice about what?
I did catch my girl that text off her next boy. I wonder if I forget the boy I want boxing in her face.
No, you can't. No,
or
man.
if I should do the sensible thing and just go shoot him.
Boy, I'm a general.
Excuse me, English or Spanish? 中文。好，谁先动谁就是同性恋。
Baby, you got something in your nose. Sniffing that K, did you feel the hole? Hope you find peace for yourself.
Excuse me, English or Spanish?
I'm sorry.
CGI.
Computer generated imagery.
PVE.
Player versus environment.
NPC.
Non-playable character.
You're too
I think I just say it
fast.
louder and like your confidence goes down
Yeah.
because you're saying it first.
I'm
Saying
just
it
like not a
first.
really confident person.
I think you need to bring that confidence up.
AOE. DOT. Dot.
Damage over time. I'm sorry.
DPS.
Damage per second.
AFK.
Away from
FC.
keyword.
PvP.
Yeah, see, when I start, it's that time I stop. So right when I said it, you just did
It's
nothing.
because I'm a woman and I let men speak over me. I'm sorry.
CGI.
Computer generated imagery.
PVE.
You say doesn't speak any English. None. He don't speak English. I don't speak Japanese. It's gonna be a heck of an interview, folks. Hi, Anna, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm wonderful. Tell him I love him.
スティーブ・ハービーさんは流星君のことが大好きなんだって。ありがとう。He said thank you.
Arigato, thank you. You welcome. You say doesn't speak any English. None. He don't speak English. I don't speak Japanese. It's gonna be a heck of an interview, folks. Hi, Anna, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm wonderful. Tell him I love him.
スティーブ・ハービーさんは流星君のことが大好きなんだって。ありがとう。He said thank you.
Arigato, thank you.
I don't like to put my in your mouth, boy. What did you just say to me? Watch your mouth. Put my balls in your nose. I'm telling your mom. No. I'm not gonna tell your mother. I'm gonna tell your mom. I'm gonna be sick too, bro. Okay. Hi, Mama Ray. How you doing? Yeah, Ray just told me that he wants to put his in my mouth. How do you feel about that, Mama Ray? Oh, you didn't like that? Damn. She don't give a right? Oh, she don't give a What am I gonna call? Yo, Papa Ray. Your son Ray just told me that he wants to put his. My dad don't even speak English. You grandma head. Oh yeah? You know? Papa Ray, Lixia, Batadi, Gigi Fan, Jin, Wu, Zuli. Oh, no, it's quiet now, right? Now you get the ass.
我他妈准备把我的脚放你他妈嘴巴里他妈给吃掉去。
有没有听到 ？KTV 大人，你有没有听到？我把他妈的准备把他们干净把它吃下去，屌分你！
I'm about to put my in your mouth, boy. What you just say to me? Watch your mouth. Put my balls in your nose.
I'm telling your mom. I'm better gonna tell your mother.
I'm gonna tell your mom. I'm gonna be sick too, bro. Okay.
Hi, Mama Ray. How you doing? Yeah, Ray just told me that he wants to put his in my mouth. How do you feel about that, Mama Ray? Oh, you didn't like that?
No, she don't give a right?
Oh, she don't give a Who am I gonna call? Yo, Papa Ray. Your son Ray just told me that he wants to put his
My dad don't even speak English, you grandma head.
Oh yeah? You know? Papa Ray, Lick Xiang, Ba Ta Di, Ji Ji Fang, Jin Wu Zui Li. Oh no, it's quiet now, right? Now you getting the ass.
我他妈准备要把我的脚放你他妈嘴巴里，他妈给吃掉去，有没有听到 ？KTV 把我的脚放你，我他妈准备要把我的脚放你他妈嘴巴里，他妈给吃掉去，有没有听到 ？KTV 大人，你有没有听到？我把他妈的准备把他们的脚放你他妈嘴巴里，他妈给吃掉去，有没有听到 ？KTV 大人，你有没有听到？我把他妈的准备把他们干净把它吃下去，屌分你！
I'm about to put my in your mouth, boy.
嘴巴，我他妈准备要把我的脚放你他妈嘴巴里，他妈给吃掉去，有没有听到 ？KTV 大人，你有没有听到？
Oh my gosh! Your mustache looks like a line of ants, but I bet it's bigger than the line in your pants. Hey! Okay. Oh, yo, your smile is whack. Your teeth are so fake and white, they make me look black.
What is going on? Yo, these white people are whooping our ass.
Oh my gosh! Your mustache looks like a line of ants, but I bet it's bigger than the line in your pants. Hey! Okay. Oh, yo, your smile is whack. Your teeth are so fake and white, they make me look black.
What is going on? Yo, these white people are whooping our ass.
Oh my gosh! Your mustache looks like a line of ants, but I bet it's bigger than the line in your pants. Hey! Okay. Oh, yo, your smile is whack. Your teeth are so fake and white, they make me look black.
What is going on? Yo, these white people are whooping our ass.
Oh my gosh! Your mustache looks like a line of ants, but I bet it's bigger than the line.
We wore pink suits to the Joji concert, and they let us onto the main floor for free.
Right now? Yeah. I got food in my mouth.
Confessing, yeah. Oh, I've been shaking. I love it when you go crazy. You take all my inhibitions. Baby, there's nothing holding me back. You take me places that tear up my reputation. Manipulate my decisions. Baby, there's nothing holding me back. Me guessing. Maybe
Right now? Yeah. I got food in my mouth.
Confessing, yeah. Oh, I've been shaking. I love it when you go crazy. You take all my inhibitions. Baby, there's nothing holding me back. You take me places that tear up my reputation. Manipulate my decisions. Baby, there's nothing holding me back.
When this FedEx driver was delivering his last package of the day, he noticed this huge husky in the front lawn.
I'm gonna pet this fat husky.
You are so fluffy. Oh my god. Let me love and adore you. You are so cute. Can you shake?
What's funny is the dog blocks him from walking any further until the guy pays his toll and gives the dog a treat, which is when the dog accepts his payment and allows the guy to proceed.
There you go. You're cute. Let's go deliver your package now.
When this FedEx driver was delivering his last...
This is a mosquito. And we used to make these in school back in the day and then terrorize each other with them like this. And they're painful, so don't ever try to make one. Here's how you make one. Start by bending a bobby pin into a cursive L shape, which a lot of you aren't going to know what cursive is, but it should look something like this. Then bend the bottom part of the L down about 90 degrees, right in the middle, and then all you have left to do is prime it so it's ready to bite. I'm gonna animate this part because it's really hard to record, but basically all you wanna do is just force this part all the way up here and then kind of finagle it in such a way that it will temporarily kind of just perch itself there under tension. And now, since E equals MC shared, when you share it with someone's skin, the end slips off the perch and pain happens. Mosquitoes are kind of like a mini taser, only they're non-electric, super unreliable, and about 1 million times less powerful. But you are gonna hurt yourself about 1 million times trying to prime this thing. No pain, no gain.
You see that wall?
Yes.
Okay, now look away from it. You don't know if the wall's still there.
What do you mean? Of course it's still there.
Well, you don't know that because you're not looking at it. What if it disappeared?
Where would it go?
Well, that's not, I don't know.
I know where the wall goes.
Okay, so you're saying that if I'm not looking at the wall, how do I know it's there?
Yes.
Easy. Oh, all right. How does the wall know when I am looking at it?
Okay, I think we've gone too far off topic.
How do we know that we are not on topic for a different conversation?
Because it is not in the binder.
Binder? I don't see a binder. I'm not looking at the binder. How do I know the binder exists? Binder? I hardly knew her. So, whoa! Still there.
You see that wall?
Yes.
Okay.
Rendering. Drink some water. YouTube t-shirt. Fucking shit. It's fucking dusty. Fuck. Fucking dusty. 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 Lost path. What? Fuck. Some music. We need some music. Nothing gonna stop us now. Nothing gonna stop us.
What the fuck?
Uzi_045 is now following.
不是
代表他们越有同理心。那如果台下观众会不会需要一个人？要怎么做？怎么？姐妹，也许我跟他在一起对。
Just my oh.
灵，哎，你看。 Hi, my name is Taiwan。今天来跟大家分享一些摄影的东西。那我想要来跟分享这个1770 APS-C 的镜头。那这支镜头很神奇，可以做之前拍摄那个Hello everybody, my name is Taiwan. I'm with Webcam, and I would love to know if you always need to try. Hello everybody, my name is Taiwan. Hello everybody, my name is Taiwan。今天我来快速开箱一个非常神的产品，我是
fuck?
Ooh, who's in the chat? Jesus Christ. 你直接掛睇片。太嗨了吧！Dude, this is so sad, man.